We signed on our land yesterday and we are headed there right now. So Joey got stung by a bee and then he found the bee colony.
So yesterday was brutal because we knew we were going to have to just come in here and start from nothing.
Welcome to Time by the Tent. We signed on our land yesterday and we are headed there right now. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away. And we're going to have some lunch here shortly on the road. We packed some sandwiches and some chips and some fruit, stuff like that. So we're on our way.
We had 40 acres and we've packed the cars full as we can, and a lot of this will be left up there so we don't have to haul it back and forth. The benefit of having land. We'll have to cut our way in. It's very different than what it looked like 4 months ago when we were up there to look at it. So it'll be a journey to get into the land, but after that it shouldn't be that difficult to get everything set up.
3 months ago, but yeah.
No, is it 3 months ago?
It was March.
Okay.
April. But whatever. Nonetheless, we are excited to get up there, get going, and then we'll have a nice, peaceful. Okay, so Joey is clearing a path here, a spot to park the car, and then we're gonna set up camp up on this little hill thing here. And yeah, that's our plan.
No mechanical.
Just using this, I call it the sickle, I don't know what you call it. We got some lopper shears and a machete.
I found this in the junk, about 15 years ago. Haven't used it, and now it comes full circle.
Okay, so we're clearing the land. The car is there. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of hard to see. We're about 200 yards from the car, and Joey is clearing. Here we have about another 70 yards, so we're going to have a spot where we'll be setting up camp. And it's just a lot of fern, random trees, and this was logging property, so the terrain kind of varies. There's different ruts from when the loggers came through. We've kind of established camp area, clearing it out a little bit, but it's going to be below where those 2 pine trees are. And here's our path. There's kind of how far we've come. So Joey got stung by a bee, and then he found the bee colony, and we just set it on fire with a little bit of gas we had from the chainsaw. Just very specific fire. It's smoldering now, and it'll be out very soon. It's a good way to deal with bees. You don't want to keep getting stung at your campsite, so you do have to do something. Joey's leveling off an area here for our tents, so we have a flat base. And it just rained, just a quick thunderstorm, but luckily we're underneath this canopy of trees, so this area stayed pretty dry. The soil is really sandy, as you can see. Alright, so Joey's getting the fire started. We got the tent up. And yeah, we got camp kind of established here and getting it going. So we got camp established. It was quite the feat, to say the least. It's raw land, so you have to kind of cut your way in, and luckily there was somewhat of a clearing here. And then yeah, everything's been brought up from the car. Joey's making brats, and I was feeling a little overwhelmed and feeling less overwhelmed. Just looking forward to eating, putting this stuff away, and then going to bed, and then tomorrow kind of putting stuff where it makes sense to put stuff, and establish the land a little bit more. So we got camp established. It was quite the feat, to say the least. It's raw land, so you have to kind of cut your way in, and luckily there was somewhat of a clearing here. And then yeah, everything's been brought up from the car. Joey's making brats, and I was feeling a little overwhelmed and feeling less overwhelmed. Just looking forward to eating, putting this stuff away, and then going to bed, and then tomorrow kind of putting stuff where it makes sense to put stuff, and establish the land a little bit more.
Good morning. Didn't film a whole lot yesterday, just kind of highlights of what we were doing. It was more of a just get in and get it done so we can get up here and establish a campsite in progress. I'm right now drying my pants as we got caught in 2 pop-up thunder showers yesterday as we were cutting a path in to where now we are established. And then also I've done a little more landscaping work here. It is very, very rough in here. This was all logged in 1999, we believe, because it's MFL land and it's in a 50-year program. So like right here where the campfire is, on both sides it's low and in the center it's high, where they drove a machine through and compressed the soil. So the plan is to all in front of the tent, and right there it goes down from where it is here to where it is there. It's a difference of about 18 inches. So I want to gradually slope that down in order to make it accessible without tripping over stuff in the dark. So that's where we're at. Very foggy, a lot of dew. You can hear the droplets of moisture fall from the trees. So yesterday was brutal because we knew we were going to have to just come in here and start from nothing. So today we're going to kind of get things picked up. Stuff is still scattered around. So we're going to get that picked up. We'll get breakfast going, set some trail cameras up, and then throw the drone up and do some exploring over on the other side of the property, back over there. Now there's a tree stand there which was there when we looked at the property 3 months ago, and based on what we were told by the DNR, that now becomes ours. So I'd have to explore and look at it and see how safe it really is. It's a climbing stand, so it doesn't look like it's been used. It's been a while. So that's where we're at now.
Joey established a path here so that we can have a little path to our bathroom. It's not too terribly far from the tent. So there it is.
Okay, so I am on the back side of the property looking to see what I can see. Pretty thick in here. A lot of pine or spruce, some birch. There is a dried up pond a little ways back here. It is thick back here. So I'm going to make my way through this and see what I can find. I have come to a very tiny opening. That sort of leads that way. So we will continue the journey here and see what we find. This is as far back as I've been. When we looked at the property, I didn't come back this far. Also, it's very difficult to know the amount of vegetation that would grow up compared to winter, and also the amount of more downfall or deadfall that there is. I have found a game trail here. I don't know how frequently it has been used. I don't see any fresh tracks or droppings. Kind of more of a low-lying area here. Well, here's another opening area. Had one, 15 yards beyond the end of this one. This is only 15 yards wide by 20 yards. So that's a unique way for a tree to grow around another tree. And both of them are alive and growing. Alright, now I'm on a decline here because there's another pond or slough at the bottom of this hill, which we knew about. Just got to figure out the best way to get down there. Here is that slough or basin or pond, whatever you want to call it. I'm standing right here where in winter the water after the snowfall would be up waist high, but it's just a catch-all. Here's another look at it from this side. We're down there. It's quite a ways down. So, still making my way through the property. I've just touched a fraction of the 40 acres here. On one side of the state trail, it's about 3 acres. On this side is 37, 38, and I've not even came close to touching much of this. Just really thick pine forest. Well, majority of it is pine. There's some oak in here, poplar, some birch.
Okay, so we got up this morning, had some breakfast, kind of cleaned up the campsite a little bit, put some stuff away, and Joey went and wandered through the woods while I cleaned up the campsite. And now we cooked ribs first in the cast iron Dutch oven, and then Joey's finishing them off, searing them, and putting some barbecue sauce on them over the fire. So we've cooked all of our meals over the fire, and it's been fun. We do have a camp stove that we'll bring up next time with us, but the campfire's fine too. Even I made French press coffee this morning with our. If you look past the barbecue sauce, that's the campfire tea kettle that we have, and there's the Dutch oven, and some caveman action here. Yeah, so we're having fun. Okay, so we got these trail cams just a little bit for A, like surveillance, and B, just to see what's going on. So we got them registered. Joey's just doing some finalizing of tightening them, making sure they're tight to the tree, and yeah, um, We got everything good to go there. And we're going to leave soon. But look at this beautiful canopy of trees and the sunshine and nature. What a beautiful day to be on our land. What a blessing.
All right, camp's all cleaned up. What we're leaving here, what we're taking. This video was going to be a little different than what we had planned, just due to the fact that we were just trying to get established some sort of camp on this weekend, the first weekend of our first camping trip on our new property. Thanks for tuning in. If you like this kind of thing, like, subscribe, and comment. The time by the tent, up at the land again. Everything appears to be as it was when I left. Okay, so here's the floor. Might be able to see it better now. Welcome back to Time by the Tent, up at the land again. Everything appears to be as it was when I left a week ago. I've got to turn the trail camera off so it doesn't take pictures of me all night long. And then we will look in the tent to see if everything is as it was. Alright, let's see if everything in the tent is as we left it. Yep, everything is fine. Total mess as we left it. There is some water on the back side there that we'll have to pull off. And some right here. A lot of water there. So other than that, everything is good shape. Okay, the lighting's going to be bad, but I figured since I'm putting the tile in, this will be the last opportunity I have to come in here and try to level this off a little bit more. As last week, if you didn't see us cutting our way in, we just really threw this together in an area to get the tent up. So I can do a little more leveling here before I bring those foam interlocking tiles in. And then that will take some more of the ups and downs out, but I can do a little bit more with the shovel in order to get a little more of a level walking, because this will be up until probably, I would like to have it at least till the end of November. So that's that's the plan here. Okay, so I got most of it done. The floor here, where the stove's going to go, I'm not going to put anything there because there's no point. I don't know if we'll open that flap up. We do have a pretty decent wood stove. It's going to have to run on light in here because it's a small tent. It was purchased for the purpose of a 14 by 16 white duck, and we're just going to make do with this for this season. We could pull the trigger on the white duck tent, but at this point, we just want to really get the property established, and then potentially next year bring in the bigger tent and expand this all with a porch. And the white duck tents have porches on them, which would come out to about where I'm standing, and much wider. This is a 10 by 12 Ozark Trail, which nothing that we have found to be bad about it. So it'd be a light, it's a big cast iron stove. You can see it here that we got on at a yard sale. So I didn't do any specific pattern or anything like that. We did twist the bed around. I did turn that around because otherwise it would be head on. And so I think we thought that this might be the better option. I don't know if there is a better option. Any way you go, you're going to have somebody next to where the stove's going to be. But I tried to level this off the best I could, and it's a little dark in here to see, but if it's not completely level, these things really like to pop up. So my thought is, we got enough tile. This is foam tile, interlocking foam tile. Got off Facebook Marketplace. We paid pennies on the dollar for some of it. Some of it was given to us for free. So I'm kind of thinking we've got enough to do what you see again in gray, in the gray tile here, which I don't care what color. I'm kind of thinking maybe next time I come up, I put another layer down of the gray and make it an inch thick and try to take some more of the ups and downs out of it and utilize the tile that we have until we decide to go to a larger tin. I think that might be what might be a good decision, and that would kind of help bring some of these pieces that are coming apart because of unevenness together. So tomorrow, gonna organize the tent, take everything that's out here and put in there. I've got some metal shelving way over here, closet shelving that I had found in the junk like 15 years ago, and it's been in the basement, and I'm thinking of utilizing it in some capacity here. I'm not sure how, because this tent is not got, you can't put a whole lot on it, but something maybe like that. That piece is going to be too short for what I want, but I could string it at an angle to here, or zip tie to the back, and that would give me a little space there. I've got much longer ones that I'm not sure where I'm going to put, and that is for our paper towels and aluminum foil, and I'll get that set up tomorrow, show you everything that we've got going. So I am going to fix some dinner over the campfire and then just relax. Also tomorrow I've got mulch. Oh, that's really bluish there because of the shade. There it goes. I've got mulch that I'm going to make a mulch path to the bathroom and then in the bathroom, so that kind of levels all of that off. And maybe that's what we need to do next year when we put the tent up, is mulch the bottom of it so it's somewhat level. So and then I'm going to go explore the other side of the property. I just did a small portion last week, you can see that, and then I'm going to go and look and move the trail camera, because we did get a deer several times on Thursday this past week in the going and coming throughout the day. So that's the plan for right now. All right, well, that's supper. 2 ears of corn and a ribeye steak. I only eat ribeye steak or the fancy meat when we're out camping, unless you own a cow. It'd be a more affordable way to go, but that's what I've got for supper, and I'm just going to sit here by the fire for the rest of the night and then work on some projects in the morning, and I'll see you then. Okay, so here's the floor. Might be able to see it better now. I think I'm going to do the second level with what tiles we have. Now, time to organize all of this out here and put nicely in here so we don't have to take it back out again. Okay, so organize the tent. Obviously this will change over week to week on how it's going to best work. Had these metal shelving units. I call them closet shelving units. You've seen them in an earlier clip here. 2 of them worked real good. I didn't want to compromise the structure of the tent, so we put one above the back window and one inside the door here and put light stuff on it without it putting too much weight on the rafters. There's some weight on it, but nothing that I feel would be detrimental to the structure. And then when I came in, you saw that the water had collected there, and then on the back side it collected as well. You can see the stain maybe. Right here is where it collected on the back side, and the same for there. So the easiest, simplest fix that I could come up with is take limbs, solid limbs, and put in the areas where the water was collecting. So when it does rain again, it will shed the water off. And this one here, I'm going to add a little duct tape to the top of it just so it has less of a chance of puncturing the roof. Got ceiling fan up for when we need it. Had this at the house, just something in which we could drape or hang wet clothes when we do put the stove in. So that's got a shelving unit there. That will most likely be moved in that corner back there when the small dresser comes. But it's come together and everything is basically out of the woods here, except for the stuff I'm gonna take home. Next project is doing the wood mulch to the bathroom and in the bathroom. Here is the paper towel and aluminum foil holder. It's just a bracket all from an old, like what the miniature greenhouses that you can get. We had one that fell apart, so we saved the plastic here, and then we had day bed railing that would fit perfectly inside of there, so we didn't have to buy any dowel rods, and we could make it whatever length or width we wanted, and it keeps everything up off the ground, organized, and it works pretty good. You could construct this really any way you want, but if you had those greenhouse pieces, it makes it a lot easier. And then on the back side, we just took another piece there, cut it in half so it would hang on the railing there. Okay, before I do the wood chips, I'm going to move this trail camera that we've had set up here for a week. Okay, so I'm gonna hook it up there. I've got this open area right here, and I've got an area that's really packed down there, and then I did step in some pretty new done. Either it's bare, it has to be bare. That is not a deer manure. So, not necessarily looking for bears, but see what comes through this area on our trail cam. Got the trail camera all hooked up. It appears to be working where I've got it at in the low spot. So we'll see if it will register. It did trigger whenever I walk by it, so we'll see how that works. I'm going to work on mulching this area here inside the bathroom, so it's more of a smooth, easier walk because we've got some roots there, and then another set of roots there, and then some inside the bathroom. So we'll get that taken care of now, and then that'll pretty much wrap up most of the projects. Okay, 2 bags, 4 cubic feet. Got that level inside here, which is what we wanted. And then out here, levels it up quite well. Obviously we're going to need about 2 more bags, but these were free through a gift card. And about 2 more bags I think would be what we'd need in order to get a nice path there. So it is a start, and that project is now done. All right, well that would do it for the weekend. Got the Tacticam back turned on. Tent's all closed up. Did some landscaping work, some more here. This was extremely rough, so really brought a lot of dirt from the hill in front of you there. And then going up to the campfire, it's a little hard to see, but I don't want to trigger the Tacticam. So more to work to come. It's only the second weekend and it takes time. Like Joe and Zach Survival, Trey Runs Wild, Girl in the Woods, Jay in the Woods. These camping locations takes years to establish, and we're just on week number 2. So if you like this kind of thing, like and subscribe and share. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will see you next time on the
going to work on a few projects. We got a wagon. Joey put sides,
Racks.
rails on the wagon. Open this thing and it's gonna poop open like an inflatable raft. Welcome back to Time by the Tent. We are on our way. I think we're only about, I don't know, probably 45 minutes away, less than that, to our land. We're going to give it a name eventually, but we just keep calling it the land. And we're going through this town here. We are going to work on a few projects. We got a wagon. Joey put sides,
Racks.
rails on the wagon. Yeah.
Gonna get a spot ready for the hammock, which we forgot. Gonna move the trail cam again. We did have activity this week on it, and work on some more landscaping and get the rest of the tent finalized. Almost. We've got another car full of stuff, one more car full of stuff, and that'll be everything that we had intended to take up there, and it'll be complete on the items to take up.
Yeah, so we're excited. We're slowly moving in and getting things kind of settled, and it's going good. Okay, so at the land, there's the road. Here's my car parked on our parking pad situation. Joey's putting together the wagon. He had it put together, but then with the wheels on, it wasn't going to fit my back seat, so he's just basically putting the wheels on, the wheel frame, that's the word. And yeah, so we're going to unload. There's everything. This boombox that Joey won at prom and his prized possession. He's kept all these years. Yeah, so here we are. Here we go. Alright, so we got the first load of the gorilla cart. Very handy. I'm going to follow Joey up and see how this goes. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see, but these are, where are they? These are called fiddleheads. It's how a fern unfurls. Oh, I'm going to go this way. Hopefully you can see it. Here's another one. There we go. Yeah, it's called a fiddlehead.
Okay, last week when I came up here, there was a lot of water on the tent on both sides, so I put those logs inside the tent in order to shed the water, and it appears to have worked. We had, based on radar and the ground, a pretty substantial rain Wednesday of this past week, so 4 days ago, and it appears to have done the job correctly. Okay, let's see. Everything on the outside of the tent looks as it was when I left it. So let's see. That goes for our water canister here. Got a little wet, which that'll be fine. That'll work. So let's see how everything looks in here. Okay. Appears to be no creatures, no animals, so that's good. Those work just fine. Everything is still where it was left, so that's also good.
Okay, so we got this foam foam mattress, memory foam mattress, from Schlemazon, and it's pressure packed like a sausage. There we go. So all you gotta do is open it. We're gonna open it on, we deflated. Okay. We deflated the
air mattress.
And now we're going to open this thing, and it's gonna poof open like an inflatable raft. Just kidding. But yeah, it's going to become, it's supposed to be six inches. It's, I don't know, like 2.5, 3 right now?
Like 2.5, 3 right now.
Yeah. So let's see what happens here.
Oh, okay. Make sure I guess that's the top, that's the bottom.
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters.
Oh.
Bottom's got like a tarp canvas material on it. Okay. Get it in place first and see what happens. Alright.
Oh, I think it's already inflating. Okay. So it takes a while to inflate anywhere. It's like 8 to 72 hours. It'll be at its fullest in 72 hours, but it's already doing its thing pretty quickly. So, but it's 2:30 p.m. So by the time we go to bed in 8+ hours, it'll be probably to its full capacity, close enough. So there it is. We'll show you more later. Okay, so we're mulching where the little path to the latrine, and last week we put down 2 bags, and then we got 2 more bags. We didn't know how much we were going to need, so now we got 2 more bags. Okay, we're getting things set up here, and we have this table. This is our outdoor table, and I found that tablecloth. It's vinyl-y. I don't remember where I bought it, but it was on clearance. It has a forest type print, butterflies, mushrooms, etc. And then this will be our outdoor table. We have an old kitchen table and chairs at home. They just didn't fit on this trip. That will go inside the tent, and then we can just move the chairs as needed, but we have the option to eat and have a table inside or outside. And I just put the dishwashing stuff and paper towel. There's our hydration station right there, and then not too far from the tent is our bathroom. And then right here is kind of our, I don't know, the land is uneven. It kind of plateaus up, and that can be annoying at times, but it's helpful because now we have like a little plateau for our cooler, or we can put the cooler on the table, whatever works. And then we're repurposing our mulch bag as trash bags, so we get the most out of them. And then here's this throw blanket that I got from my work as a free gift, and it's going to just be up here for around the campfire or what have you. Okay, so the mattress has inflated, puffed up, whatever, nicely, and as again, it's going to become full over 72 hours. But it feels nice. Joe and I both have laid on it, and we're looking forward to sleeping on it and not feeling every move that either of us make. So yeah. Okay, so Joey cut a bunch of wood, just some dead trees that were in our forest, and now he's kind of clearing some of this built up land. Or what had happened is the forestry vehicles came through and just created ruts, so it's kind of uneven. So he's been evening it out and then kind of filling some holes here along our camp area.
Okay, so we've got supper going, cheeseburgers and hamburgers and baked beans that we cooked in the fire in the can. Whether you're supposed to do it or not, we did, and it turns out, we've done it before, it turns out really good. We're intermittent showers. The county south of us is under a flash flood warning for the next 4 or 5 hours. We drove through some of that. We've gotten hit with a little rain here and there, but not much. So we're going to eat outside for as long as possible.
Hi.
And then I did do some more work over here. I did a shooting lane. I'll work more on it tomorrow for sighting in the bow and also gun. And we'll work on a target tomorrow for that. So we're going to eat and then set by the fire. And if anything changes, we will let you know.
Joey's making pancakes over the fire. We both slept pretty well last night. It's a beautiful day in the 70s. Oh, and our full mattress was awesome. Joey liked it. It was, it's warm, which is good because that air mattress was, especially when it was colder out, it was cold. And so the full mattress is, I mean, obviously more insulated, essentially. So we're going to have some breakfast and get ready for our day.
Look at the size of this. The beaver chewed all of that out. It fell and couldn't use it. Alright, I'm in the woods as I always am here. I'm going to move the trail camera from where it was last week. And I got to figure it out because it's kind of in this area. Farther back over there where I wanted to take it. But I found an open spot last week and I put it there. Well, I'll find it. Because it was a good activity, where it appeared to be, and did get a pretty good sized doe on the trail camera. So now I just got to kind of figure out the GPS coordinates based on the trail cam, and then move it farther back in the woods. And I've got the extended antenna in case the antenna on it doesn't work because I'm too far deep in the woods. So I'll find it and then we will move it. Okay, I found it after going about 100 yards the wrong way because I didn't have good enough service in order to track the camera. I was using a app that tracks my trail, and then I was able to go back to the previous trip and follow the map from the last trip. So now that's probably tripped a picture, which is fine. So I'm going to take this down and we're going to move it farther back in that direction, or until I see something that's really promising for some good photographs and video. Okay, trail camera's down. I've got it here. Now I'm going to head back into the woods. Had a nice doe on this one, and then downloaded the data, the video clips as well. So when we get to the new spot, I will show you when it's all set up and activated. Okay, so I hung the game trail, walked a long ways, kind of came back in the same general area as it was, just because of the signal issues being so far remote. I built this archery target hanger. I've got a big hanging bag, and then when I bring that up, then I can figure out how far to space the hooks here to hang it on. And I've got about a 40-yard target range cleared out over there for the archery. But yeah, the bag will hang here, and then you just shoot at it. Just a small piece of pallet, couple of 2x4s, very easy, and some boards down here for stabilization at the bottom. Other than that, very simple, homemade. Probably already have the stuff to make it with. And we've got ribs on the stove, on the fire right now, and then that'll be about all we do for today. It's been a long time in the woods, longer than I wanted to, but that's how it goes. Okay, getting things packed up. I did take and cut a lot of this down here, which is what I intended to do, to have more of an open area. And at some point, I'd like this all to be kind of somewhat same grade, so we can have all that in grass and then have a larger circumference around the campfire. You can see that it's high there, and then it goes down. And then on this side here, all of that, I leveled all that out, so it's getting there. All right, and we've also got a number of flat rocks.
I call them pancake rocks, and I just kind of made a stack here. And then Joy found this one that just has a flat bottom. He called it a muffin top. I thought that was cute because he calls me muffin top, but it sits nicely on top. I like rocks.
You do? Yeah.
I do like rocks, and we share rocks with each other. I actually have some in my backpack that I have to share with him from when I was on the walking the beach on my 40th birthday. That I just remembered I saw. So go camping, you'll find stuff in your backpack that you picked up 7 months ago. So the wagon is been very handy, and it's nice Joey built those rails on the side so we can just kind of stack it up. And now we only have one trip down to the car versus like a million. So yeah, it's been good.
Well, that will do it. Another weekend. Thanks you for hanging out with us. If you've made it this far and you're willing, put camp in the comments below, CAMP, so we know that you got to the end of the video. You got everything wrapped up, cameras, Tacticam's turned on, fire's out, tent's closed up, and we will see you. Because apparently the SIM cards they're inverted. And the guy at the Tacticam was very surprised the cameras were even functioning with inverted SIM cards. Old Katie and my nephew drug it about a full city block and a half in order to get it back to the house, and got our decorative pieces, our Beanie Baby ducks, George the goose. Welcome back to Time by the Tent. Another weekend up at the land. Just got up here. Gonna turn the trail camera off and then open up the tent. We got a lot of rain up here. I wasn't up here last week, so we got a lot of rain up here the week before. And I've got to work on, I gotta go in the woods and get the other trail camera over there. And the SIM cards, I've got to switch the SIM cards because apparently the SIM cards they're inverted. And the guy at the Tacticam was very surprised the cameras were even functioning with inverted SIM cards. They've got a special code on them. So let's get the tent open up and see what, if anything, is disturbed. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, I did the zipper too. With netting. Alright, everything appears to be okay. A little musty in here, but I'll open up the windows and get that dried out. Got to burn this box here. Other than that, everything in here is fine. I've left the cart inside here, and then I've got a plan for changing or fixing the ceiling so we don't have to have these logs in here all the time. So I'll get everything up from the car and get the weekend started. Okay, like I mentioned before, there was 2 big rainstorms about a week ago. The tent held up fine, no problem at all. But I guess this comes with the territory. Underneath are foam tiles. Clearly water has gotten in here somewhere or somehow. So I pulled the tiles up and I've just swept the wet water, I've swept the water into this area here where the stove will soon be. So minor inconvenience. I've got a couple of fans. I got a ceiling fan here I can turn on, and I've got a little desk fan that goes a USB port I can plug in and dry it out if I feel it's necessary. So I'm going to go down and get the stuff out of the car and then figure out, I got to go get the Tacticams switched on that. So that's what I will do now. Okay, I am off to get the other Tacticam. Got raspberries. Not a lot of them, but these are all raspberry plants here. I'll pick some later. I gotta pull the Tacticam because we were having problems. Oh, hold on. Piece of scrap metal there, which I'm going to toss over in the shooting lane for the bows so I can get it and take it to recycling. Okay, so I gotta find my way through here and get the other Tacticam. We have had a number of deer on that one that I'm going to go get. I have to get it because it stopped sending daily pictures. With Tacticam, you can set it to where it will, twice a day, send you just a picture. Here's what's going on, where your camera's at, boom. And it worked fine for the first 2 weeks that we had it set up here. Well, then 2 weeks ago, I wasn't up here last week. 2 weeks ago, I pulled it and took about 2 hours walking through the woods. You saw that if you followed the video. Was in the woods longer than I wanted to be, and found out that I was beyond our property line, which I take and I track where I'm at on an app, and then I overlay it with the plot map. So then I put it back within probably 30 yards of where it was, and it didn't do the daily update. So I reached out to Tacticam, which I think they're based out of Minnesota, very responsive, and he said that you've got the 2 cameras. He said you got the 2 cameras, one in the woods and one at the at the tent campfire, and you have inverted the SIM cards. When we got them, I took them out of the box, made sure all the components were there, as I normally do, and then I put everything back in boxes. Didn't think nothing more of it. Brought them up here, hooked them up, and they worked fine. So something occurred when it was off for that long. And I checked the one at the tent there, and the numbers on the SIM card were the opposite of what the ones in the woods should be. I'm just looking here at potential firewood. Those are decent trees. It's not that difficult to get back here. So I'm going to pull that one, download all the information that's on it and all the videos, on my phone and then take it back to where it was originally at, right across about 100 yards from where the tent is, because we were getting activity there too. Now, I have not studied to figure out if the same animals, the same deer that were on this location, it was the ones over at the other location, but there's a buck in both, and I'm not certain that it is the same. So when I get over there, we'll take it down and bring it back in. Okay, found it. It's going to take a picture of me. That's fine. There it is. I'm going to disconnect it. But yeah, right in there, a lot of deer activity, and I've had deer on that camera walk right up to it. Now obviously it probably was investigating what it was, but I've had right in that area there this morning, I had a deer just walk through as if it was nothing, and a smaller doe heading that way. Okay, so I'm going to pull this down, take it back to camp, take all the images off of it, and then scurry in the woods real quick, get it put up. I'm going to mark this area with some tape. I've got some fluorescent orange tape here, just so I can mark it, and I'm going to mark probably this tree here, simply for the fact, even though it's MFL land, we own it and all that, there is an active trail, and I don't want any opportunity that anybody might stop, walk in the woods, take a bathroom break, and see this, like, what's going on here. So I'm going to mark this and then head back to camp. Okay, so I got the other Tacticam set up, moved. I couldn't find the exact spot where I had it before, but we're going to see how that works. Appears to be on an active trail coming out of the woods there, moving in that direction. I think this was the general area in which I had it. It's the same tree I had it on the first time we were up here, and I couldn't get it to activate correctly. Then I moved it back here somewhere, and I can't find that tree either, because there was a nice fork tree that I was going to turn into a tree stand, so I'll have to try to piece that together at some point, but we'll see what activity we get on that trail cam now that the right SIM card is in it and it appears to be activated. I got to get somewhere closer where I've got cell service in order to check if it did activate. Okay, so I found right there, that tree there is the one that I had the trail cam on the very first time, and it was capturing what appeared to be a fork tree, which it was. Lighting's bad because the sun's going down. I thought, boy, that might be a really good spot for a tree stand. Put a ladder up, make a ladder out of the logs, but that is not going to be the secureness or the width or anything that will not work. So I found another one over here. Oh, it's over in that direction. I'll put a picture up. And then there's another one right there. And the deer are kind of active in this area. So those are options in which that one's still very narrow. I need a tree that's about 25 inches, 32 inches wide at the top. That might work, I don't know. Well, we got to see what kind of activity we have. Starting to get dark, sun's going down. Gonna cook supper tomorrow. I've got a table to put together that goes in the tent, and then a lot of other knickknacks and stuff that will go inside and around. I got the barbecue grill, Homer Simpson's barbecue grill. Found that and alongside the road, and I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. And then I've got some things in which, well, that pole right there is part of the new helping the rafters water run down it. Instead of using the wooden poles, that can be a permanent fixture and I don't have to remove the poles every time. So, it's still wet in here. I don't have, you can still see the moisture there. Not really sure where it came in at, but if that's the only moisture, the bed is dry. This new mattress we've got, it's dry, so that's the important part with the 2 torrential downpours that we had about 12 days ago and 13 days ago. So that's where we're at. Also, I'll put the yard markers up for the archery target that I made 2 weeks ago, and then that's the target there that'll hang from it. And then I got to figure out something to use as a backdrop or a backstop for when Holly shoots her gun. That's the archery lane. There's the frame down there. This was the metal plate or bucket lid or something I found. Now clearly that has, let me hold it up to the sky, see? Somebody has shot at that many, many, many years ago. So that'll go in the recycling pile. But this is pretty, I mean, it's rough, but for what I need it for the archery, it's not, I'll get ground level here. It's ups and downs. It's not a backyard, but I'll get that all measured off and get that set up so I can bring the bow up. And I'm going to get supper going over the fire. I have baked potatoes and I think T-bone or ribeye steak or something like that. So I'll show you when I get it done. For tonight's supper, boneless chuck steak and baked potato, 2 of them. It's dark, time got away, got a nice fire going, and got this bar light. It's magnetic, it goes on the tent, well, stick to the, got magnets on the top there. On medium, I tested it out and it ran, that's high, medium, low, off. It ran for over 8 hours on medium. It's in the affiliate link in the show notes below. Really good light. Looking if we get a bigger tent to get a different, or another one. So that's all for tonight. Going to hang around the fire, and then I'll get back with you tomorrow whenever I start working on some projects. Good morning. Last night was a real quiet night. No air has moved since about 8 o'clock last night. You could hear just every little pop and squeak in the woods. I'm gonna cook breakfast up. I've got eggs and these Idaho spud potatoes, or dehydrated hash browns potatoes that you hydrate and then fry up. So that's breakfast, and then we'll start getting things accomplished. As many things on the list as I can get done today before I have to leave. Okay, so we're in the tent, and I was able to fix this section of the roof that I would normally have that stick in to keep the water from pulling up right here. So I've got this, I don't know, dowel rod that's about 5 feet long. I don't know where I got it, been in the attic for a long time. And then this square plastic tubing that was the frame of one of those plastic shelving units. And I've just created, it's just friction fitted in there. and that works good. It pulls it up and the water will shed off very nicely. Now back over here, I tried to do the same thing, or I don't have the material. I wanted to do each one of those across and thought that would be good if I just left a dowel rod here without this, and that just doesn't work. So back here I'm going to have to still use the stick until I come up with a better concept, because I'm up against the wall here, and I'm thinking maybe if I run a string, but I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to try that and see what that looks like, and if it doesn't, we will revert back to the limb. And then I've got to dig out that corner because that dresser does not set level, and I've got shelving I want to put on the dresser, and that's not going to work unless I get that all fixed. So that's right now the projects. I don't know if this light's going to help or doesn't. So I did come up with this 2x4 on a 1x4 tied with 540 or 550 cord, or where I forget what you call that, and then the board running across the frame here. I'm going to shove it just a little farther so it completely. So got that, and then I readjusted this one over here, and it should be okay. It shouldn't pool the water at all. Other things got done on the tent. Got the dresser actually level as level as going to be. Had this wire, clipped together thing found in junk many years ago, and that's got towels, and it's got towels in it. Got the radio up there, rocks on it on the top, because apparently the CD case thing doesn't stay closed, so that's what it is. Then got the table in here. It's a normal dining room table Holly's had since before I met her, and got our decorative pieces, our Beanie Baby ducks, George the goose that I got at a yard sale for $5. It was handcrafted in 1986. That's what the bottom says. Got these crocheted cup coasters. Not that we'll use them, but it's just something neat to have here. And then found this at Goodwill. It's from what I figured out or found. It was 1981, 1982, 1981. It's got playing cards in it, and they've never been opened. So I figured that would be a good addition to the tent there. And the way it's going to be is we're going to bring the stove in. Stove jack's there. It's going to sit here, and it's going to come out about right there. So you're not going to have, you're just going to be careful, because you're going to have maybe 18 inches, 20 inches at best to walk in and out. But that's just what we're going to have to deal with this 10 by 12 Ozark Trail tent. If we moved up next year to a 14 by 16 white duck, it's double the size. It would be twice as big. So, and then also I did another layer of the foam tiles here, just to build up to get them out from under the bed, and to build up the cushion a little bit more. So that's where we're at. I'm going to pick the towels up, take them home, clean them, but I'm going to leave those tiles opened, and I don't think we're going to get any rain up here, not forecasted this week, but to see if it pools up again and try to resolve that issue. Okay, so I didn't film what I had for lunch, which is hot dogs and fried onions. You all know what that looks like. So this morning I worked on establishing a barbecue area just right off the campfire. Next week I will get a pathway made in here. It doesn't have a ash catch tray, but as we have landscaped the area, I've been piling up these little these rocks. So that would be the purpose here. At some point, that whole circle would be, or that general area would be rocks. Now, this is a Homer Simpson, or the Simpsons 10th year anniversary limited edition grill, just a Weber grill, yellow. Nothing fancy about it. I think it's maybe, I don't know, 20 inches, 25, something like that. Had it in the barn for, going on 8 or 9 years. Back how I acquired this was, we were leaving Holly's mom's one afternoon. Our car was full of stuff and wouldn't be able to get it anyway, and Holly's sister was there, and she called and said, can you go down, it's just down the street, can you get that for us? So Katie and my nephew drug it about a full city block and a half in order to get it back to the house, and we've never used it, so I figured this would be a good opportunity to utilize it. And then also, to allow more light at night, I just took a straight limb, buried it in the ground about a foot, and then hung our last lantern. We've got 1, 2, 3, that's the fourth of 4 lanterns, and we'll utilize that next week, and I will put kerosene in it, and that should help really illuminate the area. We've got one back there, and then we've got one on that tree there, and one on that tree there, and it really lights up when you've just got the campfire going. Really lights up the area to illuminate the pathway, and very nice. So I am going to, also I have carved out a path to get to the trail. There's a state trail, the 4-wheeler ATV, that runs through our property. We knew that. It's part of the deal. And quite a drop off there, and then that's the other side of the property. It goes down, I would say, from here where I'm at to the road, it's 20 feet elevation. So we've got to figure out an easier way to get from this side to that side in the coming weeks. So I am going to work on getting the shooting, or the archery targets hooked up, hung up, and then get the yards measured off. So not only can I can shoot my bow, but also I can move that, and then we can get a log or something and shoot at it with our guns. Holly and I both carry 10 millimeter. She has a Smith & Wesson. I have a Glock 40 Gen 4, something like that, with 180 grain lead, what they call bear loads. So just want to shoot those for a few times. And we could shoot that tree there, but I think we can just cut down a dead tree that's down near the parking pad, and I can bring a stump up, or a couple of stumps, and we can shoot into it. And that also would, I can get another stump, and that would also be utilized as a chopping block. So I'm going to get this going here, and we'll get it hung up. Boom. So I'm going to mark every 10 yards here. I've just taken scrap, I guess that's 1x4 that was cut in half, and then a 1x4 that wasn't cut in half, and just put a single nail Took a permanent marker, wrote the yardage. Doesn't have to be anything special. Wonderful. If it fades or whatever, it'll serve the purpose. So I'm just going to move that target back and then measure off every 10 yards and hammer one of these in the ground, and we'll be good to go. Okay, got the shooting range done. We are at 50 yards right here. Now, on our property, you're not going to get a 50-yard shot through the woods, as thick as that woods is. Realistically, you're looking maybe tops 35, 40 with a shotgun. With a handgun, with a 9mm, probably 25. With a bow, no more than 30. But I wanted to sight in the shotgun at 50. And then I went ahead and marked 40 since we were already at 50. And I'm not sure how we're going to go about doing this, because this tree here, it's got the sign on it, and that tree there, this was the plans to be the hammock. Now, it's in the middle of the shooting lane, but very rarely would we ever shoot past 30 yards. That would shoot through the hammock, but we could take it down. So we might move the hammock between those two trees. I think that might be a better move. Have it right here, but we'll determine that next week when we bring the hammock up and remember it. So back on the range here, there's 20 there, and then 10 right here. And like I said earlier, this is very uneven terrain because of the machines that was brought in to log this about 20 years ago, and that's just the way it's going to be. I'm not going to spend time leveling this off like the walk path or in front of the tent, simply because it's going to be minimal amount of use. It's most likely just going to be me, and I don't need it smoothed to driveway perfection. So that is done. Now I've got to go pick up the wood that I cut 2 weeks ago right before we left. I just dropped two big dead limbs, and I'm going to go get that picked up, and we're going to start stacking it in a different place, and this will be for the stove wood, which I don't think it really makes really matter as long as it is dry. Alright, thanks for hanging out with me for the weekend. If you made it this far, greatly appreciate it. And if you like this kind of content, subscribe and comment and like. If you made it this far, let's put duck in the comments below. Productive weekend, got 10 of 14 things done that was on my list. And the campsite's cleaned up. Security camera, tactic cams turned on.
So we decided to name our land here Peaceful Pines. We were having trouble getting the fire started because a lot of stuff was damp. So Joey found this dead pine and chopped it up, and as you can see, that pine is just hot. We've made it to the land. This is probably the least amount of stuff that we've brought with us, which is good because it means that we're getting our things up here, and now here on out we should have lighter trips. So I'm waiting for Joey to come back with the wheelbarrow, and we will have we got our stove for the hot tent. So he's coming. I hear them. So we'll see what happens. And they mowed the ditches, so that's kind of cool. Convenient, I guess. There he comes with the wheelbarrow. So we'll get stuff loaded here.
Welcome back to Time by the Tent. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for another weekend. If you like primitive and remote and permanent camping, this is the place to be. If you like that kind of stuff, please subscribe. Figured out what was wrong last week. You watched the video. We had a lot of water in the tent. Didn't know where it came from. Well, I figured it out. Last night we had a big rainstorm up here. We came up this afternoon and it was wet right here. Well, this is where the stove jack is, and up here there's a little lip that wasn't completely sealed, so the water would hit this, run, and then come out of the stovepipe down on the floor where we had other things sitting, and they got wet. So that is the fix. That's the reason why. Now we're going to put the stove in today, and we'll figure out how to make that all work better. But we figured out where the water's coming from, so that's a good problem. And then we're going to put the mats back down so we know it's not blowing in under the tent. So I'm going to go down and get the rest of the stuff out of the car, and we will start our weekend.
Alright, so we're all unpacked, unloaded the car. Got to put some things away. Joey's getting a fire started. We're going to make some ribs on that, smoke some ribs on that grill. And just a beautiful day up at our land here. We were having trouble getting the fire started because a lot of stuff was damp. So Joey found this dead pine and chopped it up, and as you can see, that pine is just hot fire. So yeah. Okay, so Joey and I moved the stove in here, and luckily it's not out quite as far as we thought it was going to go, which is good. We bought this stove for a larger tent, and we're holding off on the larger tent for now, just for a few different reasons, so that's okay. But yeah, so we got it in here, and now we're going to get the pipe on there, and then it'll go up into that holder. So we got the stove pipe installed. It was definitely a two-person job. I don't know these people on YouTube who act like it's lickety-split, zip zap zoom, because we had to definitely use 4 hands. So Joey's getting the what is that thing called?
Cap on.
The cap. The cap on. So there. Here's the stove on the inside. We have that metal, the old reusable metal piece at the base there. We'll move the rug, and then as you can see, it's all installed. Joey's working on the cap. We got the pipe in. We'll get the burners on and the door, and we will be good to go.
All right, got the cap on to keep water from going in it, and you want to make sure it's about 6 inches minimum above your ridge cap, which we are. Ridge cap is about right here, so we're about 10 inches above. Otherwise it won't vent right. Anybody who's installed a stove, you probably know that, but if you're new people who are looking to do something like this, that's what you got to do.
So we decided to name our land here Peaceful Pines because it's very peaceful to us and very just relaxing. I think peaceful is the best word. And we found a place for our tent between a group of pine trees, so it just made sense. There's a lot of pine trees on this land as is, so Peaceful Pines. So I made this sign. I painted this sign from some old wood, and then I sealed it with some sealing spray, so hopefully it lasts a good couple years, and then after a while, you know, I can always make another one. So there it is, Peaceful Pines, and as you can see, I made a little like tent between the pine trees, and I put some flowers on there too, because why not, right? So, Peaceful Pines.
You can see somewhat of a defined path I've made from the trail I made last week that went to the state trail. I'm running a trail there's the state trail. I'm running a trail for me through here. It's going to be a rough trail, but to get over another 70 yards in order to get a bunch of trees that are dropped naturally that I can bring back over to camp. This is going to be the best way to do it, just using the manual sickle and just cutting through somewhat of a path for the gorilla cart to pull the stuff. It's going to be rough, it's going to be bouncy, but I can get over here and get that, and it will work. This is the best way that I can do it.
We're eating ribs and focaccia.
What is focaccia?
Focaccia is it's a bread. It's very herby, and I know it's tasty. Joey thinks it's tasty too.
It's like a little pizza that's not cooked, I guess.
Okay, we're getting some breakfast going. Some sausages, and some diced breakfast potatoes. And then some coffee. I slept okay. It's kind of damp, so I'm glad we installed that stove for when it's going to be continuously damp. How'd you sleep?
I slept fine. Slept late.
Did we sleep late?
7:30.
Yeah, we slept till 7:30. So, there's our little fire. I got my chicken going for our kebabs later. I got it marinating. It'll be delicious and fun. Alright, so Joey's opened up more on the campfire here. All over around the campfire. Still got a little bit more back there, but we're going to get a like a love seat type camp chair additionally to our other chairs, a couple chairs we have here, and hopefully by next spring, summer, if my sister and niece and nephew and mom want to come up, they can. We'll have to find a place for them to put a tent, but yeah, that's our plan, to just have some more space around the campfire so we can kind of move around and make it so that if people want to come up, they can. Certain people, not all people. So yeah, we're having a nice morning fire here. I'm just relaxing. Soon we'll set up the hammock, and that's
I'm
about
in the
it.
hammock.
I'm scared of it, but I'm in the hammock. It's really comfortable. I don't know if I've ever been in a hammock, or if I have, it's been a long, long time. And yeah, we got it from the the online store, and it's supposed to hold 500 pounds, and I'm less than 500 pounds, so that's good. And we just strung it on these trees here. We're going to get a gravel delivery so that we can have a parking pad situation. So we've kind of laid it out, and Joey's going to build a retaining wall of sorts. He's got these stakes Where'd you get those stakes from?
Home Depot.
From Home Depot.
You can make your own.
You can make your own. You just had them cut them, right?
No, they were pre-made.
Oh, they're pre-made. Okay.
Or landscaping stakes or something.
So we're gonna make like a little retaining wall, and that's the plan. Okay, so there's another log for the retaining wall that's getting developed here. So it's gonna be 3 high, maybe 4 high, and a few different log lengths. I'm filming. The retaining wall is up. Looks good. We're going to get some landscape cloth situation before we have the gravel poured. That's the plan. Joey got that tree down.
$6 wedge. Otherwise, that tree would have probably fell in the road. And cutting the tree up, it pinched the saw, and I had the wedge here, so I didn't have to figure out how to get the blade out of the pinched log. So worth the $6 to get a wedge. Now they're plastic ones. Now the old-fashioned ones are metal, but the bad thing about the metal is if you hit it with the blade, you're done. I nicked this with the blade, and the blade's just as fine. It just took a little chunk out, so keep that in mind too.
We're making kebabs. So I marinated this dressing, or this chicken in this Greek dressing, and just have an assembly line here, and I'll have to put some tomatoes on too, but I want to make sure I'm more excited for the peppers, onions, and mushrooms than I am for the tomatoes. It's just an added bonus, but yeah, tasty little lunch over the grill. Here's the cooked kebabs. The chicken could take a little bit longer than the vegetables, but that's okay. It's been a while since I made kebabs, so I think next time I'll do separate meat skewers and vegetable skewers, but they turned out delicious. I'm scared. I'm not a good wood chopper, apparently. That was something. So I attempted to chop some wood or split some wood, whatever you want to call it, and I work out at the gym 3 to 4 days a week, and I work on a lot of mobility and strength training, spend a lot of time outside, obviously, and I think one of my biggest things is I need to work a little bit more on my upper body strength, and I think it takes some more core strength too, and also just, I think I overthink it, and I just have to like get the follow through and get the downforce, and I'll be good to go. So just more practicing, and that's okay. I've never really chopped wood before, so this is the first. It's going to take some time, and if you want to watch my progress, I'm sure we'll post it, and that's the plan.
Okay, that'll wrap up another weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you did and you're willing, put table in the comments below, TABLE. Let us know that you made it to the end of the video. Did some more landscaping around the campfire here, getting that all smoothed out so we can have more seating capacity, even though it's just the two of us. and I'll get the security camera turned on. Again, thanks for watching. If you like this kind of stuff, please like, comment, and subscribe, and we will see you next. Okay, so here's the rinse off station. We've got a big paver. Welcome to another weekend here up at the tent. I guess we should call it, since we have the official name, Peaceful Pines. Gonna get the tent opened up, see if anything is out of place. Had a big storm up here Wednesday night, and the tent appears to be in good shape on the exterior, so we'll see what we have on the interior. Oh, hello, frog. Go on. A lot of frogs up here. Apparently it's because of the sandiness of the soil. Everything looks okay. No water hanging in the rafters. The stove appears to be maybe, well, I don't know. Everything looks to be okay. I don't think it would have gotten moist because the rain as tight as that is sealed around there. So, all right, I am going to pull the wagon out, go down to the car, get the stuff, and then I've got a number of things I want to get done, and we'll see how much we get done tonight and tomorrow before I leave. One of the first things I want to do is get the kerosene out of this lamp and put in the lantern, and then I've got this clear lamp oil that I'm going to feel a lot better burning in the tent rather than the kerosene, even though the windows are open and all that goes along with that. So I've got a wick here. Let's see how apparently that wick has burnt out. Okay. I don't think I can use that wick. I got the wrong size wick, so I have to cut them down for the smaller lanterns. So to make it just easier, I'm just going to burn this, throw this in the fire, waste it, and then start out with clean dry wick so I'm not covered in kerosene. Instead of doing it on the table, I'm going to do it on the bucket so I don't get the table all covered in kerosene. So I had the wick somewhere. Here they are. And the scissors. So these are, I think, like 1/2 inch, and these are almost full inch. So I got to cut them in half. It's going to be a little rough, but it will work. Primitive. The cap came off, so I'm just going to leave it off because I'm not going to be able to get back on. Okay. Now I need the funnel. This was the other one we got at Goodwill. Happened to be there at the right time. It's a smaller one, but it does illuminate the trail, or illuminate the back of the camp at night when we're at the and there is a freeze point on it. This is a clear. I got the clear even though the red said smokeless and all this other stuff. On the back it said freezes at 45 degrees, and we're going to be up here when it's 45 degrees. So I wanted to, this one doesn't say anything about freezing at any temperature, which paraffin wax oil will freeze at 15, but this is not paraffin wax oil, so I'm just wanting something that's less potent than kerosene, even though we're in a ventilated tent. Very warm day today, warmest that we've been up here. I've been up here, anybody's been up here. 82 with a low of 6. The purpose of that is so I can put a post in there when I'm cooking. I'll put a couple of nails on 3 sides so I can hang my utensils and I don't have to throw them on the table or set them next to the fire. I can hang them up, and then when I'm done I can pull it out, and the pipe is beneath soil grade, so we're not going to trip on it. So just an old broom handle. This is a piece of broom handle. Well, it's a piece of one of them things that you put Christmas lights on. It's got threads on both ends. Had it in the attic, found it, never used it, but this will be a good application for it. So, and then when we're done, just pick it up, put it over by the tree, and it's all said and done. So that's the way it's supposed to be, but I cook on that side where the grate is, so I should have put it over there, and that's where I'm going to move it now. So you've seen what it is supposed to look like, so that's where it's going to be permanently, over there. So my next project, I want to put on the back of the wagon these eye hooks, or these hooks here, so when I'm hauling stuff back down to the car, or non-wood items, stuff doesn't want to fall out of the back end, as I've noticed things have done. So I've got bungee cords here, and if I put it like that, it'll work just fine for wrapping around. So I don't have the right drill bit, so I'm going to kind of partially drill in with this, what is it, 7/8 bit, top here, inside both sides, and then screw this in without splitting the pine, and then we'll put it together, and I'll show you what it looks like when I'm done. Okay, so I've got the hooks on both sides. They do come out in here, but for what little bit that they protrude, I don't think they're going to be a problem. And I just would drill from both sides and just know where I drilled on this side and just eyeball it and match it up so the holes were in sync there. Alright, so we've got these 2 bungee cords. They don't have to be super tight, they just need to be like a gate. And I guess I could do, hook it there, but then you're compromising a good portion, so I figured this would be the best way. Now, I think that's probably going to work there. Let's see if this will fit through. I'm going to have to make them bigger. This is the back of a swivel chair that I'm going to use as part of a gate. I'll run this cord through, and then that will be the top portion. That'll just help prevent anything from falling out, and then these can be removed when I'm not moving our stuff around. So I need to cut these out a little bit. Alright, this should do, yep, and run that through there. I don't know why we couldn't do it on the bottom one too. Let's try that. Oh, I see, okay. I need to run it the same way here. So that will catch anything that may be trying to fall out. Just a makeshift, easy little backstop that you may not have the parts for, but I had the stuff sitting around. So that will work for hauling stuff back and forth. That may even work good for brush too. I may just leave that on there for right now, and then when I'm ready to dump, I just open that up. So that's another project that is done. If you like this kind of activity, primitive dry camping, tent camping, be sure to subscribe, and we will go on to the next project I have on my list. Okay, so brought some more wood up, got some chopped. This was from the tree that we cut down last week that you saw. If you didn't, check that video out. I've got to go back over in that direction and get that much more of a pine tree that had dropped, and some of it was punky, but a good portion of it was good. So I'm going to go get another cart full of that now, take care of that cut wood that I've got down and used or ready to use. Always have more wood than you ever think you need, because you can always use it, but it's difficult to go get it if it's dark or there's snow on the ground. So always have plenty of wood piled up. We've got some there, there, there. I want to have some between that tree, have some between those trees. I'd like to have 10 times what I've got here, so I have plenty of wood. It's just a matter of getting a couple of carts every time I come up, and eventually it will add up. So I'll go get that wood and get it back over here, and if I can split it, I'll split it. If not, at least it's here. I'm not going to run the wood stove. I want to test the wood stove and see if it vents, everything works well, but it's quite warm right now. It's 75-ish Fahrenheit. What is that, like 25 Celsius, something like that. So that's what I'll do, and then that might be all the projects I get done for the night. Might just sit around the fire, piddle around, do a few other things here that I can do at camp, and then sight the bow in tomorrow. I wanted to work on cutting some more of that tree down, get a little shower pad put together and get the components for that completed. And that might be about, I want to go out to the 2 trail cameras and download that footage to the laptop, because we had a lot of activity this week, and I want to see, we had a really nice buck on the camera we just put up last Sunday, which we had a deer up here on the camera within 30 minutes of me coming out of the woods. And then this other, on the other side of the property, we had a spike buck and a couple of smaller does multiple times. So that's what I'll do, and I'll check back in with you. Okay, so there is the load. The top one is really punky, but there's some, that'd be good campfire wood, not necessarily stove. Bottom ones are better, but this was the worst of the bunch. That was the good stuff, and I figured if it's at least 50% solid, I was going to take it. So that's a heavy, even though it's pine, it is wet because it's been laying on the ground, so I'll get that chopped. And the stuff that I chopped last week on the surface is considerably drier than what it was when I split it, so it'll burn hot for sure. So that's the second load of the day. This is the first big load. I had a little bit over here that I brought up from that tree that I cut last week, and I'm going to get some more from down there tomorrow. Picked some raspberries and blackberries. They are on the small size, just because it's been super dry up here last week. We talked to the neighbor, and he said the raspberries are always typically very small. Blackberries, he has some that's much larger than what we have for a variety of reasons, I assume, soil and location, but that's a few there, not many, but a few wild ones. Okay, having burgers that was made over the fire, homegrown tomatoes on bread, because I have a lot of bread and don't need to buy buns, with mustard. Are you a mustard on your hamburger or a ketchup, or is both of them forbidden? So leave that in the comments if you've gotten this far, and we'll continue on with our journey this weekend. And if nothing happens tonight, I will see you in the morning. Got up, had pancakes and hash browns. Didn't show you that. You know what that looks like. Working on a rinse-off pad area. We're going to have a table here with the rinse kit, and then a place to put your leg up in order to rinse. And then over here is going to be a couple of about 2-inch thick disc or chunks off a tree as a walk-off pad, so your feet can dry before you get on the soil there. So that's still in the making. The pad is, I don't think, quite level, but I don't think you're going to notice it. It's not a patio or anything, but that's where we're at now. And if I get time later this afternoon, I'll finish cutting the pieces that are needed from the tree down by the pond that we worked on last week. So I am going to now work on sighting in at least 10 and 20 yards on the bow, preferably 30s, and that's where I'm standing here, to get that pretty much dialed in, because bow season will start in less than a month here in Wisconsin. Okay, so we're shooting low and to the left. So that means that I need to lower the target, or the sight, and move it to the left. In archery, whichever way you're off, you move it in that direction. You would think you'd move it the opposite way, but you don't. If you're left, you move it farther left, and if you're down, you move it farther down, and that will bring things back up to where it needs to be. And then once we get sighted in at 10, everything else should kind of fall into place at 20 and 30, and if you choose to go to 40 or 50. I'd like to have a stand where I hang this. I just haven't got one made yet. I had one years ago back on the farm, but I've just not got to the point where I had time to make one. Okay, so I need to go down and to the left. Let's see if that helps. Still shooting in the same spot, so I've adjusted it again. I'm aiming right in that area. That's better. So now I just need to go up just a tad to get it. This would be considered the lungs. That's the heart. So I'm aiming right in this area. So I just got to go basically up just a little bit. And we'll try it again. Alright, so we got to go up one more time. I'm trying to do minute adjustments, but apparently I'm thinking with a gun you got to kind of do a couple clicks in order to get things set up with a scope. With here, it's more of a larger adjustment in order to get it where it needs to be. Alright, I will continue to fiddle with this and bring you back when I've got something more exciting. Oh, right where we want it. I'll shoot 3 more and see if the pattern still holds. Looking good. It's a little high. All right, have it, the spread, that's at 30 yards. It's a little high. Also, I've been shooting a lot, so I'm going to leave everything as is, and then next time I'm up here, which either is next week or in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'll start at 30, because I know 20 and 10 is dead on, and then potentially try a 40 and see where that lies. There's no way I'm shooting 40 yards through the woods on our property, but 30 is the very maximum. 20 would be the most consistent distance. So that's where we're at on the archery target sighting in. Went down and cut more on that tree that we cut down last week. This is approximately another cart full. They're not completely full, but to pull them up the hill, they only can be about 3/4 full. That's all I can get weight-wise to pull up the hill. And there's another 3 to 4, maybe 5 carts down there, but it's entirely too warm to be pulling wood up the hill. It's about 80 degrees in the shade in the woods. So I'll get this unloaded and finish the rinse off area over there, and I'll show you that when I'm done. Okay, so here's the rinse off station. We've got a big paver, landscaping paver there, 20 inches by 20 inches. A stump to put your leg up so you can rinse off areas. And then the disc here is, after you dry off, your feet will dry off by the time you get to the dirt here. And then you can put your bucket here, or we have a rinse kit where we can add water and manually pressurize it up. And it has a nozzle, like a garden nozzle, where you can have multiple different settings and you can rinse off that way. So that is complete now. Not going to have any curtain or any privacy screen or anything like that. We're up on a hill. You'd be very easily able to hear somebody coming up. And around here, people are very respectful, and they don't go in places where they are not supposed to, because they don't know what they'll find. Well, that will do it for another weekend. Thank you very much for hanging out with me up here at the land. If you made it this far, let's put deer in the comments, D-E-E-R. Let me know that you made it this far. Thank you so much. I've got the campsite all closed up, security camera on, and well, the fire is going and producing good ventilation. Now I'm working on the backstop. I filled the IKEA bags and the other plastic coated bag. It's the same material those plastic tarps are made from. And then the moment you get up in the morning at sunrise or before, the urgency is to leave so quickly. What is the fun of that? Welcome back to another weekend up here at the tent. Happy that you have chosen to take a little time to join with me this weekend. I got to turn the security camera off, and a number of projects I'd like to get done, but I'll get the car unloaded as I normally do, and we will get the weekend started. Everything appears to be fine. I'll open the tent up. I'll go down and get the rest of the stuff out of the car, and we will get started. It's quite chilly compared to last week. Last week it was 83 up here. It's 66 right now with a low of 41. So I am going to, once I get everything up, I'm going to get the tent stove started to make sure it vents correctly, and so it's ready for tonight, so I won't have any issues. We had rain up here. I forget what day it was. You can see what the temperature there is in Celsius and in Fahrenheit. And the buckets of water, or the buckets that catch the water, worked really good. That's got water in it as well. I'll combine all those, and that'll be for putting the campfire out when I leave tomorrow. So that worked out well. And everything in the tent is dry. The hammock, it's a little damp. I'll invert it and get the rest of that water out there. Alright, shower rinse off pad looks fine, so I don't see anything that's out of place, so that's good. Okay, I'll go down and get the stuff out of the car and then get the campfire going and work on a couple of projects. Got a good fire going. It's about 60 degrees. It's about 6 o'clock now. So I'm going to go down to the bottom of the hill. 2 episodes ago we cut down a big tree. I'm still bringing pieces up. I'll bring a cart full up tonight. And then tomorrow, what I've got these IKEA bags for, and this one same material bag that we got from PetSmart. Pet Supply, whenever we got cat litter for our cat, is I'm going to take leaf debris that's piled up around here, and I'm going to pack it full and then set those behind the archery target, so when I shoot and I miss, it has more of an opportunity to hit this and slow down before it goes in the brush and gets lodged in a tree, and I have to do a whole lot of extra work in order to get my arrow back. I've damaged one already. I cut it with a saw. It took a notch out of the carbon fiber. It still flies fine, but I don't want to do that to any of the other 5. And then once I get all of these filled, then I'm going to stack them and drape this black cloth over top of it. It's just years ago, 15, 20 years ago, got a big black cloth for a backdrop on a photo shoot that I did, and I'm just going to drape that over, and if it gets wet and mossy and all that, it just blends into the native surroundings. The IKEA bags, they're going to be up here forever, so I'm going to slit little, I'm going to poke holes in the bottom, so when it does rain or snow or whatever, it will have a way of escaping. It doesn't just turn into a big bog in the bag. So that's tomorrow's job. Then I got to put a couple of additional items on the archery lane to hold arrows. I'll show you that tomorrow. But that's what we got. And then this is a wood crate that I'm going to try to put in the tent if room allows tonight, and that will be the wood box. Now, it was intended for a larger tent. I intended to cover the openings there, but that's just where we're at this point. So I'm just going to get in there, and we've got a dustpan and a broom, so minor inconvenience to clean it up every couple of trips. But that's to get the wood inside and at least have dry wood when we get here. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. That might go, where is it at? On the inside there, to keep that netting from getting too close to the fire. So that's what we're going to do. That's what I'm going to do here. And then I'll get supper which is marinated chicken breast that I've turned into strips, and sweet corn and pasta salad, I believe. So that's what I'm going to do now. Now, when I talk about going down to where we cut the tree, you can see the grade. I will put you on the ground here so you can get a better understanding of the grade. It goes up quite a bit. That's just the way it is. So, I mean, let's just go right here. I'm going to hold you level, and you can see it's pretty good grade going up hill. So that's when I talk about going up and down. Now, at some point, and this might be a 3 or 5 year future plan, I don't know. The plan would be, now we're going to get rock for a parking pad up here where we can park. But the goal, I guess, is when they came in and did the logging, they came off this main road here, and right here is going to be the parking pad. We're going to get that in about 3 weeks, and then if I continue up here, this kind of appeared to be where the road or the access to the high end of the property was, because down there where that tree is, that's all low-lying marsh when it's wet. That's all soggy. And you can see where all the trees are dead. That's part of that marsh or pond. So it looks like they came kind of right through here. I'll split the fingers, and you can see kind of those two trees there. You can kind of see when there's no foliage, plants, that kind of is a pathway, and that would be what I would think we would want to do. Now we'd have to get an estimate, excavator in here to get this olive grade, and put a fabric down, and then put gravel on top of it to get it to go up the hill, and then park just like in the area where that barbecue grill is, or just in that area we can drive up there. So that's when I talk about the landscaper coming down or up the hill. That's what we're looking at, because I would not want the road to go through that there. That's all going to be swamp. This is the high, and then we could either split right here, but I think it'd be better to go around that tree there and then go up, because right here it goes down again, and that's where it funnels in there. So I'm going to get a load of wood here and haul it up the hill, and I'll see you back up the top of the hill. Alright, the wagon's full. It's going to be hard to carry or pull up the hill, but no sense going up half a load, make it count. I could throw another 1 or 2 pieces on, but it's going to be brutal trying to get it up that hill. But that's one of 4 loads I want to get to camp this weekend. Alright, well, I made it to the top. Again, cart 1 of 4 for the weekend. This little backstop thing that I made last week out of an old plastic back to a swivel chair and some bungee cords, that kept that wood in. Otherwise that stuff was going to roll out, and it kept trying to roll out. But it worked really good. So I'm going to unload that and then put it there, and then get supper going. Alright, it's time to fire up the stove. This is a log wood stove. It can take, I think, a 19-inch log not intended for the, this was purchased for a 14 by 16 tent that we are holding off on. We've told the story many times, but if you're new, this is an oversized stove for this 10 by 12 Ozark Trail tent. So we're just gonna, and the way these stoves work is they burn from the front to the back. So I'm gonna get some more paper here behind you. See if we can get this to go in one take. Get some kindling here. Small, half a pencil size stuff. Damper is open, and we'll see what we can do here. This is a model 2421. Had to put a new gasket on it. Got it at a yard sale for $75. It's about 120 to 130, 120 to 150 pound cast iron fire. And there we go. We have heat in the tent. Alright, now I gotta get some other pieces to add to that. Well, the fire is going and producing good ventilation. So we'll be warm tonight, even though I have a sleeping bag. It's nice to have that fire, that warmth of a wood stove. If you never experienced it, you don't understand how unique it is compared to propane or gas or electric. Good morning. Slept last night really nice. Got the wood stove going. Learning the nuances of the stove. That's why I've got the windows cracked a little bit to moderate. Phone says it's 37 outside from the local town. When I look at the thermometer, it shows it's about 42-ish, 43. And I've had it up, it's about 65 in the tent right now. I've had it up to like 75 because I'm still figuring out how the stove works. Wonderful stove. I do need a new damper. I was at the hardware store and saw them and thought, no, I think the one we've got is going to be fine, and I should have picked it up. So I'm figuring I got to replace that. But, and let me get a better light on this. I got the thermometer that goes on the stovepipe at a yard sale for $5, brand new. Those are like $25 to $30. So I try to keep it in the optimal zone. But it appears to be, if I can keep it around 100 to 150, that's kind of in the area where I need it in order to keep the tent warm. I've also got the ceiling fan going to circulate the air. That has helped quite a bit. So I'm just going to sit in here, have some cappuccino, and then go out and get the campfire going and get breakfast going, because I don't want to cook in the tent at this time of year because of the potential of bears and all that fun stuff. So worked really well. Definitely, it's been probably since 2008 since I've dealt with a wood stove, so having the knowledge of how to do it has helped, and it really has kept the tent nice and warm. Holly and I hip camped last year in October, and it got down to 39 degrees. We had the sleeping bags at 0 rated, but we didn't have the stove at all. It was a hip camp. We just hauled everything in and hauled everything back out. That was a cold night. This is not cold at all. This is like being at home without a furnace, but just the wood stove, just really comfortable. A nice, maybe you can see that 66 degrees in the tent. Had as warm as 72 this morning. And let's check outside temperature. Outside temperature, oh, about 55-ish, which is, I don't know, what is that, 15 degrees Celsius. Up about 10 degrees, 5 to 10 degrees from this morning. Still a very cool, crisp morning here in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. Kind of surprised I'm not seeing activity on our trail cameras of the deer, being this cool, first real cool morning. They said it was supposed to get down to, like I said, 41, 37 on the phone, and we saw what it was here earlier. So I'm having pancakes, hash browns, and then those are foil packs. There's two of them. That is cored gala apples with butter and cinnamon. So we're going to see if that turns out good. And if it does, I'll continue to do it. If not, I won't do it at all. I'll show you the results. Also, the utensil holder has worked very well that I made last week. I can set on the stool there, put the utensils there. I don't have to throw them on the table. They can keep the table clean, keep the utensils in one location. Just stick in the ground with a pipe, and then I can remove it, and the pipe is below grade, that I'm not going to trip on it. Okay, the results of the campfire apples turned out pretty good. You core them, put them in tin foil. Before you close them up, you shake them with cinnamon and about a tablespoon of butter, and your fire will vary, but watch them, and when they turn soft by the touch, when you squeeze them, that's the time to pull them out. I double wrapped them in aluminum foil, and they took, I guess, about 15-20 minutes in a hot fire. Just put them right on the coals, and it smells good, and they taste really good as well. Okay, next, let's all say it together. Wood from down where we cut the tree last week, 2 weeks ago. Second wagon full from down there. Got a lot of smaller stuff. This back that I added really has come in handy. That held all of that in the back end there, so I didn't fall out going up the hill. So I will maneuver this where it needs to go, and then work on the archery target lane. Okay, so I've been working on the archery range, and I needed a place to put the arrows instead of putting them in the quiver every time I shoot. So right here at 20, I've got a nail I hang it on, and then when I go retrieve the arrows, and then waiting to use the arrows, I just took a piece of firewood, buried it in the ground, and put the center of a plastic bottle, screwed it there, and I can just set them in there, and they will stay vertical, and I won't have to bend down and pick them up. At 10 yards, I put a log limb in there, buried it, did the same thing there, and then I've got a nail here in which I can hang the bow when I go retrieve my arrows. Now I'm working on the backstop. I filled the IKEA bags and the other plastic coated bag. It's the same material those plastic tarps are made from. So I've got the black cloth here, and I'm going to try to configure it in a way in which I really would like to have this gap here filled. My concern is that if I go too much, obviously I could hit the target, and that's going to tear the arrow up. But when I've had inconsistency in shooting, I have shot in that area there, and then I've had to retrieve it back in that mess back there. So I'm going to fiddle around with it, see what I can make happen, and then cover it with the black tarp, or black cloth here. Black cloth is just regular fabric. It's going to get moldy, it's going to get rotten, whatever. It'll be fine. That may add more resistance to the penetration of the arrow to keep it from flying way back there as well. So that's what I'm going to try to make happen here. Alright, I think that's going to work. Move the target to your left to seal up that area there. And I'm just going to cover it with the black cloth and call it good, using that pine tree or spruce tree there as a backstop because everything wants to fall. Now if I had more IKEA bags, I would do 2 more on the left, and well, I do 3 on the left and completely enclose that. And then whenever we shoot the guns, I'm not sure what we're going to do. I think I'm going to leave it as is and just shoot more to the right over here because I'm just sighting in shotgun, and we're going to fire off the 10 mils just for fun into that stump there, or that piece of wood. So alright, I think that's going to work the way I want it. Seals off the back, preferably, hopefully stopping arrows from going in the brush back there and me having to spend time digging and finding the arrows. Okay, so I am going to, I should go on the path over there. I'm going to walk down to the bottom of this ravine hill and see if I can find an easy access to the water in this bog, swamp, pond. There's some mushrooms there. Don't eat mushrooms unless you know what they are. And the reason for finding out how easily accessible it is to get water is if we choose to get like an Alexa Pure, where we can blow that to the side, where we can just get a couple of gallons of water, bring up, put through the filter, and we can have drinking water at camp. It does filter out 207 impurities and is the go-to for many off-grid survival type of situations, and or people on YouTube have utilized that device. It's better than a Berkey because you don't have to prime the filters. That's the benefit or the uniqueness of the Alexa Pure. So let's see what we can find here. Now, that's a nice tree there. If that was in a different location, that'd be a good deer stand. Throw 2 2x6s across there, 6 foot. Throw a ladder up, boom, you got a deer stand. But this is not the spot of activity for that. Now let's see what we've got here. Now where I'm standing here, in the winter after the snow melt, this is all underwater. I'm just trying to figure out, you can see all of this, you can see where the water line is. And I don't want to get too far down in there because I don't know what may or may not be there, meaning you walk and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out and you're waist deep in a swamp. So I'm going to kind of explore this A lot of spruce pine in here. Alright, I'll get to the other side and I'll show you what I find. Okay, so I've made it down to waterline, and it's what you expect, what I knew would be here. A lot of moss. You can see the pond here, lake, lagoon. In the center, when it's super dry, it dries up. You can walk across. There's what the neighbor indicated, very close to walking across, because in the center there it's all dry. So my thought is I could make it down this far. Then if you took a shovel and just dug 2-foot hole by 1.5 feet deep or whatever, and allow it to fill in, water could be gained that way, and then you put it in the canisters or the water jugs, like we have the 1-gallon plastic containers, and you'll haul it back to camp and filter it there, and then I wouldn't have to haul drinking water 3 hours from home. So that might be an option here. And I found this really nice down tree. That's the bark there. I've got to identify that through search. But this is a nice solid tree here that I could take and cut 4-foot swath out of, if it's solid, which it has been here a while, because you can see it's dry. Got big cracks here. If it is solid, I can turn that into the top of the love seat or a bench. Okay, so I've made it down to waterline, and it's what you expect, what I knew would be here. A lot of moss. You can see the pond here, lake, lagoon. In the center, when it's super dry, it dries up. You can walk across. There's what the neighbor indicated, very close to walking across, because in the center there it's all dry. So my thought is I could make it down this far. Then if you took a shovel and just dug 2-foot hole by 1.5 feet deep or whatever, and allow it to fill in, water could be gained that way, and then you put it in the canisters or the water jugs, like we have the 1-gallon plastic containers, and you'll haul it back to camp and filter it there, and then I wouldn't have to haul drinking water 3 hours from home. So that might be an option here. And I found this really nice down tree. That's the bark there. I've got to identify that through search. But this is a nice solid tree here that I could take and cut 4-foot swath out of, if it's solid, which it has been here a while, because you can see it's dry. Got big cracks here. If it is solid, I can turn that into the top of the love seat or a bench, because I would take and cut only about 1/4 of that off, and then notch it into 2 additional stumps like I have at camp. I wouldn't use those, but this would be a good seat. I might play around with that later if I have time. Oh, what do we got here? This is another down tree. That one I just showed you seems to be a larger diameter. I mean, it sounds solid. So I've got some decent wood here to work with. Yeah, I've got some thoughts on how to go about doing that. Okay, so it can be done. We can access the water easier than what I was anticipating. So I'm going to make it back to camp. If you've made it this far, thank you very much. I know several of you have reached out and said that you enjoy these type of videos, vicariously living through us as we create a campsite on raw MFL land. Thank you very much. So if you made it this far, maybe you can answer this question. Holly and I watch a considerable amount of camping videos. A lot of them are on public or state campground in different states. And what we can't figure out, when we state park camp in Wisconsin, you registered or you reserved a spot, and it was from, check-in was at 3 p.m., checkout was at 3 p.m. the following day, 24 hours. If you got there early, nobody was at the location in which you reserved, you could set up early. So if you got there at 1 o'clock, nobody was there, they left, you could set up early. Well, we would always get there about 2:30, nobody was there, so we would set up. And most times we would not leave until 12:30, 1 o'clock, maybe 2. We would relax, have breakfast, fix a small lunch, and then we would pack up and go. But what I'm getting at is, my question is, these videos that we watch, these campers get there late in the day, and then they do their video, and then they get up the next morning at the crack of dawn or even before sunrise. I got to have a cup of coffee and I've got to get out of here. We've got to get going. I've got things to do. I've got, what's the point of reserving a campsite where you get there late, and then the moment you get up in the morning at sunrise or before, the urgency is to leave so quickly? What is the fun of that? So if you can answer that in the comments below, we would be appreciative of that, because we can't figure that out. Why reserve and pay in some instances? Get there late and then just up and get out of there as quick as possible the next morning and not enjoy. It doesn't seem like you enjoy it at all. So, all right, I'm going to head back to camp. Not sure if I'll shoot my bow or I'll play with this, going down there and getting this wood cut and see what I got to deal with. But that's where we're at. Alright, last week I stopped at 30, so I'm going to start at 30 and see if everything's still where it needs to be, if it really was as good as it was last week. You should be able to see somewhat of it, and then once I do 3 or 4, I'll take you up there and show you the pattern, and hopefully I don't have to use that backstop that we just put in a couple of minutes ago. Ooh, right where we want it. Okay, so that's good. Alright, well, it was not as good as I was wanting. 2 is where we wanted it, and 3 is high, and 1 I hit the backstop, so we're going to have to shoot 30 yards again. I'll show you what I've got. Get an up-close shot of the spread here. I mean, technically, yes. That would have been resulted in a deceased deer. But I really want to get them all kind of in that orange-black area, the heart-lung area. So I will shoot some more and bring it back when I have a conclusion. Also, the backstop did what it was supposed to do. You can see the arrow hanging out right there. So that did excellent. I don't have to chase it back in debris and possibly have it into a tree or something. Okay, the conclusion is in after probably about a half hour of working on different things. It is me, and I've just got to be more consistent at 30. 5 out of 6, the one at the top there. That would not have been a good experience for me or the deer. So 5 out of 6 and 4 out of the 5 in the crucial area, and this one here would have been with broadhead, would have got the job done as well. So that's where we're at. All right, that's going to do it for another weekend. Thank you very much. Working on a project, turning that into a love seat bench, because the ones online are like 14 inches high. I'm going to make this one 18 inches high, like the chairs, so it's actually enjoyable to set in or on. Those might be part of that. I don't know. It's a process. It'll get done next time I'm here, as well as landscape some more back here. Shadows are going to be bad here, but this little area right here, I'm going to get that level, and that can be for if family comes up and wants to camp, and or if we get a picnic table that can sit there, or it can sit right here. So I'm going to turn the security camera on. Thank you again for being with me this weekend. If you've made it this far, thank you. Let's put chair in the comments below, CHAIR, and we will see you next time. But this was $2 well spent in order to have a warm fire tonight. So always have extra tools. Well, it's come another big downpour, and it's been raining for the last 20 minutes. Still trying to cook breakfast in the rain. Welcome back to Time by the Tent, up for another weekend. As you saw, things have really changed in the woods in the week that I wasn't here over the Labor Day weekend. So, got a lot of things to do, gonna need your help. So I'm gonna go down and get the stuff out of the car, and we'll meet back here in about 20 minutes, and we will get stuff rocking and rolling for the weekend. Next weekend, next Saturday, is opening for archery bow here in Wisconsin, so I need to get that done tomorrow. I can do a lot of things here around camp tonight, and then we'll hang the stand tomorrow. So meet you back up here in about 20 minutes. Heading down to get stuff out of the car. I didn't see this on the way up. That appears, if I remember right, that's would be raccoon, I think. I got some there and some there. That would be the first indication of any type of animal on this side of the trail where the tent is. Now, I noticed this last time I was up here, there is some type of, like trail that kind of runs in that direction to get to the water, and there's one right through there as well, but never have seen or heard of the any of the animals on this side. And you can see the fronds are starting to die down, die back. Saw that on the way up. So just transition time in the woods. All right, I'm gonna got a new lantern. Got this at a thrift store for $10. Never been used. Some dings on it. $10. That's matches similar to. It's not the same brand, but very similar to the same size. This is a made in China. Got some Japanese writing on it. This one is not Japanese writing, but going to fill that up to get that soaking so that wick will work. And then the intention is to take the postal digger and probably about right there work around that tree root and do the same thing as I did over there. Put a post in the ground with a nail so we have more illumination at night. Alright, that's complete. Just a piece of pine that was dead. Had to work out good. Got one there, one on that tree. Have one on that stick that we talked about, one on that tree, and then one on that tree. And illuminates just enough light at night you can see whenever you're staring at the campfire. So it just adds a little ambiance to it. Lights up the area a little bit, more of a natural way rather than have light strung from the trees. But if that's your thing, that's your thing. This is what we're working with right now. Okay, added a light to the tent in addition to the fan. That's just a USB fan, and this is just a 4-inch Happy Leaf LED grow light that has all the spectrums of light that illuminates. As it gets darker, it's really going to show good, and it runs off USB cords and into our power station. They don't make that anymore. It was a part of their 2018 Growing Indoors kit, but they are an associate with us on our garden radio show. If you're interested in grow lights, a coupon code Joey Holly to save 10% on orders over $90 at happyleafled.com. But this works really good for in the tent here. Next thing is I got to switch out the damper. I was having problems last week, and I got a new damper, and I'm going to see if the damper needs to be replaced, which I think it does, or something has gone wonky in there, and then I need to fix it so it will correctly work. It's going to have to be replaced. It's very stiff, and then that rod in there just will not stay in place. I'm going to put the new one in. It just keeps coming loose. The spring is shot here that would hold that. So I'll get that replaced, and we'll see how the new one works. I got in there with a lot of took too long to do it. What happened was this point here, let me get the light out here. The point on the other one had been shaved down about a quarter of an inch in order for it to go in and do the twist and then come back up in and get out the hole. So I got I don't know if this is a bastard file or what it is, but it's a file for $2 that I picked up at Goodwill. The intentions was to use it on the axe, but this was $2 well spent in order to have a warm fire tonight. So always have extra tools, and I matched it up with the old one, and it was significantly longer than the old one. So that's closed nice and firm, and then open. The other one, I'll show you, it was shot, and the reason why was metal where my thumb is, that was all starting to get flaked off. So it was getting very loose in here, and it would cause this to flap back and forth, and I couldn't get a good vent on it. So that project's done. Very dirty, and I'll get cleaned up and figure out what the next thing is. I'll get a fire started. That's what I'll do. Alright, so I'm going to find an area, I'm going to work an area where I've recently cleaned out for this foldable picnic table that has 2 benches. Mother-in-law gave that to Holly and I. We were looking at purchasing one picnic table. We wanted a wooden one. The problem was none of our vehicles can handle a 6-foot picnic table, and 5-foot ones and all this other stuff. So she had an extra one, so I cleaned this area last week, and I'm going to level it off, and that will be for the picnic table, as well as if we have family come up, they can throw a tent there and we move the picnic table out of the way. So you can see it's very up and downy, so it's going to take a little bit of work to get that level, but that's the goal here. I was going to start a fire in the tent, but I'm sweating from fighting with that damper. So grab a shovel, let's get this leveled out. So that is how much light that little 4-inch LED USB port light provides. Illuminates a good portion of the tent. I just got done leveling off the area for the picnic table. It's too dark to show you now. I'll show you what I'm having for supper when I get that cooked, and in the morning I will show you what it looks like where the picnic table is. But that lights up everything. We got that table lantern over there. So for supper having top sirloin steak and corn. You can kind of see that. I'll show you that in the morning. Looks really good. Took about 45 minutes by hand to get all that leveled out. So if anything else happens, I will let you know. But until then, I will talk to you in the morning. Good morning. It has rained since midnight. It's 9 a.m. now. And it really rained a lot. When I get back up, getting the food out of the car, I keep it down there whenever Holly and I are there. Here we keep it just for the off chance that something might want to come and dig through the cooler. So when I get back up to camp, I will show you the wagon, the gorilla cart. There's a lot of water in that. Fire in the stove in the tent, wonderful. The damper was the issue. That thing kept it going all night, kept it about 65-ish in the corner, so inside the tent average probably about 70. So that was good, but it just rained and rained and rained. Tent didn't leak at all, so that's good. So now all the things that I wanted to do today, I have to prioritize and figure out what do I have to get done today to be prepared for next week for archery season. Well, I do want to try to get some wood, so I'm going to get at least one cart full of wood. I do want to make that bench that I've got partially made. Shoot the bow with the broadheads, make sure that that still flies the way it's as true as the field points. Hang the tree stand, and I think that's all that has to be done. So I've got time to do all that. It's still raining a little bit here. So that's the priority. We're going to fix breakfast, shoot the bow, make the bench, get some firewood, and hang the tree stand. And if there's time for other things, then that's what I'll do. I'll also show you the picnic table area that I did last night right at dark. That was too dark for you to see. So I'm gonna get breakfast going. I'll show you that. We're gonna have pancakes and hash browns, and then salvage what part of the day is left. I mean, we're in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. It's not terrible. You can see here the puddles just on the road here. It's kind of a sandy rock road, as a lot of these second and third type of roads are. So here is the amount of water knuckle deep in our cart, and then I'll show you the picnic area that I made last night, which I'm glad I did, because now I couldn't do it today because there's mud everywhere. Under the table it never got wet, but you can see the splatter up. There's a lot of rain, but looks real nice. Now that can be moved and a tent can go there if need be, but it's got a nice walk path here from the cooking area, and looks real nice. I think it turned out real good. Now, is it completely level? No, but that's just, you know, I'm not laying a patio down. I'm just getting a table and chairs that are fairly level. So, all right, now I'm going to get the wood. I've got some kindling in the tent, which is dry, and some of this wood that I've got here, if I dig deep enough, it's dry. But I'll start with the kindling inside to get that started, and a piece of dry wood in there. I'll shave it down with the axe, get it going, and then I can throw one of these wetter pieces on and it'll dry out by the time it gets time to burn that. So, okay, so here's how I'm going to try to get wet wood to burn. Over on the pine pile, I took and split a piece to where I could get the internal portions of dryness. The outside's wet, but the dry, and that's going to be the foundation. Then I'm going to take paper, build a nest of paper, and then I'm going to put the small tinder on it, trying to get it to burn. And then I've got a piece of pine that I had inside the tent that I got a couple of weeks ago that was in the wood box that is completely dry. And I'm going to try to get that to take, and then if that takes, then we'll put some of this wetter wood on. So this is more of a waxy paper, so I don't know how well that's going to work. So we'll lay that on top of that. And then I've got this all split real thin. Let's see if any of this will take. Okay, let's see what we can make happen here. Okay. Try to light it in multiple areas here. Get something to take. It is still misting or light raining right now, but it's just about cleared out, and then we're going to have all the droplets off the leaves for the rest of the afternoon or day. Let's just move that just a little bit. Now the reason for this down here is so it's not sucking up the moisture from the fire pit. It adds kind of a dry base. Well, it seems to be working. Let's add these other pieces of pine here. Gently. Fire in the rain. And that's how I start a fire after it's rained all night, and probably at least an inch of rain, or half to an inch of rain. Always keep dry wood somewhere, whether it's under a tarp, in the tent. Have kindling, small twigs that are dry. If you're at a permanent campsite like this, permanent location, a lot of wood can get wet, but you need some dry stuff in order to get the fire going. Well, it's come another big downpour, and it's been raining for the last 20 minutes. Still trying to cook breakfast in the rain. Radar indicated this would be over by now, but it's still forming in behind the initial stuff that went through last night. But we will get it done. Well, after a nearly 6-hour plus delay, it has stopped raining, and I'm out hanging one of the bow stands for this week, or for next weekend, and I'm going to hang it here. Got screw-in steps, going to go up 15, 18 feet. It appears I have some kind of trail back there, goes through there. I've got this opening here. I know I'm cinting everything up, but kind of don't have a choice. Got to get this up because this is such new property. We haven't had time to cut trails in or really heavily, put permanent stands in. So I will get this stand put up and I'll show you when I get done. Okay, got the tree stand hung. I've got the screw-in steps. It's about, well, it's 8 yards with the rangefinder when I look straight down. So that would be approximately 24 feet. I think it's somewhere close to that. Got the screw-in steps going up, and then got a rope here to pull the bow up. Still very wet here, but anywhere I'm going to shoot, at least while the leaves are on, like from the tree stand, in the tree stand to that tree there is 17 yards. I can't, there's got to be something that's walking through here. I have had a trail cam back in that area, and I'm going to move it again so I can kind of oversee what's going on here over the next week and what to expect, because where the camera is over there, they're not moving in the mornings or in the evenings. They're moving at, like, most times between 10 a.m. and 4, or 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. So real early, the first weekend we were up here, I put a trail camera about 30 yards back up over there, and had a buck and a doe kind of in this area. So we'll see what we've got, but that's what we've got. Got tree stand up. I'm gonna have a safety harness on whenever I'm up there, and it's just going to be very tight and confined, which is fine. I don't need, and I'm not interested in shooting 30 yards through the woods at a deer with a bow. Gun, that's different. Bow, not so much. So that's where we're at. That job is almost done. I got to do a little trail work and then put the camera up, and then I'll head back to camp. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me this very wet weekend. If you made it this far, let's put rain in the comments. R-A-I-N. Didn't get very much accomplished. Out of the 18 things I wanted to get done, I think I got like 3 done. Priority was hanging the tree stand. I'm not going to lay the weed barrier until the rock comes next week, just so people are not curious about why there's weed barrier there, but got the camp all secured up.
Okay, so these are foil packed potatoes and
Is that
carrots.
the Steve Wallace special?
Sure. And then chicken, they're Gouda, I think Gouda apple sausages. We're up here at Peaceful Pines getting the wagon loaded, and we're going to, in a little bit, we're going to get our gravel delivery to make a little parking pad. So we're going to get some stuff unloaded, and then in probably about an hour we'll have our delivery.
Okay, we got most of the stuff out of the car. Kind of a modge podge of stuff all stacked up here. Tent looked just fine. Dealt with the rain last week, and everything is intact and dry inside, outside of where the rug was at, which I knew that was wet when I left. So, going to kind of gather some things here, head down to the bottom there, lay that weed barrier before we get the rock delivered, so it doesn't disappear in the soil, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so Joey and I laid down this weather tarping, whatever you want to call it. What? Well, weed barrier. And so he's laying down just one more piece here along the edge, and we will have our rock delivery soon. Okay, so we got the rock delivery, which you see, and then Joey and I just had to spread it out, and it's pretty good. It's going to settle over time, but it works for what we need it to, especially if it gets muddy. We will be able to get in and out of our little driveway. I guess we can call it driveway, off the road. And that's what our goal was. And it'll settle over time. It only took us probably about an hour to, once it got dumped, to get to where it is now. And we'll tuck this in somehow.
Brought a cart full of wood up while we were waiting on the truck to deliver the rock. Took the chainsaw down and cut more of that tree. Gonna stack that over there. And I got the pieces to complete the bench, so I'm going to work on that, and then also get the outside campfire going, as well as the tent fire. If you watched last week, it was raining all day on Sunday, and really that's why nothing burnt. Had a struggle getting breakfast made, then pulled out after I got the tree stand hung. Fire's going. Going to work on this bench. Now, the concept comes from that image there. That's what I'm going to try to duplicate in some form or fashion using that. I've got to finish trimming that part off the chainsaw ran out of gas last time I was doing that. So we're going to see how this turns out.
There's Joey in action, putting together this bench. Sitting bench.
What other kind of bench would there be?
A decorative bench?
No.
Alright, so he's almost done. Now he's trying to decide if he should cut it off on the top there, on the, whatever you want to call it, the side.
I'm going to run 4-inch nails on both sides to lock it in. I think we just leave it as is.
Yeah, it's good for 2 people.
Yeah, I don't think I need to knock this down.
No, it gives it character.
Okay, what I didn't get done last week, I got another IKEA bag. This one has a zipper. I knew I had one that had a zipper. I found it. Going to take and fill it, pack it full of leaf debris, and then put it behind the target underneath that black cloth where the other ones are at. And then I'm just to finish that project. Then I'm going to take and shoot the bow with the broadheads. I've got a styrofoam cooler that's packed with styrofoam, so I can see if everything's flying true. Now, where I'm hunting tomorrow, it is only 10 to 20 yards, so that's all I'm going to focus on today is 10 and 20 yards. A couple of shots, make sure everything works right, and call it good. Okay, so what I've done in previous videos is I got this old black fabric, nothing special, and I have IKEA bags full of leaf debris. And I'm using that as a DIY simple backstop. So when I miss the target for whatever reason, I don't have to go chase my arrow back into that stuff or in the tree or have to cut a tree down in order to get the arrow out. This works very well. So any type of IKEA bag, that lighting's really bad there. They just got that plastic tarpish material, and you can get them feed sacks like that as well, but it works really, really well. So I'm going to get that put together and then see how the arrows fly it with the broadhead. Okay, so I am shooting a 100 grain Wasp 3-blade fixed broadhead. I'm going to shoot. They are sharp. I made sure of that. I've got one that's not the best, so I'm going to utilize that just to make sure. Yeah, there it is. 3-blade. I don't even know if they make Wasp anymore. These are from the late 90s. Got them off my old bow. I put a leaf up there so I could see, put a mark on the styrofoam. That didn't help at all. Which I knew that's the process that's going to happen every time, but we're not long term here. So this is what I've got. I've got one of them ice coolers, and and what I can do is I can just unscrew broadhead and pull it out and reattach it. Can't do that with that field point target. And see, I've just got insulation inside there. So it shot. We hit right there. I was aiming right there. I'm going to call that good. We're going to go 20 now. Ten's very simple, very easy to obtain accuracy. So I'm going to go back to 20 and we'll see how 20 goes. You can stay here. I'll shoot the arrow by you. Just don't step out in the lane. I'm not sure where that hit. I think we're way to the left. So let's try that again. I think we shot right again, so let's see what happens. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to 10 here, shoot. And if it's still pulling to the right, then I'm going to have to move the sights to the right to get it back with the field point it was doing fine. So let's see what we got here at 10. I think we're going to have to move the sights to the right. This is why we try it with the broadhead. That's okay. So we've concluded something's gotten bumped. So that was shooting the same spot as the broadhead was. So I'm going to do some adjustments, take a few more shots, and then let you know how things conclude. So after quite a bit of shooting, that's at 10 yards. I'm aiming at the leaf. And then, here, let me show you. That's at 10 yards. 20 yards has been consistently right here. So, I know it's the way I'm holding the bow because everything should be at least consistent in the general area. So, if this is where you're aiming on a deer, even if you catch it over here, it's still going to be an ethical kill. I haven't shot at 30. I'm not going to shoot at 30 because I'm not shooting. There's nowhere in the tree stand that I'm currently going to hunt at. I've only got one up right now, and 17 is as far as it would allow me to shoot at the very max. So, when I do get into a tree stand that exceeds 20 yards, then I'll start fiddling with the 30-yard broadhead shooting, seeing how that works, but there's no need to put effort into it if I'm not going to use it right now, and most opportunities probably going to be in that 20-yard mark. It's not like I'm not on any edge of fields where I would have a 30, 40, or 50-yard opportunity. So that's where I'm at. Supper's on the fire. We'll see what Holly's got cooking.
Okay, so for dinner we're going to have these delicious chicken sausages, which we're not grilling yet, and I made foil packs of potatoes and carrots with a little seasoning. It's called adobo seasoning, but it's not that like particular brand. It's from a spice store. It's like garlic powder, onion powder, pepper, oregano, paprika, something else. I don't know, but it's delicious. So we're waiting for the foil packs to get done, and then we'll get the chicken going because it doesn't take very long to cook the sausages. They're pre-cooked, so you're basically warming them up. So we're cooking the chicken sausages over the grill fire, and then the little foil packets are down there finishing up. We'll have dinner soon. Okay, so these are foil packed potatoes and carrots. Is that the
Steve Wallace special?
Sure. And then chicken, they're Gouda, I think Gouda apple sausages. see this okay with the lighting in the tent. But it is Saturday morning and Joey is out hunting. I've been up, I don't know, probably about half an hour. I got up um, a little bit after 6:45, I think, and now it's like 7. And he's out hunting in the woods. I'm very excited for him. He hasn't hunted for like, I think, 15 years. So that's very exciting. I'm just relaxing in the tent here. The stove kept us warm. I'm reading my book. It's called The Sand County Almanac. It's by Elder Leopold. It's like essays about what he did in mid to south central Wisconsin on his farmstead. He's a well known environmental conservationist guy in Wisconsin. So, yeah, good morning. Oh, and here's the outside. It's supposed to be a pretty nice day in the upper 60s and sun kind of in and out of the clouds, partly to mostly sunny.
Good morning. Been in the tree stand a couple of hours. Haven't had any real activity. Squirrel, some birds. Other than that, nothing to speak of. 54 degrees. Opening day of archery season in Wisconsin. So I'm going to climb down, go back to camp, see what Holly's up to, and reevaluate what we're going to do today. I'm thinking I'm going to throw the drone up, and I'm wanting to go back. I want to take the drone and fly it kind of over in this area and see if there's an open spot or something that looks promising that I could throw the other tree stand up this afternoon and hunt in it this evening, or potentially tomorrow morning as well. Not that this one's bad, just haven't seen the activity here that I thought I might. I think it was Thursday afternoon, about 1 o'clock, had a spike buck come in, walk directly under the stand and in front of the trail camera that's just down below me here. So I'm about 60 yards from camp. When the leaves drop, I'll be able to see the tent from here. So that's where we're at, and it's a damp morning. Had some fog mist roll in. That's kind of cleared out now, so that's where we're at. So back at camp, I keep all my hunting stuff in this Rubbermaid tub. It's got a scent wafer that smells like earth, so I just keep everything in there, even stuff I'm not going to wear, just to keep that fragrance, that cover scent going. So I'm going to get breakfast going here, get the fire restarted, and then put the drone up and see what I can find over there and some other projects we'll have going on today.
I'm pressing my coffee. Alright, so we got some hash brown potato things and some maple sausages getting cooked up over the fire here, and got the coffee going. It's a beautiful last week in a summer Saturday morning. The sun is out. Joey's fixing some foods, and yeah, gotta love it up here in the Northwoods. Okay, so I'm seasoning the pie iron, aka Pudgy Pie Maker, whatever you want to call it. It has seasoning directions on it when you buy it. I'm sure you could look them up online too. It's just a simple little process with some oil and over the fire and scrubbing and things like that. It's pretty basic. And so that's what I'm doing over here. Joey is dealing with some punky wood.
It's pine wood on a normal piece here. 60 to 70% still good. It's just muck on the outside. So I'm trimming that muck off best I can and then letting it dry. And then this was done, a month ago, and that's almost completely dry. That'll be fine for campfire, or if I need pine wood to burn hot in the stove, I can come in here and trim that punkiness off and then have a really good solid piece of pine. So it's just too good of a piece of wood. It's part of it trying to cut a trail. It's too good of wood just to let there and rot when I can salvage 60 to 70% of the wood and it'd be hot and let it dry. And if nothing else, on a hot campfire, throw it on there and it'll burn just fine if you don't want to put it inside the tent or inside your stove inside. So in the process of getting another cart of wood back, there's camp. Back over here, where I've gotten several carts before, I noticed I've got this trail here that goes 60 yards and there's still another 60 that's got to get cut. But deer droppings, camp. Now there is, I think, a kind of a funnel that they go that way. So otherwise we would have seen them on the security camera, the tactic cam running through camp. They chose to continue to go forward. It looks two separate, or a pair of deer. I have had a pair of deer on camera, a larger doe and a smaller doe, but they didn't go that way. They went that way. They know we're here. And then this morning when I was hunting 40 yards that way, I heard a snort. The woods was dead silent. You could have, I could hear Holly cough from the tent, and that would be 60 yards from the deer stand. So probably 80-ish yards, 100 yards back in that way, a deer snorted. So I know they're here. I'm going to put up going to go back and go deeper in the woods, leave the stand that I currently was hunting on this morning alone and go deeper in a little while. Okay, so one of the projects here is to take that other dome tent we have. We've got an Ozark Trail 8x8 tent, 4-person tent. And we're going to put it right here. It doesn't need to be level because nobody's sleeping in it. It's going to be our outdoor storage shed. We've got stuff in the tent that is important, stuff under the bed, the extra mats, the tent bags, stuff that drying rack stuff that doesn't need to go in the tent, don't have space for it in the tent, but we can put it out here. It's going to stay dry and we have access to it. So I've created a little path here, and then that is the footprint. I may have to make it bigger, but it's just somewhere to store things. So I'm going to put that up because there's no sense having a second tent that's not being used because we don't need it. So we're going to utilize it over here. Got the Ozark Trail 4-person dome tent put up for our outdoor storage shed. I think possibly that wagon could back in there and fit. I mean, we've got a lot of place. There's still a few more things in the tent that I want to put in, but it's just somewhere to kind of dump some stuff instead of keep dumping it in the tent. Now I'm not going to, I've got kerosene for our lanterns, oil and gas for the chainsaw. I'm not going to put that in there. Just not necessary. I don't need to have some kind of weird reaction happen and that catch fire. That's been there since day one. It's going to stay there. It's hidden away. You can't really see it. But made a path. So it's a good little outdoor storage shed. And there'll be other things that will be added to that tent until we have to take it down later on this late fall, early winter. So if you do want to see, I did use this as in a camping trip and did a review on it. If you want to see that, that will be in the upper right corner, or if you're on a different device, it'll be in the show notes, or just go to our channel and type in Ozark Trail 4-person dome tent review. Alright, next project is, here's a wooden crate that I've turned into a wood storage for in the tent. That's what helped last week when it was wet. The wood in here was dry, was able to get things going. I'm going to take this cardboard box and create a liner for it, because so we just don't have chunks of wood falling down and we'll have to keep cleaning if we, you know, all that stuff. It's easy to deal with that. So just going to piece it, cut it, mold it into the shape of the crate, and then fill the wood box up with good dry wood. Alright, very rough, but it will be effective, and if it gets wore out, I can always replace it. So I'm going to put that wood in there and then top the box off with good dry wood, so when it does rain again, I can have dry wood to start both fires. I'll probably get some of that there and mix in a little elm and maybe a couple of dry pieces. Well, there's pine in there, and then get some of this elm and oak there, and get that completed. If you made it this far, let's put deer in the comments below, and we will conclude this video next week in part 2. Thanks for watching, and until next time. Okay, created just a tiny little garden area.
And then kebab, vegetables, onions, green peppers.
Okay, I just got back from hanging the other tree stand. Didn't take you long. I'll show you when I head out there to hunt in about an hour or so. It's about 35 yards-ish from the one I hunted this morning, behind another thicket, and if a deer would have walked that path that I'm over top of now, would have never heard it this morning, as thick as, and nor would I've seen it. Deers are very quiet walkers to begin with, especially the way that trail is tramped down. So we will go out in a little bit, but there's some other things we'll get done here first at camp. And there's the tree stand. I think I'm only up 12, 15 feet. That's just as high as I could climb today. So we'll see how effective that may or may not be. So update, made it back out of the stand, didn't see anything, saw a couple of birds, didn't even see a squirrel. So we'll go back to that stand again in the morning, see if we can make something happen. The stand in which I was at this morning, I can see from the stand that I put up this afternoon. Now, based on the trails and the way the density of the woods is, it's 29 yards over that big bush thicket there to the stand I was in this morning. So the plan is to hunt that stand this evening, tomorrow morning, get things done around camp, then move the trail camera from where it's at now to the stand I put up today, then take the stand down I hunted this morning and move it that way and rearrange the camera down there, and then come back next week and make a decision on what to do at that point. So I have options. I have one stand on one side of the property, one stand on the other, and we'll go from there. Gonna get supper going here. I got the fire inside going, and the campfire's outside. Holly's gonna make some more hobo packets. She'll tell you about that in a moment.
So this is our dinner, and it's like a foil pack dinner. You can use meat, potatoes, carrots, onions, whatever you want. Usually it's like root vegetables and some sort of meat. And then seasoning, I put some seasoning on it, but I like ketchup on mine. And that's our dinner.
Good morning from the bow stand in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. Hunting stand trip number 3, the last one of the weekend. Hunted yesterday morning and evening. Hunted this morning. Low was in the low 40s. High today is in the 60s. Heading home this afternoon. Gonna head back to camp. See what Holly's got going on and get breakfast made. No activity outside of a squirrel trying to come up the tree that I'm in. If I had the right weapon, I would have had squirrel, but I don't know where all the deer have gone. Haven't had any on trail camera for a while. So, well, since Thursday was the last time I had anything, and prior to that it was a while back. Even before then, it was over a week. So, reevaluate, move stand this afternoon if time allows, and wait and see what happens. Back at camp, didn't see any deer, but found this very large rock that will go good around the campfire. We'll take out some of the smaller ones and replace that until we get all large rocks around. That was one found down by where we parked the car, and all these rocks have been found around here except for that one. We had that at the house for some reason. Don't know where that came from. So, gonna get the campfire going here and get breakfast made.
Alright, so we're having some eggs, hash browns, and toast. And I like this little toaster. Joey got it for me from the camp store because toast is delicious, and this is a very handy way to make toast over the campfire, or if you have a camp stove, you can do it too.
Okay, created just a tiny little garden area, fully aware the limitations that we are under when it comes to trying to grow anything in shade or in the woods. This is going to be for fall garlic. It's about 4 foot wide by, it's about 4 by 4. It's going to be for fall garlic. We'll harvest it in June next year, knowing that the bulbs will be very small. Might throw a couple of Jerusalem artichokes in here. That's going to be about it, just due to the limitations of light. We're not going to try to grow tomatoes or peppers or anything like that. But thought this would be a nice little addition to have some garlic up here, and roast garlic on the fire.
morning when Joey was chopping wood, and now he's checking the trail cam. I've been kind of tidying up, cleaning up, because we're going home later today, and I'm going to chop some vegetables. For lunch, we're going to have kebabs, but like sauteed kebabs because I forgot to get kebab sticks, and that's okay. We improvise. Um, and yeah, and then sometimes when he's not here, I listen to the radio because it's nice to listen to. There's a good station that plays a wide variety of music, so that's fun too. So that's my plan. Okay, so I love Halloween, and I want a little bit of Halloween decoration here at Peaceful Pines. So I got this cat sign from an antique store, and we hung it on my post here with my purple lantern that Joey painted me for my birthday last year. So we got a little Halloween flair up here at Peaceful Pines. Alright, so I had a bunch of stickers that I wanted to put up here somewhere. I want to put them on the wagon, but since the wagon gets moved around through the woods, we thought they would get all scratched up. And we don't really we use a soft side, it's cooler for the most part. So Joey found this plexiglass we had. I cleaned it up, started putting stickers on it. We'll add more, and it goes right by the Peaceful Pines sign, by our little storage tent. So it's part of our little campsite, home away from home. I got a Milwaukee sticker on there, so it's like home away from home from home.
Brought some more wood up, a variety of pine, oak, maybe a little elm in there. Replenishing the pile that would be 3 loads here this weekend. Brought some of that up the other day. So still got about a load and a half, wagon and a half full down there that I'm not going to get. I just cut until run out of gas, and then I can go pick it up at a later time. Then I'm going to go work on the trail to find another tree for removal and repositioning the tree stand. Okay, move the trail cam, put a little more discreet. I mean, I didn't cover it completely, but through an old pine top there. Got the box back there. This is 30 yards farther in, and there's a trail. There's a trail that comes here, and then a trail that comes there, and there's a conjunction right there, and they go on that way. And it's an open area of pathway. So the tree stand is right about in that area. I was up in it last night and this morning didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean anything right now. I've been in here, I scented it up. We'll see what happens here in the next week and go from there.
Okay, so we got some grilled Spam, and then kebab, vegetables, onions, green peppers, what's it called, broccoli, and then I got...
No, that's fine. I thought it was cauliflower, yeah.
And then I got the cremini mushrooms because they were the same price as the button mushrooms, so a little bit more gourmet.
Okay, so I got this other tree stand moved from where I was opening morning. The tree's a little smaller diameter than I would like, but I just didn't have the time to go through and find, well, I'd take one of these pine trees and notch and cut and weave my way up. I'm overlooking a trail here of significant width and length. I got the trail camera set up right there, and I'll come back if there is activity here and I'll hunt this stand. I'll bring a ratchet strap and tighten the bottom just to add a little more stability to it, so it's a little less, so it's more secure for me. So that's only about 13 feet up, but that's as high as I can go due to the diameter. So I'm going to head back to camp. We'll close camp up, and we'll say, and we'll close camp up then, and we'll finish things. Well, that will do it. A long weekend here up at the tent. Got the security camera on. Everything is tightened up. If you made it this far, let's put cat in the subject line. Let me know that you've made it this far. Greatly appreciate you participating in watching our videos. Thank you so much, and until next time, we'll see you then. I was able to get the steps all the way up, and I'm thinking about 22 feet up right now. But came a really hard downpour. Got that tree stand hung, brought everything up from the car. Gonna go sit down at the tree stand for about 2.5 hours, see if we can make something happen and bring home some venison for the freezer. Welcome back to Time by the Tent. Back up here for another weekend at the land, and just in 5 short days how quickly things have progressed in the fall category. So circumstances worked out in which I'm able to get up here about 4 hours earlier than I normally would. If you watched the video last week, at the end of the video I put up a tree stand lower than where I wanted, or not as high as I wanted to, because the tree that it was on, the diameter was smaller than I wanted it to be. The plan was to get up here later today as normal, put a ratchet strap around it, hold it in tight, and then hunt in it, and then move it tomorrow. Well, since I'm up here earlier today, I'm not even going to hunt in that stand. We had a trail camera on that stand or in that area all week long. Haven't seen a thing. So because of the extra time I've gotten here, I'm not even taking anything out of the car right now. I'm just going to go straight out there. I'm going to turn the security camera off here. Going to go straight out there and take that tree stand down and move it back in the woods another 70, 80 yards. So that's the plan. When I get out there, I will show you what's going on. Approximately 63 degrees. We've had light rain. Drove through light rain. There has been rain up here this morning. I don't know how much, but obviously difficult to see how much rain you have in the woods. There's a pretty good amount of water in the hammock here. Oh yeah, yeah. Alright, well, it was a decent amount of rain. Okay, I'm going to go across and then walk the trail in which I made last video, where I hung that stand up, and then go back farther in the woods based on my map of where I want to be. So when I get to the stand, I'll show you, and then the approximation of where I want to be in the woods before I hang the stand. Alright, so there's the trail camera. Here's the trail. Very open area. Nothing has triggered that camera. There's the tree stand. That's going to come down. And before I take it down, I'm going to head that way. I'm going to cut a path for about 30 minutes that way and see where I can end up, or where I think I want to end up. I may utilize this path, even though it appears something's using it. Nothing's using it that I'm aware of. But that's, go that way 20 yards and then go in that direction. There's some hardwoods back in there that I want to try to get to. So that's the plan. When I get a little bit of ways in, I will let you know how things are going. Okay, been a little while, don't know exactly, probably about 45 minutes, an hour. Found a tree here. Nice straight tree that will do quite well. I've cut a path and marked it with little pieces of trail tape, and there's not really an open area to speak of, but there is a couple of shooting lanes, what appears might be some activity, trails. So there's a pond back over there, 45 yards, and it goes way down. So we will see how this goes. I will get the stand put up and show you when I'm done. A little pause in the action. I was able to get the steps all the way up, and I'm thinking about 22 feet up right now. But came a really hard downpour. And as much as I wanted to get that done, kind of wanted to come back to camp, get a drink, try to dry off, give it a minute to rest, go back out, hang it, and then come back and go out and hunt tonight. I know it's a lot of trips out and back, but just the way it's got to be. So take a minute here, look at the radar, see how long this is going to be, and then take the tools out I need to hang it and be done. I think I'm going to leave the trail camera there for right now where it's currently at, and then tomorrow when I'm all done hunting I can go move it so it has a week to scent, get the scent away, and it has a week I can see what happens in this next. I'm going to be back up here on Friday, make a decision there. I don't know if I'm going to move this tree stand on this other side here tomorrow or not. I think I should, but I don't know yet, so to be determined. Raining harder now than it has the whole time since I went in the woods. I do have about an hour and a half cushion of time here in order to get that tree stand down and up, and then get back in over here, get the clothes out of the car, out of the tub, get dressed and go back out. So I'm not too concerned. This is not going to last all day, but I've got enough phone signal in order to call or text, but other than that, it's real faint. Most times I'm up here, I can at least pull radar. So alright, if it stopped raining enough in which I can get over there, drop that stand, move it to the other tree, and then get out of there for the time being until I go in and hunt. I was thinking about moving the trail camera too, but I just want to get in there, get one tree stand down, move it to the other side, and get out of there and bring up the hunting clothes, and then get ready to go out in about 2 hours. I'll show you whenever I get the stand put up. Alright, there's the tree stand there. I'd say I'm up 20 plus feet. I think tomorrow I'm going to put a trail camera right there, and it will look out over that direction there. I'll move, there's a dead limb there, I'll get that out of the way, and let that run all week and see if that does anything, if I can get a good signal back here. Alright, back to camp, to the car to get the stuff, and then wait a little bit and then come out here and hunt for real. Okay, got that tree stand hung, brought everything up from the car. Gonna go sit down at the tree stand for about 2.5 hours, see if we can make something happen and bring home some venison for the freezer. Okay, made it back to camp. Didn't see anything, but right at dark, now it was cloud cover, overcast, so the legal hunting time was like 7:30, but by about 10 after 7, you weren't going to see anything. And about 10 after 7, I heard, I think there was two within 15 or 20 yards of the stand, and the one ran, I think it was, because it was wet and you couldn't hear anything walk around, ran back behind and down, and then the other one, like if I'm near the stand, over here, would stomp and snort, and did that about 6 times, and kind of trotted a little bit, did it again, and then that was it. I didn't hear it run off or snort in a distance. So even if it would have walked under the stand, I could not have shot it because I would not have been able to get a good shot because it was so dark. But I didn't want to get down on the stand with them right there. So the camera is right below the tree, right next to the tree that I've got the stand in. So maybe tonight we'll see some activity on that, or this week. So I've heard them. Now I just got to look up and see what a deer looks like, so I know what to do when I see one, because we haven't seen one on camera for weeks now. So that's where we're at. I'm getting the fire in here restoked, and then I'm going to get the campfire started outside, and I'll show you what I'm having for supper. Okay, going to have 2 ears of corn for supper and a $3.23 chuck steak that was on sale for $7.46 on the we got to get rid of it shelf. So we'll see how that turns out, and I think it'll be fine, but that's what I'm having. Well, it came out very nice, so let's see what $3.25 will get you on the cheap shelf. Not bad. So always look for the discount meat. Well, it's not like they just cut it off the cow, so just keep that in mind. But for $3.25 and 50 cents an ear of corn, that's a meal. So I'll eat this, and if nothing happens, I will see you in the deer stand tomorrow morning. Good morning. Been on the stand for about 3.5 hours. Haven't seen anything. A couple of birds, that's been it. Now last night, where I'm at, right in there, kind of in that area, is where that deer snorted and stomped. Now it was so dark that I wouldn't have been able to see it coming in at all. But yeah, about in that area there, and then it went back over there, and then didn't make any more noise, and I slid out of the stand, and that was the end of it. So that's all I know. And right there is the trail cam. Right here is the tree I'm on. So if anything walks out in front of the stand, I will see it. That's one disadvantage of having a trail cam that's on cellular data, is if you're at camp and a deer walks by, you could have been in the stand, or if you're in another stand and a deer walks by this stand, you could have been, it's one you're like, oh, I should have been there. But it's also good to know what's in the area. So I'm going to get down, head back to camp, probably have some granola bars for breakfast. I've got Spam for lunch, some jobs I want to get done around camp, and this afternoon we're going to take, if you want to help, we're going to take down that stand I was in last week and go back in the woods 80 or 90 yards farther, kind of like I did with this stand yesterday. So that's where I'm at. Got a couple of tent projects that I've completed that I'll show you that may help you in your tent situation. Okay, one of the projects in the tent is storage. We've got a limited amount of storage in this 10 by 12 Ozark Trail tent. So under the cot, and this could be in your home, we found a dresser drawer We had a couple left over from an old dresser. And then wheels off of an office chair or one of those mobile carts, and just drill the hole slightly smaller than what the diameter is and force it through, and it locks in, and we can roll it out and under the bed for easy access for storage when we're up here. Another thing that I've done is when I purchased this stove, I got a whole bunch of fire bricks. Now, I've never used fire bricks inside of a stove, and I know what the intended purpose of the fire brick is. However, I'm going to use them in a different manner. Under the stove, it gets very, very warm when the fire's going well. So I put the bricks underneath there to absorb the heat instead of going in the ground, and then seeing if that will help release some of that heat inside the tent on really cold days. So we'll see how that works. So this is the outside of our Ozark Trail 10 by 12 wall tent. Now, the structure in this is not very strong. It's about half-inch aluminum or light metal piping. So we've had torrential rain and we've had it caked on or pulled up on both sides, and it didn't damage the frame. I don't know that, you know, it wasn't that many gallons. But my question to you is, what ways in which can we have the tent up as long as possible before we have to take it down this winter? Would like to get it through probably end of November. With the snow that will probably occur. Now what we're going to do is store all this stuff in giant portable dumpster bags and then cover it over with a tarp, and then come back next spring and unveil it and then rebuild everything, so we don't have to take everything home. So my question is, would a heavy wire from that tree to that tree and then drape a tarp over top of it and secure the tarp down when we're not here, and then slide the tarp back when we are here to access the stove? What's your thoughts on that? One of the first jobs I got to do is replace the wick on the white lantern and add fuel to the purple lantern, and I'm going to fire the campfire up. I'm going to cook some Spam for lunch, maple Spam, which is really good if you've never had it. Spent about 2 hours taking down the old tree stand, or the one I hunted in last weekend, and moved it to the other side of the property, about 20 yards off of the active ATV trail, for two reasons. One, it was a non-cedar or pine tree, so I didn't have to deal with a whole bunch of limbs. And two, it's right in the area where August we saw a tremendous amount of activity in that area. Some nocturnal, some during daylight. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2.5 weeks ago, before I moved that camera over where it was, we had 2 does come in like 6 o'clock in the evening. I think it was a Tuesday or something. So they are active. I have it marked with a piece of tape down there, so I knew where that camera once was. I was wandering through, found it, and put it up. Here at the dining area, I have added a post, and we can take our power station, and I've got a small spotlight which can illuminate the table. It's got a clip on it that'll clip here and then shine down. We can use the small power station to run that. That way we can eat at night and we don't have something cluttering the table. So that'll be good. I did get both lanterns filled. I've got to get the wick replaced on that one because there's nothing left. And then I'm going to go down and get a load of wood or whatever's left down there, and I need to find a stick for the rinse off area so you can hold it while you're rinsing off, kind of like a shower handle type thing. And then we'll see what time it is at that point. Okay, so it's not the wick, it's the apparatus that advances the wick up into the globe has completely come apart. So I'm going to have to see if I can get a new one of those. Alright, brought another load of wood up here. This long piece here is going to be for the handle or the pole to hold on to over there. So I'm going to get that cut down and installed, and I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, rinse off place or station. Got the post here, hold on to, and then you can, if you want a towel or a wash rag, you can hang that there as well. So that is, I believe, the completion of this project. Well, thank you for joining me on this weekend here up at Peaceful Pines at our property in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. If you made it this far, let's put fall, F-A-L-L, in the comments below to let me know you made it this far in the video. Greatly appreciated. If you like this kind of thing, subscribe, and we'll do it all again next week. Got the camp all cleaned up. Didn't get a whole lot done this weekend. It was mainly focused on hunting, which heard 2 deer, progress. So until next time, we will see you then. Holly's got chili cooking on the grill or on the campfire in the Dutch oven. The seat fabric that was attached here tore. Now I saw it. I didn't fall or anything.
The last time he made me pancakes here, they were sad, and I only had like 2 tiny pancakes, so I told him, no baby pancakes this time. Okay, we made it. We're here for a 3-day weekend. The colors have turned tremendously, as you can see. Very pretty. So we're getting the wagon loaded up. The parking pad is doing good. And yeah, we'll get everything up and unloaded. More pretty colors. Okay, so everything is got leaves falling on it, which is fine and to be expected, and it's absolutely beautiful seeing the ground covered with leaves. I've been wiping surfaces off that we're going to use. I got a Halloween table cloth for this table because I love Halloween, and it's time to make things a little bit spooky or something. It's more cute than spooky. But yeah, absolutely beautiful fall weekend.
Okay, I'm going to go out and see what I can do in tree stand. Had a deer in the stand that I'm going at walk in the area at 10:49 this morning. And while I'm gone, Holly's going to make, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make some chicken, some Greek chicken, and then
Marinating.
vegetables.
Alright. So I will see you in the tree stand.
Okay, it's getting dark, but I got dinner prepped here. That's veggies, that's green peppers, red onion, mushroom, and asparagus that I chopped up, and then some chicken marinating in Greek dressing. And when Joey gets back from hunting, we will get it cooked over the fire. I've been trying to maintain the fire, not having the most success. I'm going to work on it a little bit more before he gets back while I can.
Alright, made it back to camp, changed. Didn't see anything. Saw a lot of blue jays and a lot of just birds. That was pretty much it. Nothing to speak of. That was the stand that this morning at 10:49 a.m. saw a deer come in, and that, just gets one photograph unless we pay more to get the video, or we go to the camera and pull the video itself. So tomorrow morning I'll head to the stand I put up last week. It's right on the ATV trail. There won't be any ATV activity for a few hours after sunrise. And there was a deer on that camera this morning at 4:16 a.m. And we've had deer in that area, very active, multiple times. So that's where we're at. I'm back at camp, and Holly will tell us what we are having for supper.
Alright, so the veggies that I talked about earlier are cooking in the cast iron, and it's a lot of veggies, but that's okay. And then they'll cook down, and then soon we'll put the chicken on. So we were trying to find an overhead option, and we actually forgot the light we were going to bring, so Joe used this headlamp that came with our lantern as a gift or something. And here's our chicken and veggies. Turned out really well. And then we're gonna have probably some dill chips with them too, because those are tasty. So this is my CPAP setup. I have a Jackery power system, and then I have this AC adapter thing plugged in, obviously. And then I got this hose wrap from Etsy, and it's supposed to help with like condensation, just in case it is damp up here. So it's supposed to help with that as well. That's the whole thing.
Good morning from the tree stand in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. About 7:30ish. Got big rain coming in, so you can hear the start of it right now. Got real, got sunrise. It got real cloudy, and now it's really getting dark. And we've got about 3 hours of rain coming in, so I'm going to climb down, because it's not worth me sitting in the rain and trying to hunt at this point. And we'll go back to camp and figure out how the best way to cook breakfast would be. Possibly we're going to do it in a tent, or over the propane stove. We're going to have pancakes and hash browns. So we'll see you back at camp. Alright, made it back to camp. As you can hear, it's raining, and it's going to rain pretty hard. Some thunderstorms in the area.
Yeah, it's thundering, raining. It's really peaceful though. I woke up when Joy was at the stand, and I was like, is that rain? And then I realized it was rain. So I texted him and said, is it raining by you? Because it's raining here, because it seems like these weather patterns kind of move all over the place. They're not really consistent. So we're just gonna chill.
Got the campfire going. Went ahead and threw some more wood on it to keep it going through the rain. I've hunted in the rain before. It's not that the rain is what I'm not concerned. It's the thunder and the potential lightning. It's not like it's a limited amount of time like in Illinois back years ago, and I think it's still the same, where you had 3 days, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday for gun for first season, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the second season, a week and a half later, where you had limited time and that's all you could hunt. I've got time to archery hunt, and I don't need to be in the stand in a rainstorm or a potential thunderstorm either. So we'll wait this out and then get breakfast going. So it has stopped raining. Gonna eat breakfast. It's almost 11 o'clock, but that's fine. When I went down to the car to get the food out, video is evidence, but there was a small doe, maybe it was a button buck, about 60 yards down the road, what you saw us coming in on. And I grunted at it, perked up and ran in the woods. It was a yearling. It maybe would have weighed, field dressed, 40 ish 30 to 40, I would say maybe 25 to 30 pounds. It was a smaller doe or smaller deer. Some of the does we've seen on trail camera would probably be in that 100-pound, 90 to 100, 110-pound range. This one, I mean, when you the formula is when you field dress a deer, 40 to 50% of it is removed, and that is what your take-home meat weight is. So if that deer was 60 pounds 60 pounds live weight, it would have field dressed at 30 pounds take-home meat after you remove the hide, the bones, and all that. So I saw one, just not in the tree stand. I don't think I would have shot that one if it walked in front of me. It was way too small for the effort and for what the return on would have been. So when Holly and I get breakfast going, we'll show you what we have are making.
Okay, so the rain cleared. Now we're having coffee.
You're
browns.
having coffee.
I'm having coffee, hash browns, and sausages.
I'm having
Grape Crush.
Grape Crush drink. Okay, it's noonish. I'm gonna head out and hang this new tree stand I got, or marketplace tree stand that I got. I've got an idea of where I want to go, and me telling you wouldn't help the description because you don't know the land. So when I get there and when I think I found something, I will show you, and then we'll get it hung up and we'll hunt out of it this evening.
Okay, so Joey went to go hang up a tree stand. It's been raining here. I just wiped everything off. I'm going to prep lunch. prep lunch. We're having grilled cheeses, and I have some oranges. So I'll have that, and then keeping the fire going. Glad we have lots of towels. I'm not going to talk about the rain. Um, and yeah, that's where we're at.
All right. After quite a bit of searching and 2 rainstorms, found this. This is central portion of the 40-acre plot of land that we own. This is about halfway back. The stand that I put up last week is kind of in that area. I don't know specifically. I'll look tonight when I'm up in this stand. I can do a screenshot and match coordinates. But I'm going to say 80 yards in that direction, because I'm way back off of that one based on the tracking of the GPS app. So I'm going to go back to camp, clean up, and then come back out, and we'll hunt this one tonight, and then hunt that one over there in the morning. Okay, Holly's got chili cooking on the grill, or on the campfire in the Dutch oven, and I'm going to head out and try to see if I can see a deer, and we'll see what happens. I'll see you in the deer stand, and Holly will keep you updated around camp if anything exciting happens.
Alright, the chili is going great. It's probably cooked at this point, but I think that chili needs to sit a little bit in the warmth and let all those flavors meld together. I'm not a chili purist. I use black beans and cannellini beans and tomatoes and onion. That's what I add to my chili. I don't care what anybody adds to their chili. I'm not gonna chili shame, but that's what I do. And I add chili powder, garlic powder, onion powder, cumin, paprika, a little bit of oregano, salt and pepper. So that's what I add for my spices. Okay, so the chili's done. It's delicious. It's very tasty.
We're going to eat over here instead of our fancy dancy dining establishment over there for tonight. No
That-
reason.
That's how you eat campfire chili.
Oh, we eat
the
around
campfire.
around the fire, not
Yeah.
at the dining table.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, got back, didn't see anything. Saw a squirrel, and by the time I saw the squirrel saw me. I couldn't get the 22 out of my pouch to bring it home. So
Tell a ghost story.
tell a ghost story.
Yeah, because you got ghost story face.
Oh, is that what I do? I'm trying to tell them what happened.
Okay.
They would have known if I had a deer because I would have been filming it.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to the stand I put up last week and hunt tomorrow morning. The difference between those two stands, the one I put up today and the one last week, I'll have to put it in the on the screen here, but it's based on the coordinates, the GPS coordinates. We're looking at 80 to 70 to 90 yards difference between the two. So I did a screenshot on both when I was in both stands. So even if it was 60 yards, as thick as the woods is, you're not going to see anything. But it's considerably more than 60 yards. So if anything happens tonight, we'll let you know. Otherwise, I will see you in the deer stand in the morning. And then we've got to plant some garlic and do some other odd and ends around camp to close out the week. Good morning from the tree stand in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. Haven't seen anything today. It was a low of 60. It's going to be a high of 81 today. We've got to have a dense fog advisory in the county we're in. It's supposed to burn off by midday, which it was foggy all last night. So I'm going to head back to camp. We're going to have bacon and pancakes. Had an issue with the stand this morning. I was in the stand Friday and kept hearing squeaks every so often. And then the same thing was happening this morning. And the seat fabric that was attached here tore. Now I saw it. I didn't fall or anything. And I sat on it and then touched it and I could just feel it ripping, so I got off of it. And I happened to throw that nylon cord in this morning in my backpack. In the instance, if I did get a deer, I could drag it back to camp and wouldn't have to go get it and come back and make one trip. So this works. It's not ideal, but it does work. And what I'm going to also do is, I've got some large industrial strength zip ties that are, ½ inch or so, and I'm going to put probably 2 or 3 of those on here. And then I have somewhere in my stuff, I don't think it's here, it may be at the house, latches, not like this, but it's this piece and it interlocks in itself. I've got 2 of those somewhere that you would attach to the back of a TV to keep it from falling off a dresser onto a child. So the rope, it's not that the rope is not working. It's that I'm 23 feet in the air and I would like to have a backup to the backup to the backup. Plus I have the harness on, so if I do fall, I'm not going to fall much. It'll catch me and I can swing back around, twist around and climb back and get everything fixed, But a backup to the backup to the backup would be a good thing. So I'm going to get down here and head back to camp. No activity, a lot of birds, but that's about it. Okay, Joey's coming back from hunting and he asked me to dump the wheelbarrow. As you can see, we had some rain yesterday, so I'm going to do that quick. It's a beautiful October morning here at Peaceful Pines.
Alright, so Joey's making pancakes. The last time he made me pancakes here, they were sad, and I only had like two tiny pancakes. So I told him, no baby pancakes this time. So he's making some, show the pancake, some real adult size flapjacks. And they're going to be delicious. Alright, so Joey made a nice stack of pancakes, and we got some bacon, and we're going to eat now. It's going to be delicious.
Okay, one of the things I got to do is I got to fill the lanterns up. All three of those, one there and there, all went out last night. That lantern there is missing the burner, and in order to get a new burner, it's like $17. And I can get a new lantern for $9 if I want to. So I'm just going to let that be. I'll take the kerosene out of that and put in one of these, and then top the rest of them off. Make sure they're all ready as the nights get darker sooner. We like using them. Okay, so what I've got here is a very big bank there and a large bank over there that I've been sliding down and climbing up whenever I go over there and hunt. That's the majority of the property over there. This is a state hike, horse, four-wheeler, snowmobile, ski trail. Goes through multiple counties. It's state owned, and we can do whatever we want to get access to the other side of the property. We just can't build something over top of it or impede the or block the road. So if I get time later on, I'm going to cut a path down there about 50 yards from where I'm at, and it's a very short decline across the trail and then over to the other side of the property at ground level. I will have to build about 4 or 5 stairs in order to walk down and make it easier for everybody, which is, I found some images on Pinterest. It would be real easy to do. But for right now, for what I'm doing, I'm just going to go down, and I'm putting just foot notches, just enough that I can kind of shimmy up and shimmy down, because yesterday in the rain it was just a slide and I fell several times, so I don't want to do that anymore. So instead of walking all the way down, which is 70 yards that way, walking across and walking back over here and then walking over that way 2/10 of a mile or 3/10 of a mile based on where my stand's at, I can just cut across here, go up, which I have been doing. It just needs some work. So that is a little project right now. Very simple to do, and it's not going to look like, you know, it's not going to entice or invite people up here, but just want something that's easy for me to get down and get up on. You can see how slick it is and how much of a incline or decline. I mean, you're looking almost, I don't know, it's quite a degree. So one step there, another step there, I'll make a few more, and we'll see how it works. Okay, got that dug out. I think that's going to work really good compared to just a slick slide of soil and sand.
Okay, Joey's flying the drone. There it goes. And we'll get some video of it. Now it's looking at us. Hi, drone. It reminds me of a big mosquito. Say bye to the drone.
so I'm making kindling. I've got pine here that I cut a couple of weeks ago. It's 81 today, but if I come up next week, they're calling for 48 for a high and 36 for a low. So I am taking the very dry pine and splitting it down to very small pieces so that it's ready to go, and I'm not fighting with a fire when it's cold in the tent or at the campfire. And you can make these as thin as you want, and that's what I'm doing, is just trying to shave them down just as thin as possible. And I've also got twigs from the top of trees. When I cut trees down, I'll say I've got a pile of those from, you know, half of a tiny little fragment to finger diameter that I can use after I get the kindling ignited. I can start building the fire with that inside and out. So that's, always keep kindling on hand so you can get a fire going when it's cold. There we go. So you're not fighting with it. And then that will take off very, very easily. So that's what you should be doing. Alright, just got done. Finished cutting up that elm tree that I dropped a month and a half ago. Its high today is 81, and now in the shade it's 76 or 70. Well, let's see, what is it? 70, about 74. And I'm not going to load up 2 cartfuls of wood, which is what would be down there, and haul it up today, next week, or the week after. It's supposed to be in the 40s and 50s, much more conducive to hauling wood up a very steep hill. And it's not like we don't have wood up here. So that's completed. You're going to work on just rewriting the sign.
I gotta rewrite the sign. I gotta do a few dishes, and
Then lunch.
And then lunch.
Well, explain the sign situation.
So our sign said
under new management, property under new management.
New owners.
New owners, yeah.
And I feel like we're not, I mean, we're still probably new owners, but
everybody has seen the sign that was going to drive down the road, would have seen it.
So now I'm just going to make it say private property. And I'm just going to make it say private property. And we already have a sign on the trail a little ways up that says security camera.
Alright, just getting the leaves off of it. When it was raining yesterday, you could tell that there was some weight that those leaves picked up. Now I know that more leaves will fall, but good practice to get into, just keeping as much weight off the tent as possible. Alright, so we have stir fry and regular Spam. Maple Spam, I think, is pretty good.
This is light Spam.
Light Spam.
Low sodium.
Low sodium. And then stir fry, onions, asparagus, mushrooms, I think that's, and peppers. Just cooked them in the cast iron with butter until they boiled, and then took the lid off and let all the liquid boil off, and then kind of fried them in the pan.
I'm in the hammock. Hello.
Yeah, they see you in the hammock.
It's nice in here.
You like the hammock?
I like the hammock. I think I wish I had a pillow though. But there's pretty views from the hammock. There's fall trees. Fall foliage.
Alright then. Okay, a few episodes ago, a few weeks ago, dug this little 4-foot by 4-foot area. Fully aware of the limitations we have with the sun, but we are going to plant some fall garlic. If you really want to see how fall garlic is planted and how it's harvested and what it really should do, you can go to our other YouTube channel, The Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener, and type in garlic planting, harvesting. We also do anything and everything that's associated with gardening, from planting it to harvesting it to preserving it. The Wisconsin Vegetable Gardener on YouTube, also our website, thewisconsinvegetablegardener.com. Well, up here we got sandy, rocky soil. So each one of these furrows, I'm going to get about 6 in. I can get 18 bulbs. I've got 16 or 18 cloves, which are these. These are very old garlic. This would be 2-year-old garlic, harvested not this past June, but the June prior to that, a year ago this past June. You're supposed to, shelf life is about 9 months at best. So I'm just going to plant them about 4 inches deep, 3 to 4 inches deep, and space them about 8 inches to 10 inches apart. And I've got 16 of them. We will see if they grow. They are growing. They were growing inside, so putting them underground, they should pierce through the soil before the freeze occurs. What you're wanting to do is get these planted about 30 days before your first hard freeze to get them established. So planting some fall garlic in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, and we will surely get something. I don't know what quantity we will receive when we harvest it next June. So little garden for garlic. Got everything all packed up. Another weekend concluded here at Peaceful Pines. Thank you so much for being part of this episode. If you've made it this far, thank you very much. Let's put barbecue, BBQ in the comments below. Let me know you made it this far. And until next time, we will see you again. These thermostats or thermometers that go on the stovepipe really makes a big difference. Haven't seen anything. Have seen a couple of birds and 2 very small squirrels as much, but you can see the pie filling oozing out. That's going to be really good. Welcome to another edition of Time by the Tent. Leaves have really begun to make their presence here. Got up here late. I'm going to get stuff out of the car and then head right to the stand. On the way up, there was a deer that walked in front of the stand that I was intending to hunt tonight. I'll have about an hour in order to hunt. Everything in the tent looks good. Not too chilly, and I'll see you out in the tree stand. Well, I made it back to camp. Didn't see anything, hear anything, no birds, no squirrels, no deer. The deer that had on trail camera at 424 walked within 3 steps of the actual tree that I'm up in. Now, even on a normal day, I got here later than normal, but even on a normal time frame, I wouldn't have been in that stand when that deer would have walked by in that particular situation. So, going to get supper going. Whenever I get that going, I'll show you that. I'm going to get this tent stove going so we can get some warmth in here because it's about 38, 39, 40 degrees, and we'll go from there. Got some birch bark going there, and last week when it was really warm, I took some pine and cut that down and into small pieces. And we're going to try to get this thing blazing warm to enjoy the night in the tent. Okay, got rainbow chili cooking in the Dutch oven. Last video you saw, we made bean chili. Now this is a non-bean chili. It's got red, yellow peppers. You can add green, orange if you want to. That's the kind of the component that would be the beans. Threw some celery in there. Got hamburger, garlic, chopped onions, and a McCormick chili seasoning packet that I had. Gonna let this cook down for probably another 10-15 minutes. Put it in a bowl, add some cheese, and call it good. So it's a way in which you can make chili without having to use beans if you don't like beans or you have dietary issues with beans. So if you've got a wood stove in your tent and it's a permanent kind of situation, one of these thermostats or thermometers that go on the stovepipe really makes a big difference. I can tell just by looking at it, let me get a good light on it, where and what's going on inside. If it's in the white area, I got to add wood and try to get it stoked up. If it's in the yellow, we're in good shape. If it's in the red, I've gone too far and I've got to get some of the heat out. But it works really, really well. Got it $5 at a yard sale at the local, at a nearby town. So they run like 25 to 30, I think, is what I looked up. But they're magnet. They stick to the pipe, and they tell you exactly what's going on. You can see as we've been talking, it's been getting closer to the red. So I've got to vent some of that heat out so we don't overburn the pipe and cause problems there. So good little thing to have. Let you know what's going on inside your stove. There's the final product. Light's going to be a little purple because I got a grow light. There we go. There we go. You can cook it as long as you want. You can wait until the onions and peppers are completely soft, or you can cook it until it has a little crunch in it. Got some cheese in there, and it's really not a whole lot different than bean chili, outside of maybe a little texture area, but that's what's for supper. Good morning from the Northwoods of Wisconsin deer stand. Cold night last night. Neighboring town said it was 32 at 5:15 when I got up. At the tent it showed 34. We were in a frost advisory. I have not seen any frost, but it's so cold that the leaves are just falling off the trees with no wind. Haven't seen anything. Have seen a couple of birds and 2 very small squirrels. I'm sitting in the stand that's near, right off the ATV trail, where we have seen deer activity quite a bit. If you look through, kind of in that area, you'll see, yeah, orange tape on a tree. I put that on there way early in August whenever I had a trail camera set up very close to that. I had a lot of activity of the deers coming off out of the center portions of property. I do have a trail camera right there, and we've had 3 different deer on that camera over the course of the last 4 days. Tuesday night at 6:30, and then 11:20 one night, and there was another day that we had some deer activity on it. So just because it's near the ATV trail, at times it doesn't seem to be affected by it. So I'm going to climb down. Done about all I can do here to try to lure anything in. I'm going to head back to camp, get the fire stoked in the tent, get breakfast going, and there's a couple of jobs I want to do before I get out of here. And I'm not sure if I'll be up here next weekend, because on Friday it's supposed to be 80% chance rain, Saturday 60% chance rain, and Sunday 40% chance rain. So driving 3 hours, 6 hours round trip to sit in the tent for most of the weekend and not be able to do anything, I don't know if that's a wise decision, but we're still got some time to decide and see what the weather patterns may or may not do for next week. So I will see you back at the camp when we get breakfast going. Also, for those who are wondering, this weekend is statewide youth firearm for deer. That's why I'm in orange. It's the requirement. Maybe not everybody knows about that or follows that, but everybody who's hunting this weekend in any capacity except for waterfowl hunters are required to be in orange in the woods. Yeah, it got cold last night. Sat in the stand. I'm going to have to dress warmer than what I thought I was going to. I thought I did. I'm going to have to dress warmer next time when it gets this cold. So how hot can this 10 by 12 foot Ozark Trail get? Well, I packed the stove full whenever I got back from hunting because I was cold. It got all the way up to the red. I don't have a flashlight on me. Here, hold on. It got all the way up to the red, which is over fired. And now it's down to the yellow. And here we're setting at right at 91 degrees, 92 degrees. So it can get quite warm in here, and that heat will hold for a little bit. It's not going to hold all day long, but very warm and cozy. Nothing like the warmth of a wood stove. For breakfast, I have pancakes, and then I also have hash browns, but I mixed eggs in with it because in order to make the hash browns, I have to use an egg or eggs, and I had egg supplement or substitute, so I just poured the rest of that in with the hash browns, and then I'm going to add a little ketchup, and that'll be it for breakfast. One of the jobs I want to do is I want to take and tack the bottom of this Halloween sign to the post. The Tacticam, security, cell phone, trail cameras there, and every time it's windy, this thing flops around, and we get like a dozen or 2 dozen pictures a day of that. Doesn't cost anything, package deal, but just want to prevent that. So we'll tack that up. Okay, I spoke about it last week in the video. We've got a lot of pine down by where we parked the car. There's pine, 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 pine. Good dry pine. So what I do is when I have a little time, I'll keep splitting it and breaking it down until little twigs. You throw a little birch bark or just a piece of cardboard or scrap or junk mail underneath this, and this will take off very easily inside or out. And I just got in a little crate here, and that will be sufficient for a number of weeks. So it's dry, getting it cut so it stays dry. I'm going to put it in the tent, and then also going to go down and pick up some more wood that is currently dry and cut some more, top the wood box off in the tent as it's supposed to be a wet week, just so there's dry wood to be used either in the campfire for cooking or in the tent for getting things started, and then I can always put the wet wood on top of that dry wood when that stove is really, really hot and it'll get burning. Okay, so we have one of these little camp toilets that we have here next to our tent, our outhouse porta potty. Starting to get cold, so the way it works is there's a water reservoir for clean water to flush, and then it goes into the holding tank and you close off the holding tank. It is currently empty, and as the temperatures drop, I don't want frozen water in there busting the system. So I'm going to use windshield washer fluid. Now I know there's RV type of fluids in which are used in this type of situation, but I don't have any, so this is good down to negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we get to negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit, we've got a whole lot more problems than our toilet freezing. So just going to top off the reservoir in that, and then that will be, and I'll cycle it through, and that will keep the toilet functioning and not freezing. Okay, got that all loaded. That's what I cut last week. There's still a lot of twigs and limbs and small stuff that just doesn't, is not practical to drag up. Got that to cut. I've got another piece of pine there to cut. Those to bring up. And then I can start dropping some of these dead pine here. So that's up the hill we go. Before and after. Plus the wood box is completely full inside of the tent with good dry wood. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is a recipe I saw off YouTube channel, Kenny of All Trades. He's a truck camper out of Minnesota. What he takes is a pudgy pie maker, and he butters 2 pieces of bread face down, and then he fills the inside like it's like grilled cheese, but he puts pie filling, your favorite pie filling. You put them together. You put it on one side, and then you put the bread on and you put it together. I've got a double here. And what you're supposed to come out with is basically a buttered, toasted bread with very warm pie filling inside of it. I think we're pretty close. That's not bad. The only reason it's taken a while is because I'm getting ready to leave, and I don't want to put a whole bunch of wood on this stove, on this fire, and then have to pour water on it to put it out. But it's a 2 Mississippi hot, so when I get it done, I'll show it to you. Okay, the results. You want, I think you want the butter to be a little on the toasted side. That side's not toasted as much, but you can see the pie filling oozing out. That's going to be really good. And I will do the second one. You just put your bread, you can hear it's already hot, and then you take your pie filling and mound on a safe amount, and it's not going to completely cover your, I just spilled right there, covered piece of bread there. And then you just close it up. Lock it in and put it over the fire. And Let that cook for about 5-8 minutes, and it turns out that. So well worth the effort there. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me this weekend. Simple weekend here at Peaceful Pines, our permanent campsite in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. Appreciate that very much. Didn't see any deer, so it wasn't my time yet. So if you made it this far, thank you so much. Why don't you put wood, W-O-O-D, in the comments below and let me know that you made it this far. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for spending the weekend with me, and until next time, we'll see. Join me this week as the hunt is on for the elusive white-tailed deer, as well as a few in the tent chores and always good camp food. Welcome to Time by the Tent. Happy you are with me for the weekend. Heading up on a Friday afternoon. It has rained at the house all day long, as well as much of last night. Up here at the land, it's going to rain, and it has. I drove through rain the entire time, and it's going to rain up through middle of the night. So that's why I'm heading up now, so I can get up there, get things to the tent, get supper made, relax tonight, get up early, and then hunt tomorrow morning up through mid-morning, Saturday morning, and tomorrow night, and then also Sunday morning. If I would just go up there on a Saturday, I'm only going to get to hunt Saturday evening, Sunday morning, and then head back home. So got everything done that I needed to get done work-wise, and due to the rain there wasn't a whole lot I could do outside, so got the important stuff done. Worked hard this week to get that done, and heading up now. It's about 10 after 5 now. It's getting dark about an hour earlier plus than what it normally is, so it's just because it's heavily overcast, and when I get there you will know about it. Made it to the land, raining still, which is expected. I knew that. Gonna go up, open the tent up, bring the wagon down, and get everything out of the car. Plan would be in one trip. I forgot I should carry the bow up instead. Anyway, I just want to get up here, and then I'll figure out if I want to cook outside or inside. I think probably will end up cooking inside the tent, not really wanting to, but that's just where we're at. So everything looks as it was when I left it last week. Just very wet. At some point we'll put a driveway in. That's in the 3 to 5 year plan. Yeah, 2 to 4 year plan. Alright, I'm going to turn the security camera off, and then I will see you in the tent in about 10 minutes. Alright. Got everything in the tent. Going to get the fire going, get the dampness out. Now last week, if you watched the video, I stacked and a lot of wood up, a lot of kindling, and then hard to see there, 2x4 pieces of 2x4. So I had a light to do better for you. Pine, I call them 2x4. Pine, very thin pine I took that we've cut down and just made very fine kindling so I could get the stove going and the campfire going because I knew it was going to rain this weekend. So always have plenty of kindling dry inside or covered. And then once you get the fire established, then you can put the wet stuff on it and it'll dry out by the time it starts igniting it. So I'll get that going, and there's a couple of knick-knack jobs here in the tent that I want done. I want to create just a very makeshift with a couple of hangers, bow hanger back here off that shelf, so I have somewhere to put it whenever Holly's here. Otherwise, I've left it outside and I don't want to do that anymore. And then also clean this table off and find it, and then we'll go from there. Got the inside stove going. We're at 150 degrees Fahrenheit. What is it, like 50 degrees Celsius, something like that. Heat going up the pipe. I'm not going to work on the projects inside yet because I can do that after I eat and I'm hungry. So as much as I wanted to cook pork chops inside, it's not raining hard enough to not start a fire outside, and I think that's just the smartest thing. We're not in a solid structure. We're not in a cabin or an outbuilding. We're in a tent, and there's still bears in the area. So I think it's just smart that I can put the food in here, but I can eat in here, but I don't want to cook in here. So I've got the fire going out here. Yes, I did use a accelerants helper. That has helped. A couple of, like 4 or 5 episodes or videos ago, I showed how to start a fire in the rain. That was in the morning. This is at night, and it's getting dark, and I just want the wood to catch fire so I can cook my pork chops. So that's where we're at. Butterfly barbecue or campfired pork chops, and then I'll have some Amish potato salad. And see, that's why I'd like to get that table cleaned off, so I'm not eating on the bed, but we've all done it. So that's what's going on. It's still raining. Did get them cooked in the rain. And then we'll work on some projects inside here. Butterfly pork chops are good. I got Wendy's barbecue sauce on them. Had it in the bag of stuff. Haven't got into the potato salad yet. It is warming up in here. It was 44 when I got here, and it's about 55 in the tent right now. So it's going to get warmed up. It'll warm up. Just a rainy, cold, wet night. It's scheduled to stop overnight, 1, 2 a.m. So that'll give them enough time to kind of let things a little shake out and dry. And then I'll head to the tree stand in the morning. Sunrise, I think, legal hunting time is 6 a.m. But got a few more things here to do. Really good pork chop, butterfly pork chops, Walmart. So that was where I went, and that's what they had, and it turned out really good. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I've got this ash bucket. It's not really a bucket. It's a snowman canister. It's one of those things that you get popcorn in at Christmas. Didn't want to go buy a galvanized bucket. Had this in the attic and knew it would work. But I want to put a handle on it. So what I've done is I took and pressed in with my Phillips drill bit enough of a compression to where I could put a screw in there, pull it out. Would be better if I had the right drill bit, because that's what we've got going on here. Then took a Phillips head and pushed it in there to get it to open up. Now what I've got here is just some heavy, what was this from? I don't remember what this was from. A heavy duty tomato cage maybe? So anyway, I'm just going to figure out what I need and then cut it and bend it in there, and that will be the handle. I'll show you when I get done. Alright, there's the finished product. Inside I was able to put them in, and then I took the pliers and bent them so it's very difficult for it to slide out. Now I can maneuver it and I don't have to grab onto it. Handle's a little bit bigger than the unit itself, but it will work, and that project is complete. Okay, I found the table. Now I can sit there and eat tomorrow. Got more things organized there. And then I also, when I'm by myself here, I can hang the bow back here on these metal brackets. Now these brackets, I can hang it, there you go, off the metal rack there. And then when Holly's here, I can move that rack and attach it, or those clips, and move it over here and hang it over here. Just really warm right now in here, so I don't want to expose the bow to excessive heat. I don't think it would, for what it would be over there, I don't think it would hurt, but that's fine. Now those brackets, this is something that I got years and years ago on junk day. They were, I think they were like 3 foot long, and they had multiple pieces that you screw in, like you would hang little lanterns on up a walk path. And I saved them because I save everything, and they work really good for a little bow hanger. Now if you didn't have that, which I'm sure you don't, you could certainly take and use just heavy metal wire and create the same type of bend in order to hang it off your tent frame or a rack like you have there. So, and then the bow case is under the bed, so it's out of the way. So that's done, and that's done. Now I got to clean the bed off, and I will run the food down to the car, the meat and items, just for safekeeping. I think that would be the smartest thing. The chips and the cookies, I'll keep up here, and then that goes in the storage shed. I'll do that tomorrow. And everything else, that seems to create a lot more space when that table's empty. So if nothing else exciting happens, which I certainly hope doesn't, I will see you in the tree stand tomorrow morning. Okay, it's 11 o'clock, been in the stand since about 20 after 6. No deer spotted, 1 squirrel seen, and a handful of birds. So, I'm going to get down, head back to camp, get lunch, regroup, and then I'm going to head out to the stand that's about 80 yards that direction. That's closer to the pond in the center of the property. And I haven't hunted in that stand for about, well, I put it up 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. I didn't hunt in it last week, so it'd be going on 2+ weeks. Anyway, I hunted it in that evening, and that was the first and only time I've hunted it. Now, that doesn't have a trail camera on it. So there could be no deers back there, or there could be a lot of deers back there. So when I get down, I want to look at a tree over here that could be a permanent tree stand, just to have them strategically placed throughout the property. And we'll take a look at that, and then we'll go to camp and get lunch going. I'll get the campfire going, we'll do some cooking. Okay, so here is this tree that I was seeing from my stand. The split comes down. It's not quite as wonderful as I had thought. There's a better one. Well, no, it's not a better one. It's another one over here that is just too narrow. There's just no way you could make, well, that's not terrible. Go on the back side here and take a couple of trees down, small diameter, make a ladder. So there's some options here of potentially you go up 15-20 feet, put a couple boards across and a platform, and then nail a seat to the side, and that wouldn't be too bad. So I'm going to head back to camp. I'm going to grab some birch bark here and get that campfire going so we can get lunch cooking. I have Polish sausage cooking, or warming up. It's pre-cooked. And it wasn't that bad this morning in the stand. It was 44 when I left this camp, and it's about 46, 47 now, so that's about as warm as it's going to get. I think it may be 50s, is how low 50s, but got really windy there about 10 o'clock. So stayed until 11, didn't see anything. Gonna eat. I don't think up here in the Northwoods we're going to see much of the solar eclipse. It's supposed to be happening today out west. I think only like 30% coverage, but it's kind of cloudy-ish. And back home it's pouring rain, so they won't see anything in southern Wisconsin. So we'll get this done, take a little break, and then see if we can do something on this other stand. 40 acres, and I can't scare a deer out of the woods. I can't see a deer, and very limited amount of squirrels, so I don't know. It'll happen. So got these lizards. They're not poisonous, but it's recommended you don't touch them because your oils on your skin can damage their, whatever you call it, moisture on their body. They live underneath there. This is an old pillow that we were going to burn, and we never got to, so now it's created a habitat for those lizards. Okay, it's a little after 2 o'clock. Gonna head back into the center stand on the property, sit there till dark, and see if we can make anything happen. I'll see you in the tree stand. Alright, back at camp. Left the stand about 10 minutes before it was actually super dark because I got a 3/10 of a mile walk back, and I wanted to see if I would spook anything, scare anything, kick anything up, and nothing. So I'm going to get fire going in the tent, get supper going, or get the campfire going. We're going to have Spam and baked beans tonight. And in the morning I'll hunt the same stand I hunted this morning, and then I'll move a trail camera back to that stand I hunted tonight for the week to see if anything is back there, because we should be very pre-rut or early rut at this point, and it's been a long time since we've seen any deer on trail cameras. I guess it was last one we saw on a trail camera was a week ago today, because I got up here late last week at 4:25 was the last time we've seen a deer cross the trail cameras. So, well, that's all we can do. So let me get the fire going in here, get the campfire going, and then we'll decide which Spam we're going to have. It is really windy. Yeah, you can't see me right now. It is really windy. 10 to 15 miles an hour is what they were calling for, and it would come in spurts in the tree stand, quiet for a while, and then just horaciously strong winds, and then quiet. Here at camp, it's quite windy right now. So I've got hickory smoked flavored Spam or bacon Spam. We're going to go with bacon because I've had hickory. Well, I'm going to go with hickory smoked. I'll do bacon tomorrow. I've had the maple. Maple is really good as well. The 25% less sodium one's good. And so we'll go with hickory smoke flavor. And I'll cut that in slices. And then I'll put the little can of baked beans next to the fire, get it cooking. I'll go ahead and I'll pop the top on it. And then when it's all done, I'll show you what we got. So there is supper, hickory smoked Spam over the fire and baked beans cooked in the can. Don't know if you're supposed to do that, but we have done it. I've done it. And that's just the way it's going to be. So the hickory Spam, it's okay. I don't taste a whole lot of hickory flavor in that. Now last night, I had the two butterfly pork chops and potato salad, and I was watching Andy Griffith and Judge Judy on the Pluto app on my phone, because we at night seem to have a really good signal up here, meaning one really strong bar, the tiny little bar. I can't do wonderful things, but it just seems like when everybody's off the network, at least I can, well, I've got 2 bars right now. So I was watching that. I ate the pork chops because they were really good, and I started eating the potato salad, and I got halfway through, and I thought, well, I'll finish this off, and got almost all the way through, like 3 bites more. Was kind of getting full, and thought, well, I should finish this off. And when I got done, I figured I wanted to look and see how much potato salad did I really eat. Well, I ate 2 full butterflied pork chops and 1 pound of Amish potato salad. I didn't think that was 1 pound, but apparently it was. So this is much less. One can of Spam and 1 small can of baked beans. So I'll look forward to if the bacon Spam is what I think it should be. Now the maple Spam, absolutely wonderful, delicious. If you haven't tried it, you should try it. It's well worth it, whether you're eating it for breakfast or just any time of day. So as of right now, if anything else happens, I will let you know. Otherwise, going to call it a night, watch some stuff on the phone. I don't know if there's really anything else to do in the tent. Tomorrow I got to get some wood, finish filling up the wood box again, as I do the week following, or the week. I make sure everything's topped off before I leave, for purposes of what we went through last night with a downpour and everything outside completely sponge soaked. And I had a full box of kindling, a full box of pine splits, and a full box of wood that kept very, very warm in here overnight. So We will see you in the morning if nothing else happens. I will see you in the morning if nothing else happens. So I was checking the weather, and because it was extremely windy outside, and the weather app indicated it wasn't really that windy. Weather band radio says 10 to 15 miles an hour gusts to 20. So just another thing, we've talked about this on 10 items that you should have at your permanent campsite. A weather band radio, whether battery operated or hand crank, or I'm charging it up off our power station, so you know exactly what the weather is in your region, because you may not even have cell service at your location, and this will give you the best indication of what to expect and what measures you need to take in order to stay safe but still enjoy your camping experience. Good morning from Tree Stand, Northwoods of Wisconsin. Been in the stand for a little over 2 hours. Haven't seen a squirrel, haven't seen a bird, haven't seen a deer. Gotten a little colder since got in the stand. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get down and I'm going to walk this trail here that I see on the aerial map and just kind of walk that up a little ways just to see what it might develop into. So this is, since opening day, this is, it's gotten real windy. It was real calm this morning. It was real windy last night, and about midnight it really turned off and was calm and quiet. And it was the same this morning till about 45 minutes after sunrise. This is day 11 of deer hunting since opening day. Put in approximately 40 hours of stand time in 5 different stand locations. And out of those 5 stand locations, 3 of them have had deer activity on the trail cameras, but never when I'm in the stand. So I'm going to get down and walk this, and then I'll meet you back at camp and we'll figure out what to do. I got to get some wood brought up and then kind of close things out, I guess. Oh, I want to move the trail camera before. I want to take the trail camera that's over there and move it to the stand I was at last night to see if we can see anything over the week back there. Alright, I was going to head back to the camp, but then I decided to walk around and see what more of the property I haven't seen, do some scouting. That's the pond or the lagoon or the swamp on the back side of the property. I've never been back here before. And the property line runs somewhere, well, it's back over there on the back side. Found a nice chair. It's been here for a while. Picked up a Mylar balloon as well. I'm about a quarter mile from camp, so I will take the chair back to camp, get it out of the woods. Now my guess is at some point years ago somebody brought this here to hunt. I don't think that this would be the ideal location to put a chair to hunt. You can't see anything, but I will take it out of the woods and take it back to camp. Got back to camp. Apparently, based on the GPS app that I've got, or the tracking app, trail app, walked much of the backside of the property. I've never been over on that side before since we bought it. And found the chair, and that was clearly distinct on our property. I double checked before I took it, based on all the coordinates and everything that I have saved to my phone. So didn't see anything today. Even walking all of that, didn't spook any deer up. Didn't do. You know, you typically would see a tail or something snort, but nothing. So I'm gonna have a little breakfast, some snacks, some donut sticks, and then I'm probably gonna go get down and get wood first, and then I'll go take that trail camera, or I'll figure out one way or the other. I think I do want to move that trail camera. The stand I was in this morning and the stand that I was in last night is approximately, I walked it, I figured based on the GPS coordinates was 80 yards. It's more like 65, 75-ish. Again, I think maybe if you were in one stand and I was in the other, we possibly could see each other through the trees and the thickness, but I'm not sure. It's nothing like the other stand over here where it was like 29 yards difference. So, but this stand, the one I was in last night, you can see farther down this trail that's naturally cut in the wood. So, I don't know. I do want to move a trail camera back there and see if something is there that I'm not seeing on the odd occasion I hunt in the evening there. Okay, so went out and moved the trail camera. Didn't need to bring you along. You know what that's like. You follow the videos. Missed a squirrel, had 22 handgun, and shot twice at it. Missed it. That's the first time I ever shot a squirrel with 22. Typically it was, back in the day, it was always 20 gauge with small game load. So then I shot at a branch again to make sure that it was me and not the gun, and it was me. So I think I'm going to go down and get a load of wood and bring that up and see how many loads I have down there. I'm not going to cut anything today. And then get lunch going, and maybe if I have time I'll cut some more wood. Have another load sitting down there ready for next time I come up. Thanks for hanging out with me. If you've made it this far, certainly like and subscribe. I did find a nice rock to go to remove some of these smaller ones, and there's a big one down that was in the road last week and was in the road again. If I would have drove over it with the car, it would have got lodged underneath. That's how big it is. So it'd be a perfect rock for the stove or the campfire. It looks very similar to that one. So I'll go down and get that when I get the load of wood as well. So hang out with me a little bit longer, and then we can head home. Okay, got the wagon emptied. Some of it didn't stack very good the way I split it. Not the greatest wood in the world. Most of it's pine, and on the punky side. But I have found that's one of the worst pieces when you chop it and it just comes apart almost like gum. Those aren't very good. Now, some of that was similar to this over here, and for the most part, it's fairly dry. That's good and dry. That's got some dampness to it, but that's good campfire wood. Wouldn't be good for inside. But anyway, when I need a hot fire real quick, I've got the wood box filled in there. That pine really puts the heat off very, very quickly, and then I can throw the harder woods on there. But good little pile there. Got about got like one layer down there. I got like 8 pieces. That would be a quarter of a cart. So that's that. Getting fire going. Gonna have the bacon spam and chips for lunch. And then that's the one rock I showed you. That's the other rock. So I'll place them around the fire, and then I'll get the spam cooking. Alright, Spam is cooked. Bacon Spam, if you're looking for health here, it's better than the hickory Spam. And barbecue potato chips. I tried it. I don't taste the bacon. I didn't taste much hickory last night. Now maple, yeah, it's like it bathes in maple. This tastes more like regular low sodium or reduced sodium Spam. I don't know. Still good, and it's a great option if you have a permanent campsite and you have a structure in which you can store food in that you don't have to worry about bears breaking in. Like I can't do that here in the tent, even though we've never seen a bear on trail camera here or on our property. I know that they are across the road in that woods over there. A neighbor has shown it on his trail camera to us. So haven't seen them, don't want to see them, don't hunt them. That's fine if they're not here. But I'm not going to go with the, oh, I haven't been here for 6 months. I'm going to put food in the tent. Now, over winter or until we take the tent down, when we know that the bears are likely in hibernation, we will cook in the tent if it's too cold outside, or keep food in there and not take it down to the car. So instead, I am cutting wood. Cut down a big, tall, dead pine, and instead of limbing it up and bucking it up down there, it's light enough that I can chop it in 10, 12-foot pieces, carry it up this hill, and then do all of that right at the wood pile, so I don't have to haul it all up in pieces in the wagon. This is number 3. Then I've got the top parts that I'll bring up. Probably just drag them up. They're awful. They got a lot of limbs and pricklers on it, looks like. And then I put those to the side. And when I do the burn the campfire, I can just cut them in pieces up here and then just throw them on the fire itself to get a good a bed of coals real quick. Yeah, but instead of doing 2, maybe 3 wagonfuls, I can just do no wagonfuls and do all that cutting at the top there. And the bonus is I get a lot of the little tiny limbs that I can restock my basket inside the tent with for small kindling, pencil size to thumb size. Well, I'm not going to drag them up. I cut them in half. I forgot that. I can just carry them all up in a big bundle here. Alright, so I added, all that was what came up, and then that's tops over there. Not as much wood as I thought. I think there's, yeah, all of that, that's all new right there with what I just drug up. Now at the end of the month, we're going to be up here for 3 days, Holly and I, so we'll be able to burn all of that. And then this is the real punky trash wood. Whoop, too fast. It was a big stump or a chunk that had been laying over there since we first moved or bought the property. So I just cut it in half, and it's something that would be good to throw on the fire at night when we go to bed, and it'll let it smolder and won't have to have much effort to get it going the next morning. So, and then we still got some pine boughs down here that on really wet conditions we can use that in addition to the lighter fluid. So the chainsaw still has about 3/4 of a tank, and there's probably 1/4 of a tank left in the gas can. I'm just going to call it good for the weekend on that. As long as the gas doesn't, I've got the 87 octane with that's got 10% ethanol. Really, I got it before I understood that I needed to have the 93 octane that has no ethanol, because the ethanol will eat the carburetor out. If it sets for prolonged periods of time, like over a month type of thing, it can start eating the carburetor out. But that won't happen. I'll use up that gas and what's in the gas can before that happens. So that's all the wood cutting. Added quite a little bit. Now it's not hardwood, it's pine, so it's going to burn quick, going to burn hot. But I do have a lot of hardwood down here, and I can find more hardwood if I need to down there along that pond, lake, swamp, whatever you want to call it. There's some wild, I call it wild red cherry. I don't know if that's the correct term, but that's a hardwood. Um, where is, I've got some over here. It's really good. I think it'd be good for smoking. That's what the bark looks like on it. And it's got a red tint to it. Smells very nice. So that's all the wood cutting for the weekend. Well, you spent an extended weekend with me. Friday we got up here, it rained, and then yesterday and today, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you for watching the video. If you made it this far in the video, let's put land, L-A-N-D, in the comments below, and so I know that you've made it this far. Appreciate your support. If you like this stuff and you've not subscribed, go ahead and do that. We're trying to get our numbers up, let more people see what we're doing, and maybe they can learn from some of the things that we're doing or doing wrong. So until next time, thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Welcome to Time by the Tent, up here on a Friday evening, trying to catch the elusive white-tailed deer. Got some good food for the weekend, and a couple of projects here and there. So I will see you in the deer stand momentarily. Alright, I think there's more light here now. Made it back to camp. Didn't see anything. A couple of blue jays. That was pretty much it. It's dead quiet right now. I mean, if you were on the back side of the property, you could probably just talk normally and I could hear you. It's just really, really quiet. Forecast shows about 4 a.m. rain coming in, light rain through about 10 a.m. So if that's the case, I won't be going out in the morning. It's, I don't know how cold. It was 50. Let's see what it is right now. It was 50 whenever I got in the stand. And it is, what is it, 42-ish? Really has gotten cold. The dampness has really dropped in. So it's like 38 in the tent here. So I got to get the stove going in here. I'll get the fire outside going. We have for supper, what are these? Upside down, thin chopped pork loin, boneless, center cut. And then I've got loaded potato salad. So that's the plan right now, and let's get you back in the light so you can see me. I noticed when I was editing last week's, it was hard for you to see some of what was going on in the tent, even though I have this LED grow light, 4-inch LED grow light, which illuminates. For me, I can see everything just fine, but for the camera, it really limits the light intake. So I've got this other light. I've got another light that I can bring to throw more light in the tent. So let me get the fire outside, sir. Let me get changed and get this tent warmed up. Alright, there it is. Going to add the barbecue sauce to it and a loaded potato salad. So if it's raining, like it said earlier, I won't be going out. Now, if I was seeing deer on the trail cameras every morning and afternoon and all times of day, I'd go sit out, put the umbrella up, and sit out in the stand and see if I get one. But haven't seen anything going on 2 weeks tomorrow on the trail camera. Like I said earlier, that it was just completely dead still and grunted and rattled and there was nothing there. Now the neighbor, talked to him last week and he said that his activity has completely shut off too. Now he has bear, even though we're adjacent to one another, he has had bear on his cameras, and he would always have deer on his cameras. And since early September, the same as us, that activity has just ceased to exist. We've had sporadic 1 or 2 here or there, but nothing like August and early September activities. So, got the fire going. It's about 70 in here. Very nice and comfortable. About 40 outside. Supposed to get down to 37. Tomorrow night, supposed to get down to 30. So, we'll see what the night brings. Just relaxing here. And I would hunt in the same stand that I hunted in this evening if I go out in the morning, which I don't think I will. It's hard to tell with the camera. I don't have the technology to show you the stars, and I did show you a little bit of the moon earlier, but with it being so cold and the leaves off, you can just see everything. So yeah, stove's stoked up. I'm just gonna kind of see what happens. Good morning from the Northwoods of Wisconsin. As you can see, did not go out this morning as it just stopped raining about 15 minutes ago. I've got 2, I'm going to call them chipmunks, running around here. Clearly they don't like me talking to you. So, let's see if I can. Very small. Anyway, so got the fire going. And I wouldn't shoot those anyway. They're just too tiny. They'd sit in the palm of your hand like they'd look like a kitten. How cold is it right now? About 39, 40 degrees. So I'm gonna get the fire stoked up. Really didn't get that cold in the tent once I got the heat in it. It's going now. And there's a chance of another shower rain this afternoon. But like I said last night, if I had deer on the trail cameras every time, all day, every day, I'd been out in the rain this morning hunting them. Or if it was gun season, I would have been out hunting it. But sitting out in a nice weather when there's no deer is just not as fun, and even less fun whenever it's raining. So that's where we're at. Figure out what I'm going to do here. I might go take the shotgun and go squirrel hunting, take a walk around the property, see if I can spook anything up, kind of see what what out there looks like for this evening. So it's 9 a.m. and it stopped raining. We came another little shot of rain after I talked to you last. So I am just going to go out and walk a couple of trails in the woods. It's about 38 degrees, 37, 38 here at camp, and see if I can get a squirrel or two, and if I can bump a deer and at least see something out there, kind of know where to go tonight. So if anything happens, I will let you know. Otherwise, I'll let you know when I get back to camp here. Okay, walked around for an hour and 45 minutes, kicked up 2 grouse, didn't shoot at them, too far away. Not sure how you hunt those things without a dog. Walked out of the 40 acres, oh well, on that side out of the 36 acres, 35 acres, walked 10 to 15 acres of it. Didn't kick up any deer, spook any deer, see any tail, anything like that. Walked through 2 rain showers. It's now sprinkling again. Did find an old, I'm going to say it's hydraulic fluid bucket that's been all shot up. And then a starter fluid aerosol can. You can see it's all been shot up. Back whenever, years ago when they logged it, I found trash like this just scattered in the woods. And I'll take it home and put it on a recycling pile, and at some point take it in and get, you know, pennies per pound for it. The campfire, the stove is still going, so that's good. I'm going to turn the Tacticam to the side. Anytime I'm by myself and in the woods, I throw the camera back on the tent, because you never know who may or what may walk up with seeing the vehicle down in the parking pad. So I think maybe it stopped raining again. Just gonna go in, kind of regroup. I will hunt tonight bow. I don't know which stand yet. I don't know if it matters. And I won't hunt in the morning. It makes no sense getting up when the very high probability is there is no deer out there at this point. Not seeing any rubs or scrapes, which would indicate an off balance in male to female, doe to buck, even though we saw a lot of deer on the camera in August and early September. So that's where we're at. The hat, that's Holly's hat. I can't find mine, so, and I don't want to use the camouflage one and get it all hot and sweaty. If you're wondering, the shotgun is a Remington 870 12 gauge Express. It's got an interchangeable barrel on it. Let me get the exact specs on it. Remington 870 Express Super Magnum. And then I'm using, for small game, I'm just using Winchester 12 2 3/4 6-shot 1-ounce load, and then that's got an interchangeable barrel on it. It's got a rifled barrel that I can put on for deer hunting. In Wisconsin, you have the option, any weapon that you can ethically take down a deer. So shotgun, 7mm Magnum, 223, 2, you know, whatever, 10mm handgun, I can use that. They even allow 22 caliber rifle, which I don't see how that can ethically take down a deer. In Illinois, where I grew up, you were very limited on the type of load, the number of shells, and the type of gauge. You couldn't use rifle. It was 10, 12, 16, 20, or 28 gauge shotgun, and that was it. And the predominant gauge was 12 and 20 gauge. Few people ever used 10 or 16 or 28. So, all right, when something happens, I think I'm going to get lunch going here in a little bit. It's almost 11 o'clock, so I will get that figured out, get a fire going out here, and we'll probably have hot and spicy spam, and see if that's any better than last week's hickory or bacon spam, which tasted nothing like hickory or bacon. It tasted like less sodium spam. As you can hear, it's raining again. I do have the fire going out there. Gonna have French style green beans in the can. I'm just gonna cut the top off, set it in the fire, and I'm going to try the spam hot and spicy and see how that turns out. This, I believe, is what was forecasted for this afternoon. It's not even noon yet. They were saying, I think, 2 to 3 we're supposed to get some rain. I don't know. But I have been in a lot worse places on a Saturday morning, afternoon than in the woods in a tent during a rainstorm. I'm sure you have as well. So So I'll take this. I've got the Spam cooking. I've smelt it. You can smell, like, on things that are supposedly spicy, you can maybe smell the. I don't smell any heat coming off that, but we'll see what it tastes like in a few minutes. Okay, so there's the hot and spicy Spam. I gotta get a fork here. A spoon instead of a fork. And then I got my French cut green beans. Let's see how hot and spicy this is. There's a little heat to it. For me, it'd be like a little less than a jalapeno. Now there's more heat. That'd be like a jalapeno, eating a jalapeno. So good little heat. So I'm going to eat this. You can hear the rain still coming down even harder now. And we'll just wait it out. No deer out there, so what's the difference? And one squirrel. So I'll eat this, enjoy this, and relax a little bit. I'll see you then. So I added some of this mild Taco Bell sauce to it. I won't get it again. It's a little just too spicy. I'm eating it all. When they say hot and spicy, they are right about that. They are wrong about the hickory and bacon, but hot and spicy, they got that one right. That's coming down harder now than it has all day. Coming down harder now than it has all day or last night. 60 degrees in the tent, got the stove going nice and hot, and just waiting it out. The way it looks like it's supposed to stop raining about 5 o'clock, so whatever that means. So it's a little bit before 4. Hunting gets dark about 6. So I'm going to go out and see what I can do. It's 37 degrees right now outside. Going to get down to 30 tonight. Rain has just stopped. It's been raining from 11 to about 2-ish, heavy, and then misting and spots here and there of heavy rain up to about 15 minutes ago. So I'm going to get in the stand and I'll see you there. The same stand we were in yesterday evening. In the stand, it's misting, and then you get short spurts of sleet every now and then. Nothing to be concerned with, but if there's any deer here, we'll see if they move. If there's not, well, that's why we're not hunting in the morning. Then this happens. Coming up the embankment to get to camp, slipped on the mud because it had been raining, and this was in the pack, and cracked the screen. It appears to still be recording, just cannot visually see what's going on. I do have multiple backups at home, just didn't bring a backup camera, but much rather have this happen to my recording camera than my phone. So if you're watching this and there's still more content, then everything's recorded, just I can't view it. If not, I'll tell you what I've done since this occurred. Okay, so saw 2 deer this evening, and they were there. They came in off my left side, and then one went to behind me, and it didn't like something, and within 2 minutes it started trotting back in the direction it went, and so did the other one follow. The other one stayed off my 3/4 area from left to behind me, stayed there, and just watch the other one for a while. And so have seen 2 deer now. So I probably will have to go out in the morning to see. Now they probably will never ever walk that way again. They were 30 yards to my left, and as dense as that woods is, there is no way that I could, with a gun I could have shot through some of the limbs, but with a bow I've got 13 to 18 yards is about the max that I could possibly do in certain areas. So 2 big does. So we'll go from there. A good supper made here. We're going to have chicken salad, and I'll show you that whenever I get that done. So there is 2 deer on the property at least 1 squirrel and a couple of grouse. So it's supposed to be cold in the morning, 30 degrees. So we'll go out and if all goes well, go out and see what we can make happen, at least for a couple of hours in the stand. So I will get the table cleaned off at some point tomorrow, but I'm going to use this as a table right now. Got classic iceberg salad, cheese, honey mustard, and white chicken breast in a can. I probably won't use all of that in there because that is 12.5 ounces and there'll be liquid in there. So that's what it'll be. I'll put it together and show you. There is the salad, chicken, cheese, and lettuce there. Healthier than Spam, which we might have tomorrow for lunch. So, that being said, we'll eat that. If anything happens tonight, which I hope it doesn't, I will let you know. Other than that, I will see you in the deer stand if all goes right in the morning, and we'll see if we can see those 2 deer again and maybe get a shot at one. So thanks for hanging out with me this weekend. If you made it this far, be sure you subscribe and like. Certainly comment if you have questions, and I will get them answered for you. Heavy frost on the pumpkin this morning here in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. 30 degrees when I left this morning, 29, 28 now. I haven't seen any deer at all. It's been no wind. Leaves are extremely loud falling on the ground. So I'm going to head back to camp, warm up, regroup. May take a walk out here with the 12 gauge, see if I can find any squirrels. Maybe do that a little bit later, and then possibly move a trail camera. And I got to cut some wood, and that'll pretty much wrap up the weekend. It's about 10:30. I'm gonna go make a loop, see if I can see any squirrels or possibly a grouse or a rabbit, or I haven't never seen a rabbit up here. And then I'll come back, make lunch. Got to do some wood cutting, or got to cut some firewood, fill the wood box up, do a little blockage in front of the tent to keep the cold air out, and then that'll be all. Didn't see any deer. Kicked up 2 grouse, which very difficult to hunt those without a dog, unless you really know what you're doing. Biggest thing we ever had down south was quail, so that's a whole new animal for me. Saw 1 squirrel back over here, heard it barking, went to it, could see it at a distance, jumped through the trees, by the time I got to it, it had just nestled up and not moved. I did find this neat looking rock. It's got some purple runs in it. So, put it over here. I'm going to fix lunch now. I'm not sure what I'm going to have yet. I'll let you know when. So I'm going to have the rest of the salad from last night and then some beef stew that I've got cooking. Made just a small fire just to warm the can up. We're already boiling here, so won't be too much longer and I'll be ready. Okay, so I cut another tree down, brought all that wood up, cut 2 trees down, and then everything that was down there that's cut. So what I want to do with these here is I want to put them on the outside, 2 of them on the outside, to about here on each side. And then on the inside, I will cut a specific one that I can lay here at night when Holly and I are up here, or I'm up here by myself. A couple of reasons. One, north wind comes from that way. And I've noticed that even though it's down, there's still cold that gets in there. Even when this is totally closed. And I know there's a mouse that lives somewhere around here because I saw it yesterday or Friday when I got here and I was changing, and yesterday morning, yesterday morning I think it was, I saw him pop out and then run back in. Whatever. I've had lizards come underneath there. I've had a frog come underneath there, so that's going to kind of detour that. But mainly just to keep the cold air from going underneath there. And that's what I'll do with this here. I'll cut them down and the excess will just be firewood. There's the final product. You got 2 logs there on each side to stop the wind. And 1 on the inside here to stop the wind. So I think that's going to make a big difference when I'm on this cold night. Alright, so I got it all stacked. Now, mainly what I've got, all of these trees around here are maple. They are all living, so I'm not cutting them down. Down there by that pond where we parked the car, or slough or swamp, that's all pine with 1 elm, and there's some cherry down there, but predominantly almost 90% of it down there is pine, and good dry pine, but pine is a soft wood and it burns very quickly. So I try to mix in to get the fire going hot and get the tent warmed up. I really pumped the pine in there, and then I've got some other elm and maple that I work in the fire. Over here is the tops of the trees. I don't like wasting the trees. So the top, that's all campfire. That'll all get burnt up next week on our 3-day trip. With a good bed of coals, and it's not good for wood stove. So that's where we're at. That is completed. We're almost done for the day, or the weekend. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me on this long weekend. Got to see 2 deer, got some projects done, and just had a good time in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, and I appreciate you coming along. If you made it this far, why don't we put wood in the comments below, W-O-O-D, so I know you made it this far. And until next time, we will see.
I don't have any experience with a wood stove, and Joey has a lot of experience with a wood stove, and I was really concerned that I would be cold.
Oh, hi, Philip.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Alright, we're here. We're unloading. Here's the wagon. And yeah, it was a nice drive up. Decent day. Nice. It's chilly, but there's no wind, so that's nice.
40 degrees, low tonight, I think in the upper 20s, and tomorrow night lows in the low 20s. But no wind at all, dead quiet. So we'll get up to the camp, get the fires going, and then I'll start getting things ready to go out to the stand. So right now it is mid 30s and just dead quiet. We're getting things together here, organizing stuff, gonna get the fires going. It's about 30 degrees in the tent, but I don't think it's that cold.
Alright, so I made homemade fire starters out of candle wax, lint, dryer lint, and eggshell cartons. And they work really well. I like them as long as you keep the kindling going. Joey's got this old pine.
The top boughs of a pine tree.
The top boughs of a pine tree. And obviously
it's been soaked.
Yeah,
it rained
it's very
all
wet.
week and it's just taken off. Okay, I'm going to go out hunting for about 2.5 hours in the stand that saw the deer last night and this morning, 3 different deer. So I'm going to see what I can do on that stand.
I'm going to just relax and read and maybe
It's all fogging up on you here.
I'm just going to relax and read the fire, keep both fires going, and then kind of start some dinner or get in the process of it when he's coming back.
What are we having?
We're having tacos.
Alright. Okay, so that's the plan. I will see you in the deer stand in about 15 minutes.
Okay, so while Joey's been gone, I've just been keeping the fire going, doing some reading, just relaxing, chilling. It's about 35 degrees out, so not a lot of outside time. I'll come out, kind of get some fresh air, and then go back in the cozy, warm tent. Okay, also, I don't have any experience with a wood stove, and Joey has a lot of experience with a wood stove, and I was really concerned that I would be cold up here and have to have on all the layers. And this wood stove is definitely keeping me warm. I had a hoodie on over this. I have a long sleeved shirt on underneath my um, t-shirt, and it's some sort of synthetic, so it's kind of warm and wicking. Um, so yeah, my hands were cold, and then when I come outside, I do use the hot hands if I want to sit outside for a little bit to keep my hands warm. I just jumped out here to add some more wood to the fire quickly. But also, I did my nails. It's Halloween weekend, so I did my nails. Just because you're in the Northwoods doesn't mean you can't have some glitter and fanciness, right?
Okay, got back. Didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. Very quiet, so quiet that it actually would hurt your ears until you heard a noise or a car or something in the distance. That stand last night at 4:55, there was a deer that ran through or walked through it. I with the Tacticam you get an image. When something walks through, you got to pay more in order to get the video or a clearer image or a high definition, unless you just go to the camera and pull the SD card and drop it on computer and figure out what it is and get the video. So then I went, and then coming here today at 10:05, had two deer run through. Looking at the low res image, it very clearly, or at least it appears the second deer was a buck chasing the doe, and both of them ran yesterday and this morning, based on how the camera took the picture, right underneath the stand that I was in tonight. So no squirrel, few birds, right at dark, heard a pack of coyotes and some owls, barred owls, talking to one another. And then the neighbors appear, I believe it was the neighbors, on the back side of the property, on their property, cutting wood with chainsaw, and that was it. So I'll go to the stand that's 80 yards closer in the woods tomorrow morning, where I saw the two does last Saturday night on last video. So that's where we'll be. Right now, we are going to
We're gonna make tacos.
got the campfire stoked back up. In here, it's nice and warm. Holly kept the stove going inside, which was a priority. It's about 60 degrees. Let me have a light here. 60 degrees in here. Now that's in the back corner. Up by the stove, it's probably 20 degrees warmer. So when we get tacos made, we'll show you what that looks like. And thanks for hanging out with us. If you made it this far, why don't you like and subscribe if you like this kind of thing, and we'll continue on with the weekend journey.
So earlier I was in here and I was just relaxing, whatever, and I look over to the wood pile here and I see a little mouse. I see movement, and then I see the mouse, and he kind of snuck over to that Kindle bucket. He kind of climbed down. He saw me, he went back, and then he came back out again. So we have a mouse friend, and I know most people would say, like, why don't you kick him out? But we're in his home, and if we kick him out, he'll probably find his way back in here anyway, because mice are sneaky like that. So it is what it is, and we'll have him until we break things down.
It's a very cloudy full moon. Got the fire going just a little bit on a very punky log. I don't know if that's going to stay lit all night, or smolder all night, but I'm going to try.
Okay, so we made a little taco bar, and we cooked over
Campfire.
the campfire, but we're eating in the tent, and we're using the stove to keep our taco meat nice and toasty warm. So, bon appetit.
Good morning from the cold Northwoods of Wisconsin. 28 for a low last night. When I got in the stand, it was 28, still 28. Tonight it's supposed to be 19. Dead calm. Lot of birds. I heard a couple of squirrels kind of off in the distance. And right at sunbreak or right at daybreak, I heard one owl. But other than that, I haven't seen a deer. This is the stand that I saw the 2 deer in right behind you, about 22 yards, last week, Saturday night. So when I get down here in a minute, I'm going to walk over where those deer walk through, and I can clear a little shooting lane and push a rotten tree down in order to get some more access to the possibility if deer does walk there. I can get a 22-ish yard shot if I have to. I think I'm going to hunt this stand again tonight. I don't know if I'm going to go back to that other one to figure it out. So I'm going to get down here and head back to camp. Holly should have the tent nice and warm. I'm not cold, I'm a little chilly, but I've layered correctly. And here there's just nothing moving. It was a full moon last night, but they've done studies that show that that does not affect deer movement at all. I think it was University of Pennsylvania did a 10-year study on that and said it doesn't affect deer. Like, I guess it's one of the hunting myths. So, alright, I will see you back at camp.
Alright, so Joey's cooking some bacon.
That one fell in the fire, but I'm going to save it. I'll eat it.
Joey's going to eat the one that fell in the fire.
It's carbon. It's good.
It's good for you.
Yeah. Can't waste it.
And then we have some hash browns and coffee and cappuccino. The sun is kind of peeking through the clouds. It's a nice brisk morning, end of October morning.
What was it? One weather app said 1 to 3 inches of snow for last night, and the other one had no snow at all. So I don't know how you get that far off on 2 major weather predictors.
The weather really bothers Joey.
So here's our little garden I put in about a month ago or so, just 4x4 area. Planted some old garlic. We got garlic coming up there. And if I move the leaves back, there's another one there. I planted, there's one there. Planted 16, 17 cloves. And limitations obviously with sunlight, but we'll have some type of garlic growing here, and it'll be up and decently established when we come back in the spring after we take everything down into the month. So, okay, by 11 o'clock I'm going to make a loop around the inside of the property, see if I can hear any squirrels, see if I can get 1 or 2 of them, and then I'll be back and we'll have lunch. And then middle of the afternoon I'll head back out to the stand I was at this morning to see if anything might walk my way. So I got back from squirrel hunting, heard several of them, never could get to an area where I could see one. Stoked the fire here. We're going to have lunch shortly. Threw the drone up to try to see if I could find the trees that my tree stands were on, since the leaves have all dropped. That's much more of a difficult task than you would think. Trying to identify the trail and everything from 100 plus feet in the air. What are you doing?
I guess I gotta take down the hammock at some point, and then
we can take that home.
We can take that home. I don't know. That's what I got going on.
All right.
I'm relaxing. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, I'm getting ready to go back out to the same stand it was in this morning. Winds picked up slightly. We had pork chops and potato chips. We didn't film that because you know what that looks like. What are you going to do while I'm gone?
I'm going to do a couple dishes, make sure the fires are going, read probably, you know, things.
All right, I will see you in the stand, and we'll see if something can go down tonight.
Okay, so I was just sitting here reading, and I hear this scratching by the dresser. I think it's by the dresser. It's possible it's outside. I don't know if you can hear it. Well, anyway, I'm pretty sure it's just our mouse friend. I also hear squirrels chittering outside, so, you know, who knows? That's part of being in nature, right? Okay, Joey's back, so we're gonna investigate. He's braver than I am. Do you see him?
I don't see anything. It's an open back, so he can get in and out of the...
Well, check underneath the clothes. Maybe.
Where did you hear this noise?
Would it be in the other drawers?
Oh, hi, Philip.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
What's he doing?
Crawling down the shotgun.
Oh.
Hi, Philip. Oh. Did you see him?
I don't see him
No,
anymore.
did you see him?
Yeah, I saw him.
I must have went in the wood box. Okay, back at the tent. I'll show you what that is tomorrow. It's a boot dryer, custom-made, homemade boot dryer. And now that we got Philip all taken care of and out of the dresser drawer, Holly's got hamburgers ready to go and kept the fires going inside and out. And I'm going to make that. But Philip was the priority, and she didn't feel like she was capable of or wanted to meet Philip without me being around. So it was like
I met Philip before.
Well,
but I wasn't sure if that was him or not.
Well, I've met Philip before too. He would run across or stick his head out when I was up here by myself, but he didn't seem skittish and he didn't seem like he was a threat. So I just let him be. Now, when we take the tent down in about 20 days or about a month, Philip's going to have to find new residency. Now, I did see Phil. So Philip's in here this afternoon. I was moving those pine boughs to throw more on the fire. I met, or I saw one of Philip's relatives. It was running outside. It was running away from the wood pile. So I don't know if he has company when we're not here or not. But anyway, I'm going to get the hamburgers going on the stove out there, or on the camp. Forgot to tell you, didn't see anything for the last hour. It was just absolutely so quiet it hurts your ears. You could hear ringing in your ears. And then the occasional plane would fly over, puff of wind, or a car way out in the distance. And I called and grunted very softly and loudly to try to, nothing. So I think we're going to go back to that same stand in the morning. That's the best stand that I've got. And the other two stands have cameras on them. And when I'm in that stand, I'm not getting notifications of any deer walking by them other stands, so there's no point of going in the other stands. So that's just what I'm gonna do. It's supposed to be, what, 18 in the morning? 18, so it's gonna be cold. But this morning it was mid-20s, 28, and there was no wind, and it was not uncomfortable. I was sweating getting to the stand because I overlayered, but I never got cold. I wear inner liner socks and wool gloves or mittens. And it was very comfortable for the 2 hours, 2.5 hours I was up there. So we'll show you what dinner is when we get that ready.
Okay, so here's the burgers and baked beans, and then we have some chips too if we want them. And they're very tasty. They turn out well.
As you saw outside, it was very cold this morning. Got up at 5:40 and it was windy and a temperature of 21 with a real feel, or I guess wind index of 10. So I didn't go out. And then at 8:39 appeared on the trail camera a one antlered buck on the stand that I hunted Friday evening, and that would have been a stand I would not have hunted this morning. So I don't know if it would have walked by the other stand. Two of the three stands I have trail cameras on. So that's where we're at. It was just really, if it was no wind, I would have went out with any problem. And it's not firearm season. If it was firearm season, it doesn't matter. You go out. But with bow season, it just wasn't. I went Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday night, and saw nothing. And then this deer, which I would have already been back at camp by the time that deer would have appeared on trail camera. But the tent stayed very comfortable.
It was comfortable. It was a little bit chilly when I got up this morning.
It was 40 degrees in the tent compared to 20 outside.
I slept until probably about 8, which is late for me. But yeah, it's very comfortable now too. We're gonna cook inside. We're gonna make some pancakes, and then we were gonna leave a little bit later, but I think we're gonna leave a little earlier now.
Yeah, we were going to, and I may still. I want to fire off the shotgun with the deer slugs at the target to make sure that it is where it needs to be, and then kind of wrap things up. We're going to do a little maintenance in the tent. We'll show you that later with some pine logs in order just to help support the tent if we do get a little snow, since I didn't get the wire put across the top and the tarp outside. So we'll show you that. But you explain the Jackery for people who use the CPAP. We have a 500 watt Jackery power station and an 1152 watt Yeti, Blue Yeti.
Yeah. So I use the Jackery, and if you use a CPAP, you know that you can use humidity and things like that.
You use a converter on the power.
I use an AC DC converter, and then
plays good music too.
It plays good music.
The AC/DC, it's a band joke.
I get it.
Okay, go ahead.
So anyway,
you had the setting.
I had the setting on a higher humidity, and it worked out before, but it was kind of dry in here on the other night, on Saturday night. So I think it just used more power. And then I woke up at when it dies, right? So, and when you use a CPAP, when your CPAP dies, you wake up. And so, hopefully. And so I woke up at like 5 o'clock, and I said, Joy, my battery thing died. And he said, okay, we can switch them out. And then I went back to sleep, and that's when he decided that he wasn't going to go hunt.
Yeah, so next time I'll run, because whenever I'm up here by myself, I'll only use about 40% over a 3-day weekend. with the Jackery, but next time we'll just keep the bigger one over on the CPAP side. So okay, so I'm going to side in, or just, we purchased this gun. We're going to see how it shoots at 30 yards, because you've seen in the woods 30, 40 at the tops if I can wiggle through some limbs. So you can see down there I've got a big block, a log facing this way. I'm going to try to aim at the dead center, and if I shoot one time and it hits dead center, we're good. If not, I really don't want to face that problem right now. So we've got earmuffs on, makeshift shooting range or table here, 12 gauge 870 Remington with deer slug. You ready?
Yep.
Low and to the right. I was aiming for that. That would have knocked the deer down. So, okay, so we know where we need to, what we need to do now. I just don't want to go through boxes and boxes of shells. So, okay, so for some reason I don't have a flathead screwdriver that can adjust the sight. But, where is it at? I need to go left and up. So I can do that adjustment when I get home, and then I can bring the gun back and shoot another box of 5 shots at that. And I'm looking anywhere in that area at 30 yards, because there's no way I'm going to shoot anything beyond 30. And even if I did, like 40 or 50, I know I'm in the range. I can just move slightly up. So that is where we're at with the patterning of the gun. Not really what I was wanting to do, to go through a box of shells and more, but yeah. So that's, I'm hitting the deer there. I mean, let's call it what it is. The first one, that was just me. So them lead slugs are disintegrating for sure. So that's where we're at on that. And now we're going to, I'll show you the boot dryer, the DIY boot dryer that I made for hunting. Alright, so I noticed when I was hunting I use inner liner socks and then wool socks so my feet don't get cold, but boots get wet, so I do want to dry them out the best I can between hunts. So instead of buying a boot dryer, I constructed this. It is a 5-inch wide or height box cut in the bottom. There's 2 holes for soda bottles, and then on the top I cut it just big enough for this fan. This came off of a grow tent from our garden business from a sponsor years ago, and it runs off of, I guess that's a, what is it, that's a USB, standard USB that we plug into either the power bank or a power pack. And I can set these here, and the air, the heat, will go in and dry the boots. Now, it doesn't dry it 100%. It's not like 2 hair dryers going in there and pumping 100-degree air in there. But it does make a tremendous difference. I come back, let this run for an hour, and then I hang it up here to finish drying most of it with the heat coming off the stove. Really makes a big difference. So that could be something that may help you if you're trying to get at least some of the moisture out of your boots and then finish drying them with the heat from the stove. So it may snow, it may not snow, multiple different reports, nobody knows anything. We want to leave the tent up at least till the first week in December after firearm season, and that's when it really starts turning cold. So instead of doing like I talked about 4 videos ago, running a cable outside from tree to tree and getting a big tarp and shutting the snow up that way, for what little snow that we are expected or potentially could have because of El Nino or La Nina or whatever that weather pattern is, this is a solution I came up with. I went down by where we parked and cut these pine logs and notched them at the top so they fit into the pipe or they fit into the framework, and I can hang on that and the frame doesn't move at all. So I did that on 3 sections here, and then I took smaller ones on 2 sides here to take the pressure off here, and I think it will work for the purpose that we need. It's kind of like a log cabin inside of a tent, but I've been told I can't leave it up like this. So this is a very good short-term solution to snow. This obviously is not going to work in January or February whenever they get up here 18 inches of snow in a 36-hour period. This is not the solution, but for what we need, this will work, and it's free, and we didn't have to buy 55-foot of cable and a massive tent that we have to tie down like a Christmas present every time we walk away from camp until we decide to take camp down. Thank you so much for hanging out with Holly and myself this weekend, cold weekend, here up at the land in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. If you made it this far, let's put cold in the subject in the comments below to let me know that you've made it this far. COLD. Thank you so much, and if you like this kind of thing, subscribe and let us know that by subscribing. So until next time, we will see you then. And I've got a little sweet potato pie that you get at Walmart for 74 cents. I'm warming that up. Welcome to Time by the Tent. Thank you for joining me on another weekend here up at the land. Almost there. It's a little after 4 o'clock on a Friday. I'm gonna get in the parking spot, change, and then head right to the stand. It's 49 degrees right now. Last video you saw, the last day we were up here, which was on a Monday, it was 22 for a low Monday morning with a real wind chill of 10, and we had snow up here on Tuesday, about a ½ inch. And now it's 49 degrees and it's supposed to be a beautiful weekend. Got work done as quickly as I could for the week here, and gets dark about a little around 6 o'clock, so should have about an hour and 35, 40 minutes to be up in the stand. And as you know, if you've watched any kind of deer hunting, it doesn't take but a few minutes. So the stand that I'm going in yesterday morning at 7:30, when it was 22 degrees in the woods, had a spike buck, which I've seen on the trail camera before, and walked 12 yards in front of the stand. So anything goes. I'm going to try to put anything on the ground at this point. I have a buck tag for bow, buck tag for gun, and a antlerless only or a doe tag or antlerless only tag for any type of weapon I choose to take that deer down with. So that's where we're at, and I will see you in the stand just as quickly as I can get there. Okay, so I hit a deer. Here's the arrow. Where was he standing compared? He was here, and that's the stand right there. And he was quartering away, and I don't know how good of a shot I got on him. He was standing like this, and I shot, and he went that way. So I don't know what kind of blood trail we're going to have, if anything. I'll let you know whenever I find. We have a deer down. A nice spike in which I've been seeing on the trail camera, which it didn't matter to me. I'm not trophy hunting or meat hunting. And the joke of this is two jokes. One, I got to drag it out of a very low ravine, which I'm going to go that way because that's the closest way to camp. And two, this is a very, very expensive deer. When I say that, I mean we bought the property, bought a new arrow, bought new hunting clothes. This deer equates to a very, very nice sports car in value. And then I came here, I'm over there 80 yards. There is absolutely no blood trail on this deer that I am able to find whatsoever. Because the last time I saw him, he was running this way and heading that way. So because there was no blood trail, I went ahead and went to the last known position because I didn't know how good of a shot I made on it. Clearly good enough. But if we look on the other side here, oh yeah, okay. So you could see he was quartering away, and I shot. Anyway, I'll deal with that in a minute. But the arrow went from the other side through the left lung, so upper right lung, lower left lung, and I didn't have a choice. He spotted me, and he knew, which I saw him coming. It was dead quiet, and I knew he was coming, so I went ahead, went full draw. As soon as I saw him coming, stood up, went full draw, and held it. And as soon as it looked like he was about to move, I picked an area and let it go, because I haven't had many shots. So first deer, 26 days in the stand, 50 plus hours. Okay, I got to get this clean and start dragging it back before it gets dark. Okay, back at camp, and it's successful. Drug it all the way from the middle of the property, and I don't know how good you can see me. I did save the heart for, I'm going to try heart steaks. And I've got Mr. Deer in the wagon. I don't know if I showed you the spikes here. This was the one that was on camera Thursday morning, I believe it was. Walked like right in front of the camera, 13 yards on the other side of where the tree stand is. And so yeah, shot it high, but got both lungs. And it just was interesting that it did not bleed. You know, usually the arrow was covered. You saw the arrow, but there was no blood. And I've never had that happen to me before, that it did not bleed. And I kept my eye on it until I couldn't see it anymore. Let me come in here. And I just kind of scoured the area where I last saw it, and there it was piled up. Very thankful, happy that I'm able to harvest an animal off the land. I'm not trophy hunting, I'm looking for meat, and very, very thankful that I'm able to accomplish that. That's first deer with a bow since 19. Boy, I'd have to look on the phone. Give me a minute. I'll show you. I'll show you some pictures that I have when I went down and visit my family. They're still hanging in the area that, or in the cabin or the storage shed that my brother has. He's living on now in the property. Okay. This is the third, for people who are keeping score at home, this is the third archery deer that I have killed in my hunting career. I stopped hunting in 2000, I think it was fall of 2007 when I moved out, and then I met Holly, and just didn't do that. We were establishing careers and all that. The last one was, and I'll show you this picture, Tuesday, October 14th, 2003, 9-yard shot at 6:59 p.m. It was a 3-point buck, and didn't mean to shoot in the head, but a shot in the head, and it went down. That was the way it was. Prior to that, it was a fawn in October 24th, the year 2000, 6 yards from a box stand at 6:25 p.m. This one was killed from a lock-on tree stand at about 13 yards at about 5 o'clock. Give or take a little bit. About 5 o'clock is whenever I shot that. Because when I get in the stand, I always text Holly when she's not here. And I texted her in the stand 4:43. I told her I was in the stand, and then I notified her when I found the buck at 5:23. That's when I had a cell signal. So about 5 o'clock is whenever that deer came forward and presented itself. It's 39 now. It was 40, about 40, what did I tell you, 49 when I got in the car, so about 45 degrees when I shot it. So that changes the whole plan for the weekend. I'm going to fix supper here. I'll show you what I'm having: hamburgers and butter beans, I think, but I'll let you know that. So just kind of taking it all in, very excited. Going to take the deer home tomorrow. Got to register it by 5 p.m. in the state of Wisconsin, and then we'll take it in the kitchen most likely and butcher it out in a nice warm, clean environment, skin it, butcher it, and process all the meat. Alright, got the fire going. Gotta get some bigger pieces. I saw Philip, our tent mouse, just a minute ago. So he's here. If you missed last week's video, you'll know if you saw last week's video, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you didn't, you missed it. So now you don't get to, and now because I got the deer already, you don't have to listen to me complain the whole weekend how I haven't seen a deer. It kind of changes the whole complexion of the weekend and the video. So it might not be a very long video. But if you made it this far, hey, I greatly appreciate you choosing my video, choosing Holly and I's video to watch and be entertained by, maybe learn something from, or learn what not to do. Pick up some tips for a permanent campsite, or just enjoy through us camping and hunting and harvesting animals from your property. And you can like and subscribe. That helps it. We're trying to get our numbers up, to just be honest, to get monetized on this channel here, to help support some of the things that we're doing here at camp. So you don't have to give us money, you don't have to do any of that. You watching helps build the minutes, and you subscribing helps us get where we want the channel to be. So got to get this fire going here inside, get it stoked up. then get the fire outside going, and I think we'll shoot the gun. I won't hunt in the morning, but I will sight in the shotgun. Try that again. We tried it last week. I got some more bullets. I want to make sure that I'm doing my shooting right, and if the gun is off, then I will adjust accordingly. Get that sighted in real good, and then head home. So a little bit more on that deer, because everything happened so quickly, and I don't have a film crew with me to document every move, so I replay it in my head. Coming in, I wasn't in that stand for no more than 15 minutes. Coming in, before I got on that trail, which is a 3/10 of a mile walk from the tent here, not the way the crow flies, but the way I've got it the path. Whenever I got on the path inside the woods, I put a little doe and estrus liquid on the backside of my boot, and I walk. And then when I walk, that drips or emits or puts microscopic smelling. They can smell that. So he was coming across, and then he got to where I walked, where the path is to come to the stand, and he was smelling it. And I grunted as well. Whenever I get settled in, I grunt 2 or 3 times, kind of maybe, hey, I'm really not a human type of thing. And then the way I shot, I had to shoot. He was already quartering away, and I just kind of put the pin on him and let it go, and it was meant to be. That was the deer for me. So, okay, enough of that. I've got 3 hamburgers here. Going to put barbecue sauce on it. I've got buns somewhere, and then I've got the butter beans over here on the stove. I'm going to put those in a bowl. And then I've got a little sweet potato pie that you get at Walmart for 74 cents. I'm warming that up. I'm also warming up water here for cappuccino. And I've got some strawberry, what is this, bubble strawberry flavored, natural flavored water or something like that. And then some crunch flavor pack for that. Oh, there's my buns. There they are. Okay. So that's what I'm doing. I'll catch back up with you in a little bit. Okay, so it's 10 after 10, and I'm getting things together. I might as well go out tomorrow morning. It's going to be 24, 25 degrees. There's no wind right now, so I'm expecting that to probably be the same tomorrow morning. I'm less than 700 feet across. there's longer walk, but as the crow flies, I'm less than 700 feet from a tree stand. So it makes no sense not to go up in it. At least stay up until 8 o'clock or so. Come back here. I want to fire the shotgun, get it sighted in, or see where we're at, where I can take my time and do it, and then pack up and head home and butcher the deer out at the house. So it appears I've got everything sorted out from what I had this evening when I killed the spike buck, and I didn't lose anything. So that is positive there. So that being said, hope nothing happens tonight. If it does, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning in the tree stand. We can only shoot a doe if one comes by. So I had a buck tag for a bow and a buck tag for shotgun or firearm, and then I have an antlerless only, which I can use for, in the state of Wisconsin, you use any type of weapon that you can ethically take a deer with, and I can use that on the does. So whether I get one with a bow or in 2 weeks with the firearm, it could go either way. So nice and warm in the tent. I don't know how warm we're at, but I'm sweating a little bit, and the thermostat here shows we were up in the middle for a while, the yellow, and now it's dropped back down. But I've got things drying out from the sweat. I know it's going to be scented, but I can take it home and wash it with scent-free soap. That's the arrow. I don't know how you've seen it out there, but I didn't clean it off. I'm going to leave it alone. And then that's the plan here. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Good morning from a very cold tree stand. Hard frost this morning. 25 degrees. Moon still. No wind at all. You can hear the occasional crow. Hear the air move when birds fly over, but that's it. So haven't seen anything. A little after 8. I'm gonna climb down, head back to camp, warm up, gather things, make a trip to the car, and then come up and sight in the shotgun, make sure that we can hit what we're gonna shoot at in a couple of weeks, and then head home and butcher out that deer and call it a successful weekend. So I will see you back at camp. Back at camp, and I'm going to take a load of items down to the car and then get my heavy jacket and do some target practice and see where I'm at with that shotgun and what adjustments I need to make in order to get a good tight pattern. I don't have a lot of ammunition to burn through. I just want to take a couple of shots, make some moves on the sight, the iron sights, and pack up and head home and butcher the deer out. I set this up a little different. I've got 2 logs as a base, a comforter, and 2 pillows instead of buying a whole, system. And it's a lot better than what it was, because I think I was rushing last time just to try to see where we're at. So I was aiming at the orange, and I hit a little high and to the right. Very certain that was me jerking it slightly, but I am going to make a minute adjustment, take one more shot, and we're going to call it good, because that would be a fatal shot. And obviously you're freehanding it in the stand, so you're going to you're going to have error there, but just one minute adjustment, pack it up and head home. Okay, there we are at 30 yards. That's the last shot there. That was the first shot. That was the last shot last week. And I know I was moving, I had taken not enough time to shoot. So that was there. I adjusted the sight down and to the left, because with guns, that's the way you do it. With archery, it's the opposite. If you need to go right, you move right, and that whole thing. So that I'm aiming for there, hitting that at 30 yards. And you say, why 30 yards? Why not 50 or 100? Because there's no need to sight it in at 50 or 100 in the woods that I'm at. The longest shot that I'm possibly going to have is probably 50 yards on the rare occasions. That deer I got today or yesterday was at 13 yards. I've had deer on the trail camera that have ran underneath that stand, buck chasing a doe. Other stands I've had deer within 8 yards of the stand, and I know having deer on a camera when I'm not in the stand is very different than having deer on the under the stand when I'm in the stand. But also when the leaves have dropped here, there's opportunity for a 30, maybe a 50-yard shot, and at 30 yards, I can confidently know that I can take a 50-yard shot if I need to, and ethically dispatch the animal. So, 2 shots, I'm happy with that. I am shooting a 12 gauge Remington 870 with a rifled barrel, and I'm using Federal ammunition because that's what the gun shop had where I bought the gun. 12 gauge lead slugs. Years ago, back in the day, late 90s, early 2000s, I had an 870 Remington 20 gauge and would use copper solvent slugs, and I don't even know if they make that anymore. Anyway, and then I'd also have, let me find the other box. I have 1 box of 12 gauge Federal Power Shock maximum field slugs. Everything's identical to these except for the muzzle velocity. That one is 1300, and then this one is 1610. What is this one here? 1300, yeah, 1300 velocity. Versus, so both will do just fine. The blue box has a little more power, and it was half the cost of the gold box. Walmart was like $4.49, and the gun shop was, I think, was $7.98 or something like that. So very happy with that. I'm confident we got that sighted in, and take this home, butcher it. Obviously, I'm not going to film how to butcher it. There's multiple videos online that have very precise and excellent instructional videos on how to butcher out a deer. So I'm going to get things put together, and then I will see you. Well then, my friends, thank you for hanging out with me on this very short, abbreviated, but successful weekend, as we were able to harvest the first deer on the property and the first deer of the year with a bow at 13 yards, and it only ran 80 yards, and I was able to get it, and it was ethically taken, and the shotgun was sighted in. So if you made it this far, thank you very much, and why don't you put thankful in the comments below so I know you made it this far. And until next time, I'll see you then. Join me this week as the hunt is on for the elusive white-tailed deer, as well as a few in the tent chores and always good camp food. Welcome to Time by the Tent. Happy you are with me for the weekend. Heading up on a Friday afternoon. It has rained at the house all day long, as well as much of last night. Up here at the land, it's going to rain, and it has. I drove through rain the entire time, and it's going to rain up through middle of the night. So that's why I'm heading up now, so I can get up there, get things to the tent, get supper made, relax tonight, get up early, and then hunt tomorrow morning up through mid-morning, Saturday morning, and tomorrow night, and then also Sunday morning. If I would just go up there on a Saturday, I'm only going to get to hunt Saturday evening, Sunday morning, and then head back home. So got everything done that I needed to get done work-wise, and due to the rain, there wasn't a whole lot I could do outside, so got the important stuff done, worked hard this week to get that done, and heading up now. It's about 10 after 5 now, it's getting dark about an hour earlier plus than what it normally is, so it's just because it's heavily overcast. And when I get there, you will know about it. Made it to the land, raining still, which is expected. I knew that. Gonna go up, open the tent up, bring the wagon down, and get everything out of the car. Plan would be in one trip. I forgot I should carry the bow up instead. Anyway, I just want to get up here, and then I'll figure out if I want to cook outside or inside. I think probably will end up cooking inside the tent, not really wanting to, but that's just where we're at. So everything looks as it was when I left it last week. Just very wet. At some point we'll put a driveway in. That's in the 3 to 5 year plan. Yeah, 2 to 4 year plan. Alright, I'm going to turn the security camera off, and then I will see you in the tent in about 10 minutes. Alright. Got everything in the tent. Going to get the fire going, get the dampness out. Now last week, if you watched the video, I stacked and a lot of wood up. A lot of kindling, and then, hard to see there, 2x4 pieces of 2x4. If I had a light, I'd do better for you. Pine, I call them 2x4. Pine, very thin pine I took that we've cut down and just made very fine kindling so I could get the stove going and the campfire going, because I knew it was going to rain this weekend. So always have plenty of kindling dry inside or covered, and then once you get the fire established, then you can put the wet stuff on it and it'll dry out by the time it starts igniting it. So I'll get that going, and there's a couple of knick-knack jobs here in the tent that I want done. I want to create just a very makeshift with a couple of hangers, bow hanger back here off that shelf, so I have somewhere to put it whenever Holly's here. Otherwise, I've left it outside and I don't want to do that anymore. And then also clean this table off and find it, and then we'll go from there. Got the inside stove going. We're at 150 degrees Fahrenheit. What is it, like 50 degrees Celsius, something like that. Heat going up the pipe. I'm not going to work on the projects inside yet because I can do that after I eat and I'm hungry. So as much as I wanted to cook pork chops inside, it's not raining hard enough to not start a fire outside, and I think that's just the smartest thing. We're not in a solid structure. We're not in a cabin or an outbuilding. We're in a tent, and there's still bears in the area. So I think it's just smart that I can put the food in here, but I can eat in here, but I don't want to cook in here. So I've got the fire going out here. Yes, I did use a accelerants helper. That has helped. A couple of, like 4 or 5 episodes or videos ago, I showed how to start a fire in the rain, That was in the morning. This is at night, and it's getting dark, and I just want the wood to catch fire so I can put my pork chops. So that's where we're at. Butterfly barbecue or campfired pork chops, and then I'll have some Amish potato salad. And see, that's why I'd like to get that table cleaned off, so I'm not eating on the bed, but we've all done it. So that's what's going on. It's still raining. Did get them cooked in the rain. And then we'll work on some projects inside here. Butterfly pork chops are good. I got Wendy's barbecue sauce on them. Had it in the bag of stuff. Haven't got into the potato salad yet. It is warming up in here. It was 44 when I got here, and it's about 55 in the tent right now. So it's going to get warmed up. It'll warm up. Just a rainy, cold, wet night. It's scheduled to stop overnight, 1, 2 a.m. So I get enough time to kind of let things a little shake out and dry. And then I'll head to the tree stand in the morning. Sunrise, I think, legal hunting time is 6 a.m. But got a few more things here to do. Really good pork chop, butterfly pork chops, Walmart. So that was where I went, and that's what they had, and it turned out really good. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I've got this ash bucket. It's not really a bucket. It's a snowman canister. It's one of those things that you get popcorn in at Christmas. Didn't want to go buy a galvanized bucket. Had this in the attic and knew it would work. But I want to put a handle on it. So what I've done is I took and pressed in with my Phillips drill bit enough of a compression to where I could put a screw in there, pulled it out. Would be better if I had the right drill bit, but that's what we got going on here. Then took a Phillips head and pushed it in there to get it to open up. Now what I've got here is just some heavy, what was this from? I don't remember what this was from. A heavy duty tomato cage maybe? So anyway, I'm just gonna figure out what I need and then cut it and bend it in there, and that will be the handle. I'll show you when I get it done. Alright, there's the finished product. Inside I was able to put them in, and then I took the pliers and bent them so it's very difficult for it to slide out. Now I can maneuver it and I don't have to grab onto it. Handle's a little bit bigger than the unit itself, but it will work, and that project is complete. Okay, I found the table. Now I can sit there and eat tomorrow. Got more things organized there. And then I also, when I'm by myself here, I can hang the bow back here on these metal brackets. Now these brackets, I can hang it, there you go, off the metal rack there. And then when Holly's here, I can move that rack and attach it, or those clips, and move it over here and hang it over here. Just really warm right now in here, so I don't want to expose the bow to excessive heat. I don't think it would, for what it would be over there, I don't think it would hurt, but that's fine. Now those brackets, this is something that I got years and years ago on junk day. They were, I think they were like 3 foot long, and they had multiple pieces that you screw in, like you would hang little lanterns on up a walk path. And I saved them because I save everything, and they work really good for a little bow hanger. Now if you didn't have that, which I'm sure you don't, you could certainly take and use just heavy metal wire and create the same type of bend in order to hang it off your tent frame or a rack like you have there. So, and then the bow case is under the bed, so it's out of the way. So that's done, and that's done. Now I got to clean the bed off, and I will run the food down to the car, the meat and items, just for safekeeping. I think that would be the smartest thing. the chips and the cookies I'll keep up here. And then that goes in the storage shed. I'll do that tomorrow. And everything else, that seems to create a lot more space when that table's empty. So if nothing else exciting happens, which I certainly hope doesn't, I will see you in the tree stand tomorrow morning. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Been in the stand since about 20 after 6. No deer spotted, one squirrel seen, and a handful of birds. So I'm going to get down, head back to camp, get lunch, regroup, and then I'm going to head out to the stand that's about 80 yards that direction. That's closer to the pond in the center of the property. And I haven't hunted in that stand for about, well, I put it up 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. I didn't hunt in it last week, so it'd be going on 2+ weeks. Anyway, I hunted it in that evening, and that was the first and only time I've hunted it. Now, that doesn't have a trail camera on it. So there could be no deers back there, or there could be a lot of deers back there. So when I get down, I want to look at a tree over here that could be a permanent tree stand, just to have them strategically placed throughout the property. And we'll take a look at that, and then we'll go to camp and get lunch going. I'll get the campfire going, we'll do some cooking. Okay, so here is this tree that I was seeing from my stand. The split comes down. It's not quite as wonderful as I had thought. There's a better one. Well, no, it's not a better one. It's another one over here that is just too narrow. There's just no way you could make, well, that's not terrible. Go on the back side here and take a couple of trees down, small diameter, make a ladder. So there's some options here of potentially you go up 15-20 feet, put a couple boards across and a platform, and then nail a seat to the side, and that wouldn't be too bad. So I'm going to head back to camp. I'm going to grab some birch bark here and get that campfire going so we can get lunch cooking. I have Polish sausage cooking, or warming up. It's pre-cooked. And it wasn't that bad this morning in the stand. It was 44 when I left this camp, and it's about 46, 47 now, so that's about as warm as it's going to get. I think it may be 50s, is how low 50s, but got really windy there about 10 o'clock. So stayed until 11, didn't see anything. Gonna eat. I don't think up here in the Northwoods we're gonna see much of the solar eclipse. It's supposed to be happening today out west. I think only like 30% coverage, but it's kind of cloudy-ish. And back home it's pouring rain, so they won't see anything in southern Wisconsin. So we'll get this done, take a little break, and then see if we can do something on this other stand. 40 acres, and I can't scare a deer out of the woods. I can't see a deer, and very limited amount of squirrels, so I don't know. It'll happen. So got these lizards. They're not poisonous, but it's recommended you don't touch them because your oils on your skin can damage their, whatever you call it, moisture on their body. They live underneath there. This is an old pillow that we were going to burn, and we never got to, so now it's created a habitat for those lizards. Okay, it's a little after 2 o'clock. Gonna head back into the center stand on the property, sit there till dark, and see if we can make anything happen. I'll see you in the tree stand. Alright, back at camp. Left the stand about 10 minutes before it was actually super dark because I got a 3/10 of a mile walk back, and I wanted to see if I would spook anything, scare anything, kick anything up, and nothing. So I'm going to get fire going in the tent, get supper going, or get the campfire going. We're going to have Spam and baked beans tonight. And in the morning I'll hunt the same stand I hunted this morning, and then I'll move a trail camera back to that stand I hunted tonight for the week to see if anything is back there, because we should be very pre-rut or early rut at this point, and it's been a long time since we've seen any deer on trail cameras. I guess it was last one we saw on a trail camera was a week ago today, because I got up here late last week at 4:25 was the last time we've seen a deer cross the trail cameras. So, well, that's all we can do. So let me get the fire going in here, get the campfire going, and then we'll decide which Spam we're going to have. It is really windy. Yeah, you can't see me right now. It is really windy. 10 to 15 miles an hour is what they were calling for, and it would come in spurts in the tree stand, quiet for a while, and then just voraciously strong winds, and then quiet. Here at camp, it's quite windy right now. So I've got hickory smoked flavored Spam or bacon Spam. We're going to go with bacon because I've had hickory. Well, I'm going to go with hickory smoked. I'll do bacon tomorrow. I've had the maple. Maple is really good as well. The 25% less sodium one's good. And so we'll go with hickory smoke flavor. And I'll cut that in slices. And then I'll put the little can of baked beans next to the fire, get it cooking. I'll go ahead and I'll pop the top on it. And then when it's all done, I'll show you what we got. So there is supper, hickory smoked spam over the fire and baked beans cooked in the can. Don't know if you're supposed to do that, but we have done it. I've done it. And that's just the way it's going to be. So the hickory spam, it's okay. I don't taste a whole lot of hickory flavor in that. Now last night, I had the butterfly, 2 butterfly pork chops and potato salad, and I was watching Andy Griffith and Judge Judy on the Pluto app on my phone, because we at night seem to have a really good signal up here, meaning one really strong bar, the tiny little bar. I can't do wonderful things, but it just seems like when everybody's off the network, at least I can, well, I've got 2 bars right now. So I was watching that. I ate the pork chops because they were really good. And I started eating the potato salad, and I got halfway through, and I thought, well, I'll finish this off, and got almost all the way through, like 3 bites more. Was kind of getting full, and thought, well, I should finish this off. And when I got done, I figured I wanted to look and see how much potato salad did I really eat. Well, I ate 2 full butterflied pork chops and 1 pound of Amish potato salad. I didn't think that was 1 pound, but apparently it was. So this is much less. One can of spam and 1 small can of baked beans. So I'll look forward to if the bacon spam is what I think it should be. Now the maple spam, absolutely wonderful, delicious. If you haven't tried it, you should try it. It's well worth it, whether you're eating it for breakfast or just any time of day. So as of right now, if anything else happens, I will let you know. Otherwise, going to call it a night, watch some stuff on the phone. I don't know if there's really anything else to do in the tent. Tomorrow I got to get some wood, finish filling up the wood box again, as I do the week following, or the week. I make sure everything's topped off before I leave, for purposes of what we went through last night with a downpour and everything outside completely sponge soaked. And I had a full box of kindling, a full box of pine splits, and a full box of wood that kept very, very warm in here overnight. So we will see you in the morning if nothing else happens. I will see you in the morning if nothing else happens. So I was checking the weather, and because it was extremely windy outside, and the weather app indicated it wasn't really that windy. Weather band radio says 10 to 15 miles an hour gusts to 20. So just another thing, we've talked about this on 10 items that you should have at your permanent campsite. A weather band radio, whether battery operated or hand crank, or I'm charging it up off our power station, so you know exactly what the weather is in your region, because you may not even have cell service at your location, and this will give you the best indication of what to expect and what measures you need to take in order to stay safe but still enjoy your camping experience. Good morning from Tree Stand, Northwoods of Wisconsin. Been in the stand for a little over 2 hours. Haven't seen a squirrel, haven't seen a bird, haven't seen a deer. Gotten a little colder since got in the stand. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to get down and I'm going to walk this trail here that I see on the aerial map, and just kind of walk that up a little ways just to see what it might develop into. So this is, since opening day, it's gotten real windy. It was real calm this morning. It was real windy last night, and about midnight it really turned off and was calm and quiet. And it was the same this morning till about 45 minutes after sunrise. This is day 11 of deer hunting since opening day. Put in approximately 40 hours of stand time in 5 different stand locations. And out of those 5 stand locations, 3 of them have had deer activity on the trail cameras, but never when I'm in the stand. So I'm going to get down, walk this, and then I'll meet you back at camp and we'll figure out what to do. I got to get some wood brought up and then kind of close things out, I guess. Oh, I want to move the trail camera before. I want to take the trail camera that's over there and move it to the stand I was at last night to see if we can see anything over the week back there. Alright, I was going to head back to the camp, but then I decided to walk around and see what more of the property I haven't seen, do some scouting. That's the pond or the lagoon or the swamp on the back side of the property. I've never been back here before. And the property line runs somewhere, well, it's back over there on the back side. Found a nice chair. It's been here for a while. Picked up a Mylar balloon as well. I'm about a quarter mile from camp, so I will take the chair back to camp, get it out of the woods. Now my guess is at some point years ago somebody brought this here to hunt. I don't think that this would be the ideal location to put a chair to hunt. You can't see anything, but I will take it out of the woods and take it back to camp. Got back to camp. Apparently, based on the GPS app that I've got, or the tracking app, trail app, walked much of the backside of the property. I've never been over on that side before since we bought it. And found the chair, and that was clearly distinct on our property. I double checked before I took it, based on all the coordinates and everything that I have saved to my phone. So didn't see anything today. Even walking all of that, didn't spook any deer up. Didn't do. You typically would see a tail or something snort, but nothing. So I'm gonna have a little breakfast, some snacks, some donut sticks, and then I'm probably gonna go get down and get wood first, and then I'll go take that trail camera, or I'll figure out one way or the other. I think I do want to move that trail camera. The stand I was in this morning and the stand that I was in last night is approximately, I walked it, I figured based on the GPS coordinates was 80 yards. It's more like 65, 75-ish. Again, I think maybe if you were in one stand and I was in the other, we possibly could see each other through the trees and the thickness, but I'm not sure. It's nothing like the other stand over here where it was like 29 yards difference. So, but this stand, the one I was in last night, you can see farther down this trail that's naturally cut in the woods. So, I don't know. I do want to move a trail camera back there and see if something is there that I'm not seeing on the odd occasion I hunt in the evening there. Okay, so went out and moved the trail camera. Didn't need to bring you along. You know what that's like. You follow the videos. Missed a squirrel, had 22 handgun, and shot twice at it. Missed it. That's the first time I ever shot a squirrel with 22. Typically it was, back in the day, it was always 20 gauge with small game load. So then I shot at a branch again to make sure that it was me and not the gun, and it was me. So I think I'm going to go down and get a load of wood and bring that up and see how many loads I have down there. I'm not going to cut anything today. And then get lunch going, and maybe if I have time I'll cut some more wood. Have another load sitting down there ready for next time I come up. Thanks for hanging out with me. If you've made it this far, certainly like and subscribe. I did find a nice rock to go to remove some of these smaller ones, and there's a big one down that was in the road last week and was in the road again. If I would have drove over it with the car, it would have got lodged underneath. That's how big it is. So it'd be a perfect rock for the stove or the campfire. It looks very similar to that one. So I'll go down and get that when I get the load of wood as well. So hang out with me a little bit longer and then we can head home. Okay, got the wagon emptied. Some of it didn't stack very good the way I split it. Not the greatest wood in the world. Most of it's pine, and on the punky side. But I have found that's one of the worst pieces when you chop it and it just comes apart almost like gum. Those aren't very good. Now, some of that was similar to this over here, and for the most part, it's fairly dry. That's good and dry. That's got some dampness to it, but that's good campfire wood. Wouldn't be good for inside. But anyway, when I need a hot fire real quick, I've got the wood box filled in there. That pine really puts the heat off very, very quickly, and then I can throw the harder woods on there. But good little pile there. Got about got like one layer down there. I got like 8 pieces. That would be a quarter of a cart. So that's that. Getting fire going. Gonna have the bacon spam and chips for lunch. And then that's the one rock I showed you. That's the other rock. So I'll place them around the fire. And then I'll get the spam cooking. Alright, spam is cooked. Bacon spam, if you're looking for health here, it's better than the hickory spam. And barbecue potato chips. I tried it. I don't taste the bacon. I didn't taste much hickory last night. Now maple, yeah, it's like it bathes in maple. This tastes more like regular low sodium or reduced sodium spam. I don't know. Still good, and it's a great option if you have a permanent campsite and you have a structure in which you can store food in that you don't have to worry about bears breaking in. Like I can't do that here in the tent, even though we've never seen a bear on trail camera here or on our property. I know that they are across the road in that woods over there. A neighbor has shown it on his trail camera to us. So haven't seen them, don't want to see them, don't hunt them. That's fine if they're not here. But I'm not going to go with the, oh, I haven't been here for 6 months. I'm going to put food in the tent. Now, over winter, or until we take the tent down, when we know that the bears are likely in hibernation, we will cook in the tent if it's too cold outside, or keep food in there and not take it down to the cars. So instead, I am cutting wood. Cut down a big, tall, dead pine, and instead of limbing it up and bucking it up down there, it's light enough that I can chop it in 10, 12-foot pieces, carry it up this hill, and then do all of that right at the wood pile, so I don't have to haul it all up in pieces in the wagon. This is number 3. Then I've got the top parts that I'll bring up. Probably just drag them up. They're awful. They got a lot of limbs and pricklers on it, looks like. And then I put those to the side. And when I do the burn the campfire. I can just cut them in pieces up here and then just throw them on the fire itself to get a good, a bed of coals real quick. Yeah, but instead of doing 2, maybe 3 wagonfuls, I can just do no wagonfuls and do all that cutting at the top there. And the bonus is I get a lot of the little tiny limbs that I can restock my basket inside the tent with for small kindling, pencil size to thumb size. Well, I'm not going to drag them up. I cut them in half. I forgot that. I can just carry them all up in a big bundle here. Alright, so I added, all that was what came up, and then that's tops over there. Not as much wood as I thought. I think there's, yeah, all of that, that's all new right there with what I just drug up. Now at the end of the month we're going to be up here for 3 days, Holly and I, so we'll be able to burn all of that. And then this is the real punky trash wood. Whoop, too fast. It was a big stump or a chunk that had been laying over there since we first moved or bought the property. So I just cut it in half, and it's something that would be good to throw on the fire at night when we go to bed, and it'll let it smolder and won't have to have much effort to get it going the next morning. So, and then we still got some pine boughs down here that on really wet conditions we can use that in addition to the lighter fluid. So the chainsaw still has about 3/4 of a tank, and there's probably 1/4 of a tank left in the gas can. I'm just going to call it good for the weekend on that. As long as the gas doesn't, I've got the 87 octane with that's got 10% ethanol. Really, I got it before I understood that I needed to have the 93 octane that has no ethanol, because the ethanol will eat the carburetor out. If it sets for prolonged periods of time, like over a month type of thing, it can start eating the carburetor out. But that won't happen. I'll use up that gas and what's in the gas can before that happens. So that's all the wood cutting. Added quite a little bit. Now it's not hardwood, it's pine, so it's going to burn quick, going to burn hot. But I do have a lot of hardwood down here, and I can find more hardwood if I need to down there along that pond, lake, swamp, whatever you want to call it. There's some wild, I call it wild red cherry. I don't know if that's the correct term, but that's a hardwood. Where is, I've got some over here. It's really good. I think it'd be good for smoking. That's what the bark looks like on it, and it's got a red tint to it. It smells very nice. So that's all the wood cutting for the weekend. Well, you have spent an extended weekend with me. Friday we got up here, it rained, and then yesterday and today, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you for watching the video. If you made it this far in the video, let's put land, L-A-N-D, in the comments below, and so I know that you've made it this far. Appreciate your support. If you like this stuff and you've not subscribed, go ahead and do that. We're trying to get our numbers up, let more people see what we're doing, and maybe they can learn from some of the things that we're doing or doing wrong. So until next time, thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. So yeah, deer camp, if you're watching, you don't know what that is like. Not so much the hunt or the kill. Okay, so I'm tagged out. There it is. Everything wrapped up nice and tight inside the waste management canvas dumpster bag, and then a 7mm tarp. Welcome to Time by the Tent, and welcome to the 2023 Wisconsin gun deer season. Tell you more about that in a little bit. What my thoughts are on that, since I have not participated in a firearm opening deer season since 2007. But first, we're going to get up to the tent, get everything unpacked out of the car, get up to the tent, get that stove warmed up, and get the campfire going. I'm not going to hunt tonight for archery, which I could, because I don't want to go in the woods and disturb anything that would potentially be there in the morning, in which I can take with a firearm. So everything is as it was left. It's a little chilly, about 36 degrees, very light winds right now. It's supposed to be a very wonderful weekend up here. It's Friday, and if need be, I can be up here until Wednesday morning. The bathroom has fell down. We had really strong winds up here yesterday, so I'll put that back up. That's not a problem. Get that set up for today. The plan is, if I am able to take 2 deer, which I have tags for, then I'll take everything down the next following day. Like if I get 2 deer on Saturday or Sunday, the next day I would dismantle everything and pack everything away and come back in the spring. So let me get things kind of sorted out here. You can see the wind is really strong. Whip that up. And then I'll get back with you. So I've got everything up from the car, and I got the stove going inside. I haven't got the campfire going. And I was thinking, what would be a neat way or a tradition thing in which we could do here on our new property? And I was watching YouTube channel Travel Trailer Hunting Adventures. It's a guy out of Minnesota. He's got a fifth wheel, and his brothers and his dad hunt. And he hangs a sign up every year for deer camp. And I thought that would be a really neat thing in order to do for us. So Holly made a deer camp sign, and then each year we'll just attach a little placard for the year in which it is, and we'll hang it up above our Peaceful Pine sign. And there we go, Deer Camp 2023. It's just me, but that counts, is now open for business. Last week when it was incredibly windy and I was here, the door was flapping and knocked off one of the items up on the shelf and fell and broke much of the glass globe here for our lantern. Now, it didn't damage the holding container, which is fine because this is easy to replace. So during the winter months, I'll have to scurry around and look at thrift stores to see if I can find the right size globe that I can get. And if I can get one, I'm going to get 2. So if this happens again, I got a replacement. But minor inconvenience. It still works. I'm just missing 5 inches of glass there. So I just got to be careful. It is just absolutely quiet. So quiet. No wind. getting everything established and can be here as long as through Wednesday morning. Lord willing, I don't have to do that. I can be gone, packed up, and everything dismantled here by Sunday afternoon. I have 2 tags, an antlerless only and a buck tag, and we'll see how that goes. So it's getting the fire going out here. I'll get everything off the wagon before it gets dark, get inside. Let's get, gonna have hamburgers for tonight, I guess, would be the best move I can make. And green beans and a little strawberry cream pie. So I mentioned that this is the first opener of firearm deer season I've participated in since 2007. That's when I was in Illinois. And then life and everything else, meeting Holly and everything else got, precedence over that. So deer camp what does deer camp mean? It means many different things to many different people. If you ask anybody that's participating in a deer camp this year, they will have their own unique meaning towards it. Whether it is to get out in the woods, camaraderie with your friends or family, whatever that definition is, there's, I don't think, a wrong answer to that. Some people only participate in firearm gun season. That's the way I was for many years until I took up archery. Didn't do that good with archery. Got two deer in 9 years, and now here I've gotten 1 deer in 50 hours, so that's a little better ratio. But we had deer camp back home, me and the guys. We didn't drink, we didn't smoke, we hung out at what was a built purpose of a wash house that was on the old homestead, and then it turned into a storage building, which the building was, I think, 16 by 20, and that's where I converted over and turned it into a cabin. It was 10-15 minute walk from the woods that I hunted in. Then you get in the car and you drive anywhere on the farm and hunt there as well. But the guys would always come over, and it didn't matter if it was July, January, or November. We would watch deer hunting videos on DVD, Mossy Oak or Primos or Realtree. We'd have it on. And I think 1 year, I don't know what year it was, but we had a deer hanger, and the total, there was Matt, Theodore, myself, my 2 brothers, and I think Mike. We were all within 3 to 4 years of each other in age. That year we took down 13 deer total. That was for the whole season, from archery to gun to muzzleloader. And we'd hang them up at the cabin, take pictures, and that was just what we did. And I see these videos, and you've seen them too, where they have multiple people at camp, and they all sleep in the same tent in bunks, which is cool and neat and great and all this stuff. But there's always one person that sleeps great, and then there's 4 or 5 other people that have miserable nights because the one person sleeps great because typically the one person snores, or there's always multiple people that never get a good night's sleep. That's the way I see it. We tried that at the cabin. I think there was 6 or 7 of us in that little cabin, or that little building that we converted to a cabin. We did it one time and that was it. But we had deer camp, I think 2007 was the last deer camp I had, and that was the last deer camp that was held at that cabin, and then Matt and Theodore, those are brothers. Those are cousins. They took it up, I think, on their property for a couple of years, and then I think Lauren was a cousin. He didn't hunt. He more just hung out and filmed for Matt, or when Ben, which was a brother of Theodore and Matt, and then there was another Matt. He would film and hang out. He wasn't a hunter, but yeah, I think we had it for several years, like probably 5 years maybe. Deer camp. And they would take pictures at the house, at the cabin on the hanging rack, and then either take it to the butcher, or they would go take it and butcher it out of their house, or the ones I killed, I would butcher out on the table behind the cabin. So yeah, deer camp. For if you're watching, you don't know what that is like. Not so much the hunt or the kill. Many people go into that as getting meat and feeding family, but it's like your favorite team waking up on Super Bowl Sunday and watching your favorite team win, or Daytona 500 if you're NASCAR, or Indy 500, or Christmas if you're secular, or waking up on Christmas knowing that's the birth of Christ if you're a Christian believer. That type of emotional connection is what deer camp is to many people. So I guess before it gets dark, I should go ahead and get the hamburgers out and get those cooking. Now that you've heard my story about deer camp. I was never one. Ben got older. Ben was the youngest guy of cousins there. Lauren would film Ben or the non-brother Matt. Ben's non-brother. There was Matt and Matt. I never wanted anybody to film me because my goal to go out in the woods was to knock down a deer, take a deer home. And I didn't need any issues with somebody else sitting beside me moving or saying I got the shot, go ahead and take it. I needed to focus on putting a deer on the ground. And I think some of them filmed themselves. Now, when I say film, this was 2004, 6, 2007. This is well before the technology that we have now, where you can, you got a Tacticam that you slip on on your bow or your gun, or you can mount it on a tree. You got all these fangle dangle things, the GoPros and all. That was all before. This was ancient. You might as well just had a rock and chiseled your image in on a rock that you were trying to capture on that type of situation. So. So and in Illinois, back when I hunted, another story, I started hunting in 94. No, wait, hold on, that's not right. 95. I would hunt with Dad occasionally in 94, I think maybe 93. But I went on my own. I got my hunter safety course done in 95, and I got my first deer in 95. Button buck with the shotgun at 84 yards away on the last morning of the season. In Illinois, I'm pretty sure it's the same as it always been, the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before Thanksgiving, and the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday following Thanksgiving. Here in Wisconsin, it is the Saturday before Thanksgiving to the Sunday following Thanksgiving consecutively. In Illinois, it breaks it up over 2 weekends. And in the 90s or late 90s, you could, and it was a shotgun only down there. Here, it's any way you can ethically take down a deer. So, bazooka, cannon, rock, and a potato gun. I don't know. I'm using an 870 Remington 12 gauge deer slugs. Getting to the point, back then you could sit in the tree stand on opening morning, and you couldn't keep up with the tally. I mean, if you had a notepad, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, just 30 shots an hour would not be uncommon. And then as it got into the 2000s and 2005s, and that opening morning got quieter and quieter, not because there were less deer, just because it seemed like there was less hunters. So I'm interested to see how the noise, how that sounds tomorrow morning. Will there be a lot of boom, 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 or is it going to be very, very quiet, like it is with archery, where you'll hear a gunshot off in the distance, like somebody goose hunting or waterfowl or squirrel hunting or something, or grouse? Or is it going to be pretty heavy? Because I know behind our property there is a property that people are hunting on, and then back on the other side there's people that's hunting. There's hunters over here. I'm the only one on our property. Nobody to the neighboring property that I'm aware of. They looked like they packed up and left last weekend with the camper, their pull-behind camper. So I'm interested to see what that noise consistency is. And the joke of hunting back where I was from was schools, where I'm from in southern Illinois, a lot of schools just took off that day. Like, they didn't go to school. I went to school. It was up to, I think it was freshman or sophomore year in high school before they made that rule, or they changed that. Because I remember in 7th grade hunting, passing up on a deer that I don't know why I passed up on it, but going to school, coming back home hunting, and that was, I remember doing that. And then they changed it to a teacher institution day, because half the kids weren't at school and half the teachers weren't at school either. So the joke of it was, everybody was in their stand on Friday morning. Some people didn't hunt Friday evening because they didn't want to deal with getting a deer and then having to deal with it in the dark. Saturday morning, like, every stand was full. Saturday night, hit and miss. Sunday morning, a fraction of the stand. This was the joke. No, but there's no statistics on this. But like 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon at the first season, pretty much anybody who was hunting, if they didn't get a deer, they pretty much said, forget it, we're going home. And the joke was, well, you can sit in any, you shouldn't do this, but you could sit in any tree stand in the county, because nobody's going to come out and go, you're in my tree stand, because they've all quit and given up. And it was even more, that was even more of a reality the last Sunday of the second season, where people were just, they would hunt. Thursday people worked, Friday afternoon people would get off early, they would go hunt, and then Saturday and Sunday morning that was it. And if they didn't get a deer, I was out there every single time I could, trying to get fill the tag. So, all right, I got to stoke this fire up here, and I'm gonna get some hamburgers cooking. The tent is warming up quite nicely, and I have talked enough about deer camp and the stories in which I've participated in the activity. Probably have more, but this is a special deer camp video, so this is appropriate. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you have made it this far and you feel compelled to, please subscribe and comment and like the video, and we can go from there. Got 3 hamburger patties and fresh cut green beans, which I always find odd in that description. Wouldn't they always be fresh? These are moldy, old, aged green beans in a can. I don't get that. That's what I'm having. I'm looking behind me. I am not sure if the camera will pick it up, but there's a haze because there's no wind from my stove and my campfire. It seems like there's a little haze in the air. I am very fortunate that I have deer on the property or in the area. If you are an avid watcher of hunting or camping or tent videos, you will have seen or will see Joe and Zach Survival's 2023 Deer Hunting the Movie. He puts one out for every weekend of the Minnesota gun season. And I'm not going to ruin the surprise because he puts it right in the title that him and his dad and 3 other guys are in that area, upper Minnesota area in some national forest, and there is zero. They had snow on the ground, and there was 0, 0, 0 deer sign when they were up there for the first weekend, which all of the weekends would have been completed at this point or close to it. And how discouraging that is. You put all this time and effort, and you buy tags and sight in the gun and all this stuff, and there is 0 deer tracks in 3 inches of snow. And he went everywhere looking for deer tracks, and his dad did, and the other guys. And then you go in Minnesota. I don't know the distance between his location and Trey Run Wild, his location, Terry up there. He was able to shoot a doe within the first hour and a half of opening morning. And then his son, Hunter, was able to get one later on. So it's just very interesting how some areas have 0 deer and others have deer. Terry's got deer running all over his property on the trail cameras. And Joe said in his video that the problem is the wolves. They need to get rid of the wolves. And the DNR up there had talked about possibly canceling deer season this year. But you know they're not going to do that because the amount of money, revenue that comes in from buying tags and clothing and fill in the blank, that's directly related or indirectly related to hunting, they're not going to do that. So I'm hoping it would be nice to, praying that I am able to knock down 2 deer this weekend, take home, butcher out, and add to the freezer. All right, I'm using a piece of pine that I'm going to burn as a plate. It does look kind of like one of those fancy Food Network displays. Non-intentional. Green beans, fresh cut green beans, and hamburgers with barbecue sauce on them. And then I'll have wine punch fruit drink, or I might have a root beer. Anyway, that's where we're at right now. And then after I eat, I'm going to relax and get the tent in order, get the clothes in order, get the gun ready, and I'll bring you along with me on that. Okay, kind of got things sorted out. Don't want to get too much clothes laid out because of the smoke in the tent and all that. But I've got that over there sorted out. Guns up there, ready to go. And then I've got the cook stove ready with the amount of water I need to make hot cappuccino to put in there to take to the stand with me. I still have to make peanut butter sandwich and get some meat sticks and throw in the bag because the intention is set all day and not come back, or set until I get one and then come back, regroup, and go back out and get another one. Always before, back when I was talking about the cabin thing, we had electricity. It was on the homestead, it was the farm. So I don't have electricity. Instead of getting up early, stoking the stove really hot in order to boil water, this is a better alternative, and then it's ready to go and I can head out. Legal hunting time is 6:28 here. So in the woods, you're not going to be able to really see anything till probably about 6:40ish, 6:50. Really to be, if you're on the edge of the woods or something, you could see pretty much at that time, but not where I'm going to be at. So that being said, I will see you in the deer stand tomorrow morning as we kick off opening morning of 2023 Wisconsin firearms season. I thank you for coming along and being part of the program. Okay, it's a little after 5. Shooting time is 6:28. Getting things together, getting the hot water boiled for the cappuccino and the thermos. Got the sandwich made last night, peanut butter for snack or lunch. Got meat sticks, Gonna get dressed. It's a little chilly in the tent, which is fine. That's what I wanted. I don't want to be sitting in here when it's, well, it's 40, can't really see that very good, about 47 in here on the corner there. It's a little warmer over here, probably about 55, 60 over by the stove. I don't want to be super hot and then get dressed and sweat, walk out the stand, sweat even more. So I'll dress accordingly. It's supposed to be 48 for a high today, currently 27 outside. And we'll see what happens. I'll see you in the tree stand at first light. Well, good morning. I didn't even get to show you from the tree stand, but I have a buck on the ground. 7-point buck. Where's my stand at? Oh, right there. There's my stand. This is the exact same spot that spike buck came in. I shot him right there, and he ran that way. This buck came from that direction, and I shot that spike buck November 3rd. This buck, I heard him walking because it's dead silent. Came in here, so I got a little work ahead of me. I got a 3/10 of a mile drag back to camp, get him all situated, regroup, and then go out and try to fill the antlerless only tag. You can see he got a chip there, and see, I don't think that point here counts because it's just a nub, but everything else, that buck's been rubbing on stuff, and I can't find any place where any of these rubs or scrapes are at. So very thankful that I'm able to take another one. This one looks to be about 90 to 100 pounds. The other one was about 80-ish pounds. I think this one might be bigger than 100, but I don't have the tools in order to weigh it, and I'm not going to spend the money in order to weigh a deer when I can just butcher it out and based on the weight. So it's a nice deer. Very happy that I was able to take another one off our property. So the value of deer are now going down. It's not just one. I say that because we bought the property, bought the hunting equipment and all that stuff, and every animal we take ethically off the land, that value goes down, just jokingly. So let me get this cleaned up and get it back to camp, and then we will eat breakfast and go back out. This was the first time I've ever hunted this stand in the morning. I knew that this stand would be a good one. I've got a trail camera behind, just up 10 feet off the stand on another tree there. And I believe I've got this buck on trail camera a couple of weeks ago on a Thursday morning. So back at camp, 2 hours and 10 minutes since I shot the deer. Got it back to camp. It's over here. Drug it, I think, around a half mile. A little between a quarter and a half mile. Because that's just the way we do things. We don't have a four-wheeler or a tractor, and the woods are so thick and all this other stuff. So, got it here. It is bigger just by size, not, the longer you drag something, the heavier it gets. It is much bigger than that spike buck, which would be expected because the spike buck would be a year and a half old. This would be 2.5-year-old, I would guess, or a hefty year and a half. So I think this is about a 110 to about a 110 pound buck. So it is 9 o'clock on opening morning. I am going to regroup, dry things out, stoke the fire, really get it hot, dry things out because I am soaked from dragging it. My hat is completely dripping with sweat. You wanted to know that. And then eat and go back out and try to get an antlerless deer, a doe, or I'd prefer a doe, not a button buck, and get them packed up and pack everything up and go home tomorrow afternoon. That would be the plan. I'm halfway there. And opening morning, I talked about yesterday that you couldn't keep up with shots, and then it was in the mid 90s and the early 2000s, it was getting more and more, sparse. It's the way it was here. Um, I heard one shot 2 minutes before legal hunting time, which that's always the way it is, and then there was like two shots, and I shot 3 times because I shot once and knocked it down, and shot the second time, missed it, and the third time dispatched it. Not the greatest shooting that I wanted. I'm not proud of that. And then there's been maybe 8 to 12 shots since then. It's been very, very sparse. When I was pulling this deer up the trail, this four-wheeler trail here, I saw a couple of deer about a quarter mile down run over this way. And then there's a shot way, way off in the distance. So that's the plan. Thanks for being with me. Very thankful that I'm able to take this deer, and certainly going to try for another one. There's a couple of does I've seen, I've talked about on the videos. Very big, about that size as well. So that would be, though the discouragement is the dragging out of the woods, when I'm frying it up and making jerky and hamburger and all that, a little bit of effort's worth it. So got the stove going, trying to dry stuff out. For those of you who are watching this that are hunters, you may already know this, but if you don't, this would be a good tip and product to use. I use gloves to field dress the deer, and then you touch things and you get blood on your hands. Wet ones, I need to put a small Ziploc bag full of wet wipes in my bag, because my hands were dirty and I was trying to clean them off. I didn't have anything, so I was using my very, very hot cappuccino in the thermos, and that kind of worked, and you just kind of, get some of the material off. So you learn. But some wet wipes would be a good addition to the hunting backpack. Don't have them now, and got one more deer to get, and then we're done, but for next year. Still a really nice morning. I think it was 27 when I got up. High of 48 today. Just absolutely no clouds at all. Very light wind. So, got the heart here. I'm going to put that, I don't know where I'm going to put that. I guess I'll put it over by the deer. So, it can kind of, it's not hot. This is not going to spoil or anything. There's a chill. Let's see what it is currently right now. We're looking at about 38-ish, 36, 38. So yeah, there's still a chill in the air, but I'm very, very warm from dragging that deer every bit of over a quarter of a mile, up and down. And then when I got to the trail, right, if you're not familiar, there's a state four-wheeler snowmobile trail that divides 35 acres, and then I'm on 3 acres of the property, and there's a very big incline. So I got the wagon and went down and got it and drug it, and rolled the wagon to the lowest point, drug it up this small embankment, and then finished dragging it to camp. Like Holly said, we're going to have to figure out some kind of pulley system for next year to just get it up here, because I can get it to the trail, just getting it up here. Also a cart, at least getting some kind of one-wheel or two-wheel cart, just to get it from where it's shot to a closer, so I have more energy to hoist it up the embankment. Alrighty, so that's the excitement. Didn't even have time to show you the stand, but it's the same stand, the same spot. That was interesting. I'm not sure where I'm going to go as soon as I get things dried out, because that stand has a field dressing pile 13 yards from it, which that doesn't necessarily mean anything. If doe is running through because it's spooked, whatever, it's not going to affect it. It's not going to go, I shouldn't run there because something got killed there. I'm spooked, and I'm going to run and ask questions later. So, May go to that stand that I was in that's 80 yards closer. I had that doe last Sunday morning. No, last Saturday morning. Had a big doe behind the stand that I couldn't get a shot on with archery with the bow. So, thank you for being with me. Appreciate it. It's not so lonely when you are with me here at camp, and the fun has just begun. Okay, it is 10:30 in the morning. The stuff that I'm going to wear is now dry, and I'm going to go. Haven't decided which stand. Kind of want to go back to the stand I shot that buck out of this morning, but I don't know. I'll decide when I get out there what I want to do. I don't know if there's a right answer or wrong answer. So, but it's warming up. It's about 42 outside right now, and we'll see if we can get another one. What about 1:30? I haven't seen any deer from this stand. I've heard 2 shots far in the distance. Gonna have lunch, peanut butter sandwich. Stay in the stand until dark, see if we can tag out today. Nothing was seen this evening. It was dead quiet for, well, you saw shot the deer, then dried everything out, and then got back in the stand at 10:49 and didn't come out of the stand. Not the stand I shot that buck out of this morning. One that's 80 yards closer to camp. Sat in that stand from 10:49 till 4:42 when that was the end of legal hunting time, and didn't see anything. Heard maybe 10 shots, maybe 12 the whole afternoon on opening day. So that's how it goes. Very happy I was able to harvest that buck. Talked to the neighbor. The neighbor texted, and he asked if I'd shot this morning. I told him yeah, and told the story, and he has not seen anything all day, and I don't know if anybody else in his hunting party has or not. So gonna unwind here, get changed, and then get the fires going inside and out, and we're gonna cook all 5 brats. So I have some for tomorrow night. If I'm here tomorrow, which best situation would be I'm able to harvest an antlerless deer in the morning and pack up the tent all in the dumpster bags, wrap it up like a present, put it in front of the security camera, walk away until spring. You'll see how that happens when that happens, whether it's tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. So, all right, thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, got brats. I don't know if I'll eat all of them. I'll save what I don't eat. Root beer and green beans. I've got barbecue sauce and relish for those as well. So, just a normal night at the tent. So we'll go back and go to that stand that I shot the deer this morning at, because I didn't go there this evening. I want to try something different. So we'll go there in the morning and see if we can replicate another deer on for meat for the freezer, be an antlerless or a button buck, or a doe or a button buck. And go from there. So I don't think there's anything. I'll get everything kind of organized here tonight, and I think that'll be about it for this evening. Just gonna lay around and do nothing. I'm very sore and tired from dragging that deer, but that's the reward of it, so I'm okay with it. So I'll see you in the stand in the morning. Okay, so I'm tagged out. First time that's happened. Shot at about 30 yards. What I got was a yearling button buck. It's got, which is legal for me to take because it's less than 3 inches in antler length. And I've seen this one camera, trail cam before. I shot it. Where am I at here? Hold on. It ended up piled up underneath. Of course, it always goes under the most difficult thing. But I did shoot it. It came out back over here. And so I shot it right there. You can see the deer stand there. I'll get a perspective from the deer stand. And then it started bleeding here. And then I shot it one more time because it just stood there. And then it went down under that tree branch right here. And then I drug it over there to be able to process it. So it's not the biggest deer. It is a legal deer. It'll produce probably 25, maybe 30 pounds of meat. That's fine with the bigger buck that I got in the that I got yesterday. Our freezers will be topped off and probably will need freezer space, so we'll figure that out. So yeah, very successful. Thankful that I'm able to do such, harvest 3 deer in 3 weeks on our property, utilizing all the tags that we were issued. I got to process one. This one's going to be a lot easier to drag out than that big buck yesterday. So I'll get it back to camp, and then I'll eat, and then I'll start disassembling camp, pack everything up, and I'll show you what that is, and then we'll shut her down for the year. That was also the same stand that I took the buck out yesterday morning, shot the buck from yesterday morning. I shot the buck from in the stand on the right hand side, 14 yards. This one was 30 yards to the left hand side. So all 3 deer this year taken from the same stand, and 2 of the 3 were taken and shot in the exact same spot. So technically, I mean, we got 2 bucks and then a yearling, which is an antlerless only deer, is a deer that obtains no antlers or antlers of less than 3 inches, and this has got nubs on the top, so it's perfectly legal. And I think this one we've seen multiple deer on camera. So happy, I'll process it, and we'll head back to camp. Made it back to camp with the harvest. Also went and got both trail cameras. There's no need for us paying to take images in the woods when it's not important. We'll deactivate those accounts and then reactivate them in the spring or whenever we decide to put the 2 trail cameras back out. We will leave the camera here at camp so we can monitor our storage facility when we're not here. So, I went ahead and took that, went ahead and took the button buck. Well, it was completely dead silent this morning. The only noise was the occasional squirrel, a bird, or a four-wheeler or vehicle in the distance. Then you'd hear random gunshots. But again, if you didn't know it was gun season, you were just sitting here around the campfire, you wouldn't know it was gun season. They're just not the noise. I haven't heard a gunshot in over an hour. Getting to the point. Smaller deer. We've seen it on trail camera a number of times, or several of them of that size. So Holly and I decided it was best that we didn't have to, but if we had the opportunity, I should take one that fits the tag, an antlerless only deer, for a couple of reasons. One, we bought the tag. We were the 898th of 900 selected, so we were the second to the last to get that, and I would really feel bad that if I didn't fill that and somebody else could have gotten it and filled it, so I went ahead and utilized that tag. And two, if I would have got another, which I would have shot anything that was legal standard with the tag, but with this it will fit in the vehicle and we can take it home. If I got another deer like I did yesterday, we could make it fit. I put plastic down on the trunk of the Honda Civic. That's what we got, and then both of them will fit nicely, and then we take them home and we butcher them out. So that's where we're at. I am going to take the deer down, put it in the car, then come back up, fix supper, or fix lunch. I don't know, either stew or spam. I'm probably just going to have spam. And then I'll take everything out of the tent that goes home, pack the car completely full, and then disassemble everything, and I'll show you how we pack it away, how we have discovered that this might be the best way if you don't have a solid structure building in which you can protect your stuff in a situation like we are, where it's not uncommon to have 24 inches of snow on the ground. So, thank you for being with me. Some of you enjoy this kind of activity. Those who don't have already clicked off. And we'll get things wrapped up for the year. So I got the radio cleaned out. You can see all the little white stuff down there. Philip and his friend was not in there, so either they've moved out because they knew we were taking the tent down, or they weren't home. So I didn't have to feel bad about getting them to come out of the radio. Last night I did see one mouse. I could hear him running, and he would run along there, out there, and underneath the logs I have there for the door. And a couple of times he had a big wad of like paper towel or something white, so either he was moving out or something, I don't know. So yeah, figured I'd do that. And then the stove is cold, but I wanted to make sure had some ashes in them that was still hot. I put them in the campfire, and let this get ice cold so I can pack it up too. May the last campfire of the year until spring. Cooked up some spam, and I also am going to burn trash. I started up with just anything that I had saved for fire starter. I burnt all that, and whatever else I see that is paper, not plastic, that can be burnt. I'm going to burn that and get that all disappeared. And I'm going to eat, and then the packing will begin. If you guys can help, that would be great. So I'll meet back here in about 15 minutes. Here is the before picture. So this is where we're at this point. I've got the mattress in that blue bag. It's a mattress bag. It's a memory foam mattress, and they say if you fold it, you want to fold it inverted, so whenever you put it back long ways, like a hot dog. And I did it to where the bottom is folded, so when we put it back flat, there'll be an arc in the center, and it'll work itself back down by setting on it and laying on it. So shouldn't be that big of a deal. Got the bathroom all taken down. Got that stuff still to take down. and so the stove's going to go in next. So that's where we're going to go, and I can stack it up to 5 foot, because then that is the same bag, and it'll nestle on top of it with a tarp wrapped around it. And these are the items that I'm leaving out: the wood box, the kindling box, the stove, the pipe that went on the top of the stove. It was outside all the time, so it's not going to hurt anything. We're getting there. We're full on that, but I can go another 1.5 or 2.5 foot because of that. Storage tent's down and almost completely dry, and we're empty. I just got to pull the floor up and disassemble it. Just about there. Kind of a sad moment. Taking the tent down until spring. It has served us well. Protected us from the weather, unknown critters, and we're just about ready to seal it all up. Just about there. Left the frame on the ground. The frame ain't gonna rust. May get some dirt in it, but that's easy to clean out, like right there. Now, I'm just saved from taking all the components apart. The double dumpster bags has worked. Now I'm going to take that this tarp here, which is 7 mil, and wrap it like a Christmas present and stake it down with stakes, tent poles, and then whatever else I have, I'll lay that around it to really secure it. Not everything fit in there, but the priority items did. Some of these items can sit out. Not weather, snow, whatever it is, freeze, not going to hurt it, and the value's not there to try to protect them. So almost done. So I just left the frame of the wall tent there. There was no need to pick it up. I don't think it's going to rust too much. Might get a little dirt inside the railings, but there it is. Everything wrapped up nice and tight inside the waste management canvas dumpster bags, and then a 7 mil tarp surrounded by logs and tent stakes to hold it down. One of these years, this is the first year we bought the property in July, one of these years we will not have to do this, as we will have a solid structure here of some magnitude. But until then, we got to get a driveway first. Peaceful Pines, we will leave the sign up. We'll sleep over the winter for the next 4.5-ish months until we return in probably April. It gets very cold up here. Negative 22 to 25 is not uncommon with snow on the ground. It is the Northwoods of Wisconsin. We've done everything that we were asked to do. When it comes to deer hunting, had 3 tags. Good Lord, let me get 3 deer. Got 2 in 2 days. And deer camp only lasted 2 days, but it was 2 very successful days. And thank you for coming along on the journey. If you made it this far, let's put deer camp in the comments below. And we will have some additional videos coming up about the property and some unique things, highlighting some things. But until next time, we will see you then. Thanks so much.